Dear friends, welcome to the 12th SVOD conference.
And we're starting for, probably many people know us, but for those who don't know, it's my great pleasure to introduce Anna Dvornikova, founder of SVOD conference, founder of AMBAR, American Business Association of Russian-speaking professionals, and what is especially pleasure for me, my partner in crime at Tech Ventures.
And thank you. Please load the presentation. And let me introduce my business partner, Stas Khirman, who is a mentor to a lot of startups, 3 times CTO and successful entrepreneur, and managing partner at TEC Ventures. So what is SVOD? SVOD is a community of entrepreneurs and investors that come from all over the world to the heart of everything that happens in the high-tech community, the Silicon Valley.
Can we have next slide, please? Being immigrants ourselves with a quite funny accent like mine, we have built a SVOD conference 12 years ago to help and give chance for young startups from all over the world to come to Silicon Valley and meet investors, partners, and people like yourself to bring startups or build new startups in Silicon Valley. Can we have next slide, please?
Well, let's wait. Here it is.
Yeah, next slide.
Okay, so we have over 200 investors over these 2 days. So if you're a startup, an entrepreneur who is thinking about a new idea, try to meet as many people as you can, pitch your company, and get funding.
So certainly we're going to have a startup competition. All the 34 startups will compete for 3 places. And our judges, who are investors themselves, will judge them here for next 2 days. But we believe that best award, biggest award for startups is to create a relationship with the Silicon Valley and international investment community and get their ideas funded. Next slide, please. So this year we have companies coming from all over the world, starting from Pakistan, Armenia, Ukraine, Russia, certainly Israel, France, Ireland, Portugal. Our neighbors from North, Canadians, represented by a few good startups, certainly a number of startups who born in the United States. And it's a special pleasure this year, we actually have 3 startups coming from South Africa.
Woo! Let's get a round of applause. Okay.
And actually, it's kind of the closing the loop. Why? Because over the last 3 years, we have companies from all 5 continents. So welcome Africa, because it was the last dot we have to put on our map.
Okay, so over 12 years, we've had over 4,000 startups that applied to SVOD conference, and about 300 were selected to pitch at SVOD through all these years. And the companies that pitched here, this was their first public pitch. They received over the years over $700 million in funding. So good luck to all of you, and we hope you'll bring us more successes.
And we actually hope to have a very simple number next year, starting from 1. So help us. We have only 300.
Reach the goal.
Actually, just peanuts, less than 300 million. So guys with a blue tax investor help us to get to this goal. Who are our investors? Over 70% of our investors representing venture funds, mostly from Silicon Valley, but also a few major funds from all over the world. 10% of are angels, who people usually who have personal experience building startups and now ready to invest their personal money and their experience to help early startups. And we also, also interesting this year, we have a large presence of the corporate investors, big companies who are looking for young startups to bring in new blood, new ideas in corporate environment. Our investors, majority investing in early stage, sitting around A, so everything between $500 to $5 million. But we also have substantial number of investors who are ready to support companies in more advanced stage, up to round C, so pre-IPO companies, pitch investors. And actually, we ask our investors to put what's the major focus of their investment, and we was pretty surprised that it's all over the map, starting from consumer internet, IoT, gaming, consumer electronics. So, dear startups, you have a great opportunity to find matching investor.
Okay, what else has happened in the last year? So we launched this SVOD conference in Europe, in Dublin. And two of the winners of the European conference were invited here, and they are here right now. They're going to pitch during our Silicon Valley sessions. So please give them a round of applause. And we have a very young entrepreneur in the room, Eric, raise your hand here.
Eric.
Who crashed our party in Dublin, and we couldn't but invite him here, so he's going to pitch on stage as well. He's only 12 years old, so guys.
And full of energy, so give your support.
Well, and this is just a sort of good coincidence that with our vision for helping and supporting young entrepreneurs changing the world for the better. And with this, I would like to announce that our portfolio company, Goodler, is organizing and launching a youth conference in the fall of this year. And we hope that all of you will be able to help us find young entrepreneurs, young people who wish to change the world, and you will support us. This is a non-profit conference. You will participate and help us in this endeavor.
Okay, a few words about our future plans. So certainly in the fall, we also have SVOD Europe. So European companies, please sign up. We're also going to launch our SVOD Israel in the winter. Actually, winter in Israel, pretty nice weather. And certainly, our 13th SVOD conference in Silicon Valley, going to be May 24th, 25th, 2017. And we already opened registration, so do yourself a favor. The cheapest tickets you could find, SVOD 2017 at eventbrite.com. It's these weeks only.
And of course, nothing would be possible without your support, without you coming to this event, you succeeding in raising funding and bringing us success, and without our sponsors. So I would like to thank our sponsors, Almaz Capital. Thank you.
Thank you, Almaz Capital. E.piphany Video, Google, and Singular Gov.
Silicon Valley Bank, GWT, and Akin Gump.
Wells Fargo Bank, RingCentral, Mirantis, Pulsar Ventures, and CRDF.
Microsoft, Deutsche Telekom, Hewlett-Packard, and Murdoch Martell. And this is our Twitter account. Don't stop tweeting, because in the end of the second day, so that's tomorrow, we're going to select the best tweeter, and he or she will get the best Twitter award.
You also receive email from Silo, S-I-L-O. It's our application we're using to help people coming to our conference to communicate with inside of the group and help each other. It's actually Silo, it's our portfolio company and one of the finalists on previous SVOD conferences. We also, Silo also sponsor a very special award for person who help others. And Silo, it's a network to help others. So help others, and you could win Apple iWatch. Pretty good.
Okay, now about the awards tomorrow. Stay with us tomorrow, because we're going to announce the best companies that compete today and tomorrow for 2 days for the awards.
And also, we, as we mentioned, 3 awards will be awarded by investor jury, and 1 award, very special SVOD audience award, will be awarded by you guys. Everyone receive $300 SVOD dollars. Yes? Okay. So people will pitch you, companies will pitch you, companies who presented on the stage, companies who presented at Expo. They, if you like their ideas, their business, you could invest SVOD money. And companies that collect, by hustling you guys, collect most major amount of SVOD dollars will be awarded by Audience Award.
And we are streaming live. So send messages to all your friends and colleagues and invite them to svod.org/stream so that they could watch us online. And now, let's begin. Please put the slides for the next session. So while we're changing slides, I would like to call on stage Alexander Galitsky. It's my pleasure to announce our first speaker and a long-time partner and big supporter of our conference. Welcome, Sasha. So Sasha is an internationally renowned entrepreneur and investor. He, in the past decade, was a founder and successful CEO of 5 startups, including the one in the area of chip development and intelligent video surveillance. He authored over 100 international publications and has over 30 patents, including in Wi-Fi area. He was named the best European investor of the decade by Investor AllStars Award. Right now, Sasha is a managing and founding partner of Almaz Capital Partners, a international venture fund that invested in companies like Quick, that was sold and acquired by Skype, Vyatta, acquired by Brocade, and the famous Yandex, European equivalent of Google. Sasha, welcome. And we have a moderator for this panel, Mark Boslet, senior editor of the Venture Capital Journal.
Okay. One more time. Excellent, this will help. Very good. You can obviously hear me. Good morning, we're pleased to be here. I'm pleased to be here with Sasha this morning. Obviously, I don't really need to do much of an introduction. You've heard that already. I will add one thing, though. Sasha was also an executive at the Russian Space Agency. It's something that I'd like to come back to if we get a chance during our conversation. And ask him about space investing in the United States, which is...
It was Soviet, it was not Russian.
Very good, you're right. But I thought I should start with something of a broad question since we're the first group up here today. So talk about the entrepreneurial environment in Eastern Europe and Russia. Some improvement. It's been a rough couple of years, unrest in Ukraine, a new role for Russia in the world. Are you seeing any improvement, no improvement? Are there some bright spots you see right now?
No, first of all, I'm originally Ukrainian, became Russian. So for me, it is very complicated, two countries. But from point of view of entrepreneurship, I've always thought that what is nice about Eastern Europe, since there are entrepreneurs more hungry than in other places in the world, speaking about European countries and possibly here. So from this perspective, improvement was going since the number of entrepreneurs growing, and we started to see serial entrepreneurs in comparison to last years. I mean that, like, if you take last decade, it was less serial entrepreneurs. Now I have at least number of people who started to build their sort of even first company. So which is making pretty good environment. From other side, of course, this political situation created big movement, big new wave of immigration to over here. So many guys, if you ask who came here over the last year, who came here for during the last year?
Good question.
Who moved to Silicon Valley from Russia?
They're busy working in the office
Okay,
right now.
so they're looking for something possibly. But in general, it is a huge, since I'm signing this recommendation for O1 visa, and I know that it's many of them. From this perspective, it is what's happened. From other side, we're speaking about Ukraine, even we count in our fund, we have more Ukrainian companies right now in second fund. Since what is open, what happened when you open borders and people started freely travel to countries, they share experience and knowledge, and smart people pick up ideas and started to build something. It is what I see. Same for Eastern Europe. If you're taking, of course, it is a number is small, but in any case, it is a big improvement. You are coming through Poland and see 20 companies, and you see that many of them already very good fundable. But it is also exists some problems why it is not growing so fast and why they're not coming here.
Sure. So in the Silicon Valley area, we're going through a reset of valuations, particularly among late-stage companies. Any sort of corresponding reset of valuations across Eastern Europe, the Baltics?
Usually, technologically, they're staying behind, especially in services. When we look for companies in area of internet services, like Uberization or something, when you name it, it is staying. Usually, Europe stay behind of US in development in 2-3 years, but in price, it is immediately drop. Yes, so it is not required too much analysis since prices for many companies stay the same. I will say when it is some discount exists even in Eastern Europe for good companies. Good companies are good companies. It doesn't matter what the cost of development costs, since 75% you anyways pay for marketing sales. So from this perspective, it is no big difference in valuation in general, slightly smaller, but not so big. But right now, of course, it is an influence of drop in prices. It is also influenced Europe as well.
Mm-hmm. Great. Talk a little bit about the talent pool that you see in Eastern Europe. Eastern Europe has traditionally had a very strong math and sciences education system. Where are the engineers flocking to today? Where are the best engineers going? And as a part of that question, there's always been a bit of a risk aversion, I think, in Europe compared to what we're used to here.
To answer, so if you open World Economic Forum report, I don't know who read it over here, so you'll find very interesting picture, 20 different places, Silicon Valley, Israel, New York, Boston, Moscow, and you will be surprised when you will find that Moscow staying on the second place after Silicon Valley for the pool of talents. So from point of view of talents, of course, Eastern Europe has, but in entrepreneurship on 20. So if you're taking experienced entrepreneur, it will be number 20. In talent pool will be number 2. So taking approach of over Europe, I think that it is engineering education was more, let's say, focused in these countries. If you take in this tiny Romania, So Ceausescu wanted to build his atom bomb independently from Soviet Union, so he created very good engineering schools. So it is still, you can find in Romania a lot of great engineers. So, and from this perspective, you will look for any company, many companies, I will say, over here have Eastern European developers, but when you look for European companies, so which created by Western European entrepreneurs, usually they completely consist from Eastern European developers.
Are there any new disciplines that you're noticing that are becoming particularly popular there, or that are attracting some top talent? I mean, open source or cloud or, you know, Hadoop for that matter.
No, it is, of course, you're going through how you pick up talents, you mean, where you fund them?
I just was curious if there's a flock of the emerging engineers in the area toward particular technology.
No, it is usually, of course, open source bringing people together, yes? So people started to create something, and last, let's say, pretty big movement is going in blockchain technology since a guy who is Vitalik Buterin, he moved from Canada to Switzerland with his foundation, and it is, of course, right now, according to when I met him last time, we spoke, he has approximately half of developers right now who donate their code to platform or write an application. It is over 200 applications already on the base of platform. It is, they are getting from, from Eastern European guys, since they are looking, sitting at home and would like to do something interesting, of course.
Now, I want to make sure that all of you have a chance to ask a question of Sasha if you'd like to, but I have one question and then I'll come to you. 1 second. So you have an office in Moscow, you have an office in Silicon Valley, and you're preparing to open an office in Berlin. Tell
yes.
me why now? What do you hope to accomplish in Berlin?
So, first of all, you see a few stuff. At the beginning, my desire was to create fund which will help the guys with broken language like me, and with the guys who have last name which is not familiar for, not sound pretty nice or not so familiar for local, and who has tourist passport in the hand, to create companies over here. I faced this experience in 90s and it was not easy. So, and from this perspective, idea to help to these guys. These guys hungry, these guys would like to build something, and they, in comparison to Western European guys, they were more movable since they would like, say, ready to move to new, let's say, challenges. So when you look into places where today activity is going, of course, Russia was a place where there was big activity, and we started from there. And our Silicon Valley office is helping a lot to allocate, and both sides, we help and also to find the good talents for companies which we invest in US companies, really US companies. But Eastern European guys, they choose Berlin, since for many of them it is driving distance from home. And right now, Berlin, if people didn't visit Berlin, I recommend it. It became a very international city. English becoming the major language. A lot of the real estate is very cheap, and international environments, very like developed city. And Eastern European guys actually moving there, or Western European guys starting companies over there, since it is two choices, London or Berlin. London is extremely expensive. Berlin is very nice and friendly, good weather, good beer, good pubs, so people moving. So we decided possibly for reasons that it is a good place, so, but mostly that it is a lot of interesting people there.
Real estate is cheap just about everywhere in comparison to here, right? So we do have a question over here. Can you, do you, no mics? Do you want to use this one? Shout for a second.
Okay, so.
Sorry. It's on the other side of the ocean.
Sasha, you're well known as a Russian microelectronics pioneer and one of co-founders of a company in Zelenograd called Elvis Neotech. And this morning, a press release from Elvis came with announcement of new chip for vision chip, Russian 28 nanometer vision chip. So what do you think, how this chip can help to startups in Russia, Ukraine, and all over the world that work in smart cameras, in self-driving cars, in robots, and so on?
Thank you.
Yeah, it is. It is nice. I started many companies. It is a company which really doing very good job in image processing and winning many prizes. And they build together with Imaginations a new type of chip. So, and it is coming on the market soon. And I think that it will be, since they're building platform around it for vision, so it will be pretty good donation for, let's say, for world if development of platform will be nice. It depends how a company will be developed. Since I believe in Russian developers in hardware as well. We invested in software, but hardware, it is difficult to invest over here, but also there. So I think that Yaroslav, who is a leading company, doing a great job. And I will say that I impress sometimes, but Russian, even, you know this phone? You know this phone or not? Did you see this phone?
I see right, yeah, in the back.
Yeah, on the back. It is a Vyatta phone, if somebody knows. It is 2 screens phone, yes. So it is also developed 2 years old phone, since the guys don't have money to develop third one version. So right now they got money from Chinese, and third version will come. Pretty good Android phone with 2 screens, which is very useful. So as the same for this company created after many years. It is our job from space, actually. So since we built spy satellites and all Yaroslav collected all the best image processing engineers and kept them for so many years to create and achieve his dream to build very great hardware development and software development around image processing. So I'm very proud about this achievement which guy is doing.
When is the chip due for production?
Sorry?
Yeah, when is the production timing for the chip?
Time in production, it is actually, but it will be coming in this quarter. Yeah.
Oh, great. So this kind of leads into a question, should be fun for you. What interests you these days as an investor? You mentioned blockchain, Internet of Things. Are you doing much health, digital health? What's your topics?
No, our topic is when we are speaking about current today, of course, we put attention to blockchain a lot, but also another one, it is deep learning, since there's a lot of interesting developers over there as well. So it is 2 major topics. Of course, traditionally, we are working with security, since security, my partner, Jeff Bear, and was actually one of the guy who created security for internet together with other speakers with whom he will interview today. I meet with Diffie. So it is, we like security, so, and we like enterprise. So it is major, our activity. But of course, looking for other places, we have IoT companies as well. But, and we did a lot of investment in cloud in the past. But major today is looking for future. It is, we look on disruption. Yeah, disruption is coming from fintech is the next area where everything will happen.
So are you a big advocate of blockchain? Is that going to become widely used at banks and insurance companies and the like?
I'm not sure that it will start from banks directly. So it is why I like Ethereum as a guy from which Vitalik Buterin built, since it is give ability to build smart contracts. It is his main concept, since it is will come first for documentation exchange. It will be completely changed, possibly identity management. So it is direction which possibly will happen in next more faster than no very difficult to do something heavy inside banking. Yes, so it will be big resistant. But in even in DocuSign or some other, when you use blockchain, it will simplify actually trust between 2 parties.
Okay. So I want to make sure that any of you who have questions have a chance to ask. I see one right there, and there's a mic coming up behind you. Oh, sorry, you're next.
Hi, my name is Surya. I'm founder of a startup company focused on solving surface transportation problems using enabling technologies and out-of-the-box innovation like urban congestion on the freeways and high-speed intercity travel through surface transport. So is transportation something that you're focused on? I know you talked about space, but what about surface transportation?
Did you drive here in an autonomous car?
No, I'm just sit next to Jeff on his Tesla when he put hands behind of his head. But in general, yes, we see that some disruption going in few areas. Yes, so if you speak, it is a separate issue. It is how internet changed the industries, and of course, e-commerce was first, but now it is many of industries verticals started to be changed. Transport, one of them. But it is construction, it is agriculture. We try to watch this, what is going on, but we didn't have any investment yet. But we are building our theses for our next fund, which we now will raise soon. So where we will look for new openings for different disruptive type of development.
There's no shortage of disruption going on. We have a question over there.
I just read Bill Browder's new book, Red Alert. Is it too politically risky to invest in Russia?
I can answer that for you.
What means risky invest in Russia? If you're speaking about what is staying behind of it, to invest in Russian assets, it is risky, but invest in Russian talents never was risky. So from this perspective, when you build structure of your company right. So if you build your structure your company right, you don't have any risk. You just have nice people working with you, that's all.
Very diplomatic of you. Another question.
Hi, so my name is Phil. From my understanding, there are probably three major risks for startup companies or challenges to startup companies in Eastern Europe. One being structure, one being access to capital, and one being perspective on risk. Can you talk a little bit about that? They're inherently in smaller markets, the structural one, and there's a lot of language and cultural barriers, right? There's a limited access of early stage investors to help get them past the stages where they need to go. So the first market is the local one, and they stretch to look for a bigger second market. And then the perspective of risk is different than that, which what we have here in the US, and particularly in Silicon Valley. So can you talk a little bit about how companies in Eastern Europe are overcoming those challenges?
Yeah, first of all, I will say that, again, idea is that, of course, Europe has a lot of less capital. If you compare capital investment in Europe and the US, it will be very big difference. But more difficult problem, not just for Eastern Europe, but for Western Europe as well, since European Union given a lot of money for early stage companies. So there's a lot of early stage capital in Europe in general. Early stage, I mean for seed investment and even early A investment. But the problem, the requirements of this fund, that they need to invest in the local jurisdiction company. So you create company and they don't have more money to bring this company on global scale. And the European market is very small. You have just two countries slightly big enough. It is Germany and Britain. I'm not count Russia since it is more difficult, too risky as we spoke. And from this perspective, you are coming to the point that it is lack of capital which helped these guys to go on the next stage. So it is where we found for us a niche actually, that we immediately from day one, we are global. And we are bringing in our LPs who are sitting behind us, they're giving for us this opportunity to bring company on global scale. And so we are not linked to, let's say, we need to invest in Russia since we don't hold Russian money and nobody can say us invest in Russia. And we don't need to invest in local companies, stay local. So from this perspective, it is now, movement is going. I know the term change in the past time was emergency. Emerging countries funds. Now people started to see more global funds, which is operate in the same models as they immediately operate on global scale. The challenge which you're asking, it is a second that of course cultural. It is again, it is that From engineering point of view, it is no culture point since they use Java or they use Python or something and they speak the same language. For guys who doing business, it is of course many Europeans thinking about to become as more possible quickly cash positive, and American style it is to have fast growth. It is where cultural fighting started between founders and between investors and between the, let's say, seasoned CEO from United States when he started to manage Eastern European guys, since they would like to keep the portion of the company as soon as possible, not to be diluted. And it is where started these clashes. So other stuff, it is the same. You just need to pick up right people and right structure. Sometimes, of course, you can face problem. You need to clean company pretty nicely. And when company bootstrap, they use a lot, especially in Eastern Europe, they use a lot of cash to pay rent, cash to pay something else, and it looks pretty funny from US accounting system. So from this perspective, you need to deep dive to the company, clean it before you put money there, and after this to work with the company, put the rules, and after this you avoid any risk. So I don't know, answer all questions. If you will interested in more, I will be happy to share with you.
You know, I have a question, and I know there's one in the back. I'll come to it in just a second. I just wanted to piggyback on the topic you just covered. You do principally A rounds. A rounds are sometimes a tough stage in Europe, Eastern Europe in particular. What's the pace of A round activity now across Eastern Europe and the Baltics? What firms do you see most active? 0.9, 7? Who do you see in the market?
So we doing A and B actually. We try to do seed as well. So we experience a lot how to best to get people from ground to the market. In general, we currently came to a very interesting conclusion between us that we need to invest in companies when we believe in a company. It is not doesn't matter about stage. So if we like company and we believe that this company will grow, we need to jump and do it. And when you look on our portfolio, it is that companies from, we have companies which we started from seed, and we have companies which we started from Series A. I will say it depends from stage, but in Europe mostly you have a lot of seed-ready companies, and you just need to have good selection to pick up and to build trust on people, since you mostly working with people. Yes, so venture capital, as we know, it is Jeff and I are very techy, but from point of view of companies, we of course wanted to do more technical stuff, but we're doing a lot of HR. Yes, so HR is killing sometimes you, but it is what actually venture capitalists do. They pick up team and compose team, try to achieve something.
Okay, and we have a question.
Yes. Good morning. My name is John Bender with Buzz Behind Worldwide. Sasha, you're a famous CEO, and many of us are first-time or younger CEOs. And what would you say philosophically have been maybe one or two sound bites that has helped driven your success over the years that you could share with us maybe today? Thank you.
I don't know. You need to be lucky. It is the main point.
There you go. You've heard it.
So it is, you know, it is, I will say that the major point of success, it is people with whom you work and whom you hire smarter than you are. It is simple. It is everybody written in the book. I like to work with crazy people, since that sometimes people don't like to work with crazy people, but crazy people, it is different type of stuff. And build your DNA of the company from, it is most important to build right DNA. When you build trust, 8 people, 10 people, 20 people, it is still like core of the team till you work as a family. So from this perspective, you need to be a pretty good DNA. If you put DNA of the team right and they believe in your strategy, they will work with you pretty nicely and will bring you to success. So it is a main point, possibly I will suggest.
Thank you.
Luck and crazy. So I guess most of us fit into that category. I'm afraid we're out of time. Would you join me in thanking Sasha for being here today?
Now my very special pleasure and actually honor to invite my old friend. Both of us came to Silicon Valley almost 20 years ago. I even have the pleasure to work back to back as a software engineer, writing code together. And over these years, Nir Tsuk built multiple companies, and right now his latest company, latest estimation is $13 billion for his last startup. Nir Tsuk. And certainly Anna Dvornikova, my partner in Tech Ventures and founder of SVOD.
Well, welcome, Nir.
Thank you.
All right. So every year, for 12 years of this conference, we invite successful entrepreneurs, one entrepreneur very successful per conference, and we ask questions of how on earth did they do it? How did they manage to do it? So you were Israeli kid, writing, first developer of sort of viruses, right? And then you ended up as the founder of a $14 billion Silicon Valley company. So how did you get from there to here?
I'm not sure.
That's a very good
By
one.
mistake? Yeah, so I started my civilian career after 5 years with the Israeli military at a small startup called Checkpoint Software in Israel. And Checkpoint was the first real firewall company in the world. I joined them in the early days and built a lot of the products there. Today, Checkpoint is our main competitor and is worth also about $14–15 billion as well. And so that was in the mid-90s. In 97, like Stas said, I moved here for Checkpoint, spent another 2 years and realized that I cannot build the next generation products in Checkpoint. So I left, started a company and built more products, sold that company to another company called NetScreen. NetScreen back then was Checkpoint's main competitor, and they acquired us, and we became actually bigger than NetScreen until the day Juniper bought the company for $4 billion and killed it. And the next day, literally the next day, they killed it and spent another miserable year there, left, and started Palo Alto Networks 10 years ago or so, just over 10 years ago.
So can you share some pitfalls that you had on the way with entrepreneurs in the audience?
Sure. So first, so we are a non-consumer security company. So we don't sell to consumers, we sell to non-consumers, so enterprises, governments, universities, healthcare organizations, service providers, and so on. And when you do that, it's a little bit different than going after consumer markets. You really have two choices, right? You either go after an existing market, or you go after and try to create a new market. So we decided to go after an existing market, which was the security market, and do it through disruption. And the idea is that if you disrupt an existing market, there's pretty much nothing the incumbents can do. I mean, they have some bad options, we can talk about it later, but once you do that, you disrupt the market and everything works well. And some of the pitfalls in that is how you do that and how real you are at disrupting the market versus just believing yourself that you're disrupting the market. And on the other side of things, it's around, so I believe that the most important thing in a company is the culture. Actually,
Let's talk more about that. Actually, we talked about it a couple of months ago, right?
Yes.
And you talked about your employees and what's important for you in in hiring and in working with people. So maybe you can talk a little bit more about that.
Yeah, sure. So first, the important thing is that I believe, and I'm coming more and more to the conclusion that the culture is what makes the company. It's not the technology and it's not the product. These are just side effects of the culture. And so culture is really what's making the company, and therefore it's very important to have the right culture. Now, there's no right culture, meaning I cannot give you 5 bullet points and say if you do those 5 things, you're going to be successful. It really depends on the founders and and the kind of cultures that they bring. And sometimes that culture will work and build a great company, and sometimes that culture is not going to work and not going to build a great company. But the point is that it's very important to focus on maintaining the culture and not letting the culture change. And part of it, and that goes to your previous question about pitfalls, is make sure you don't have people that don't fit the culture, no matter how good they are. And in the early days, I was the founder of Palo Alto Network. I started a company, and then 6 months later, a few other founders joined, or co-founders joined, and out of them, let's say 75% were not the right ones. Okay.
So did you fire them? How did you?
Yes.
how did-
Yeah. So
was it an easy decision?
no, it wasn't an easy decision, and one of the regrets is that the decision was not made at the right time. But when you have
You
people
think you
that
should
don't,
have done it earlier and sort of quicker cut it?
yeah, when you have people that don't fit the culture, you don't try to change the culture and don't try to change them. You just don't have time for that. Okay, you have to cut it, and there's really no other way around it. And the same goes to our early engineering team. We had a really good team. We still have a good team. Most of the people are still on board. There were a couple of prima donnas, right? You know, engineers that believe that they know everything and they know more than everyone else combined, which by the way can be true.
This happens.
But there's a limit to how much one person can do. It doesn't matter how good engineer you are. Maybe you can replace 5 good ones, 10 good ones, but as the company grows and there's more and more and more work, and then you can't replace everyone. And if you make everyone around you miserable because you think you're so much better than them, and then it's you that have to go, not the 20 that you make miserable. And same thing, in the early days, we weren't fast enough at acting on that. And now, even that, you know, when we are a $14 billion market cap, about $2 billion in sales, in billings, well, 1.8, I guess, in the last reported quarter. We're reporting another quarter tomorrow. So 1.8 billing run rate, revenue is a little bit lower because we're mostly services in security, growing 50-60% year over year, even at this stage. The culture is very, very important to us. My job, so my title is founder and CTO, as you can see on the slide behind. Everybody probably understands what the CTO does. And what I do as a founder is I maintain the culture. And my job is to maintain the culture and make sure that people that don't fit the culture don't change the company. They go and change another company. So
what else? I remember you mentioned that you don't allow any sort of even slightest lie or sort of anything that might...
Yeah, that's part of our culture. Again, some companies aren't like that. But you know, in our company, we just don't tolerate dishonesty. And it's more than dishonesty. I mean, most people are honest anyways. It's more about do what you say and say what you do. And don't try to hide things that you didn't do very well. We are a very, very open company, and everything in the company is being measured. So
how do you measure?
How do you measure? No, everything is data-driven. Everything is recorded, everything is measured, a lot of data analysis, and we just can't afford to have people that hide things. You know, if you screw up, you come and you say that you screw up, and we all figure out how to fix it. And you don't try to hide, because when you start hiding things, then especially data-driven companies break. And you get into trouble at Palo Alto Networks if you try to hide screw-ups. If you come forward and talk about the screw-ups, nothing bad happens. And we go and we fix the screw-ups together. So that's part of the culture. And again, it works for us. It might not work for others, for other companies. I've been to companies where the culture was the opposite. You know, if you screw up and you report it, you get fired. So in that company, you'd better shut up, right?
I like the approach. Let's talk about a little bit about the industry. So where your industry is moving? What's
the cybersecurity industry? So I think it's becoming more and more apparent in cybersecurity that, so first, customers want things to be much easier than they are today. It's very confusing and it's very difficult today to keep yourself secure, and customers want simplification. So that's one observation. The other observation is that standalone security solutions, cybersecurity solutions, just can't work very well anymore. It turns out that different components of cybersecurity have to be very, very coordinated with each other, such that when you find something bad in one area of your infrastructure, you can handle it not just there, but throughout the entire infrastructure. Because sometimes you'll discover the attack a little bit after the attack has started, or something bad after that something bad has started spreading through the organization, and you have to go and stop it somewhere else. And that happens more and more often as attacks become more and more sophisticated, and attacks become more and more targeted and previously unseen. Meaning, 10 years ago, what we had to deal with were mostly known attacks. Attacks that everybody knew about and were struggling to deal with. Today, we're really good at dealing with the known attacks. It's now the targeted attacks, the attacks that you've never seen before that are the challenge. And turns out that to deal with these attacks, all the different components of cybersecurity need to talk to each other. And I think that the combination of customers wanting simplification and the fact that technically you can't continue doing cybersecurity with 60 different products not talking to each other. These two, I think, are naturally making the industry consolidate. And I think that it's becoming harder and harder for small cybersecurity companies to play on their own. And they have to find some big partner to go and work with them such that their technology integrates with a much bigger ecosystem. And I think that we're seeing even large companies, even large public companies that are in the business of selling point solutions, like sandboxing or vulnerability management or whatever, their market cap is being cut in half every quarter. And it's not going well for them.
So let's go back to you personally. Were you always certain you will be able to do that?
You mean get Palo Alto Networks to where it is?
Yeah, share some
I was always certain that we had a good chance at it. You need a lot of luck, especially when you disrupt the market. So what happens is that when you disrupt the market, the incumbents really have two bad choices. And the lucky part is they pick always the wrong choice that looks the easiest, but and that's the luck part. If they pick the other choice, which is also bad for them, it's really bad for you, and I'll explain. So when you disrupt the market, the incumbents really have two choices, and the first choice they have is to embrace the disruption, right, and go out to the market and say, yes, this new disruptor is right, we are wrong, everything we've sold you in the last 20 years is junk, throw it away, you need this new thing. And that's bad because, number one, you give credibility to the up-and-comer. They're ahead of you because they started the disruption earlier. And more importantly, customers are going to stop buying your existing products while they wait, evaluate, and then purchase and deploy your new products that are replacing the old products. So if you're a public company, that's very difficult because sales go down and market cap goes significantly down, and it has a lot of implications. The other choice you have is to fight the disruption, a process that we call putting lipstick on the pig, right? You take what you have today and you make it look a little bit nicer and try to convince the market that it does the same as what the disruptor does. That, of course, doesn't work either. And I'll give you an example, maybe two examples. Anyone here has a cell phone? Yes. Okay.
What a question.
Who doesn't have a cell phone? Okay. Anyone here has a Nokia cell phone? Yesterday, I think Microsoft announced yesterday or something like that they're killing it completely. So no one here has a Nokia phone. Anyone here had a Nokia phone 15 years ago? Most of you. So what happened to Nokia? What happened to Nokia is they were disrupted, and they were disrupted by iOS and later Android. And if you remember in the early days, what really iOS brought to the market is a phone without a keyboard, right? That can, even in the early days, couldn't even run apps, right? Couldn't run third-party apps. It was really a phone without a keyboard, and later a phone that supports third-party apps and so on. And Nokia tried to fight that. And the way Nokia fought it is by trying to make their operating system, which I think was called Symbian or something like that, OS, be the same as iOS by removing the keyboard. But that operating system was never really created to operate without a keyboard and, in the sleek, nice way that iOS operates today. And slowly they started losing market share to Apple. Eventually they said, okay, Apple and Google were right, we were wrong. We're going to throw away everything we've done so far and replace it with Windows Phone. Because everybody knows that when you tie two rocks together, they float, right? That was the idea between combining Nokia and Windows Phone. And every kid knows they don't float, and they actually sink at the same rate. And that's really what happened, right? So the day Nokia announced that they're throwing away everything they had so far and are switching to Windows, people stopped buying Nokia phones. They were waiting for the Windows Phone, and their market cap went down probably by 75% or something like that. I don't remember. And then they were acquired by Microsoft for some odd reason, and then I think yesterday again, Microsoft announced that they're shutting it down. So that's one example. The other example has to do with the building we're sitting in right now. Anyone who knows which company was here? Silicon Graphics, correct. What happened to Silicon Graphics? Why? Yeah. So what happened to Silicon Graphics? It's the same thing, right? They were disrupted. They were selling pretty successfully graphic processing machines that cost a lot of money, and they were disrupted by a couple of startups. I think it was S3 first, and then NVIDIA and others that came out with $300-500 cards that did more than the Silicon Graphics machines, and that's it. Of course, what Silicon Graphics should have done is said, okay, let's use our intellectual property and compete against them, and instead of building machines that cost tens of thousands of dollars, we'll build cards that cost hundreds of dollars. That would have been very detrimental to their business short term, but long term would have been the right thing to do. They didn't. We all know where they are right now. And the same thing happened to Sci Microsystem, which couldn't handle the disruption of open source and so on. I think that, again, if you're starting a company and you're going after an existing big market and you are bringing disruption to that market, like real disruption, not I'm 10% cheaper or 10% better, like 1 billion times better or hundreds of times cheaper than, especially when it's consumer or semi-consumer company, then you're in disruption mode. You're disrupting incumbents, and the incumbents have two bad choices, and with some luck, not a lot, with some luck, they're going to pick the wrong choice, which is keep putting lipstick on the pig and trying to convince the market that, you know, the phone without the keyboard is the same as the other phone without the keyboard, and die a slow, miserable death, rather than doing the thing that's bad for you, which is embrace the disruption and go against you when you're still small. Okay, now, probably too late for them. We haven't announced our earnings yet. It's tomorrow. Checkpoint, one of our main competitors, or the largest pure play player in our industry, has already announced their earnings. Last quarter, they billed $383 million. Analysts expect us to bill about $450, I think, this quarter. So analysts expect us tomorrow to announce that we're 20% bigger than Checkpoint. And that's after they've been selling products for 23 years, and we've been selling products for less than 9.
Let's give some applause here. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Well, we're running out of time, so my last question, what would be your advice to the young entrepreneurs? Short and quick.
Yeah, build the right culture and make sure that you don't fool yourself. And be sure that what you're doing is really disruptive if you're going after an existing market, which is probably the case for the vast majority of companies here. Building a new market is rare and very difficult, especially in the non-consumer space. But really, be self-aware. Don't fool yourself and don't kid yourself. And if you hear no from enough VCs, then maybe they're right and you're wrong, and move on to the next idea. Just really be true with yourself and have a good culture and maintain it for the long run.
Thank you, Nir. Let's give a round of applause to Nir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Stas. Okay, and now time, after listening about success, big success, it's a time to give the stage for companies who are looking to repeat this success. And I'm inviting Everyone with a blue tag, investors to take seat on these 4 tables, it's for judges. Please take your seats. And I will ask 8 judges. Igor Taber from Intel Capital. Igor. Brian Vilka from Artiman Venture. Lev Mas from Exit Capital. Sasha Galitsky, Almaz Capital. Ken Ho, Spectrum 28. Vish Mishra, Clearstone. Bill Reicher, Garage Technology Venture. And Pavel Korolev, Pulsar Venture. Please take seats on these tables. Everyone with a blue tag underneath, please, and everyone who is investor, who registers as investor, please take seats on the front. We have about 30 judges. Every judge is valuable, everyone equal. And guys, you have names, so please find your name. Okay, a few instructions for, we're missing 2 people. Oh, Bill, just a second. Okay. Okay, few instructions for.
You're not here either? Neither.
No, you're not here. You're in the table.
Oh, down there?
Yes.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Okay, instruction to all judges. Just come. We're missing few judges. Please, again, Igor Taber, Brian Vilkov, Lev Mas, Sasha Galitsky, Ken Ho, Vish Mishra. Vish. Lev Mas, we're waiting for you. Brian Vilkov. Brian. Brian and Vish. Okay. Few instructions for judges, both on these tables and. Okay. Yes. Thanks. For all judges, you have these score sheets. It's the most important document for us. Please put your name and name of the company you review, and please put their scores by each of the category. We'll use it to give feedback to companies and find the best company. So rules very simple. We invite every company. Each company have 5 minutes, strictly 5 minutes to present their business. And after that, about 5 minutes for Q&A by judges, both on the stage and in the room. Any question? Let's start. Let's check if our judges know how to do a pitch. Yes. So we're starting from reverse pitch. 30 seconds. We're starting from the stage, and after that, between companies, we'll ask judges at tables to introduce themselves, their funds, and focus investment focus interest. 30 seconds. So, Lev, please.
Hello, my name is Lev Bass. I'm a partner with Exit Capital. We're an early stage venture fund focused on seed stage, primarily enterprise.
Hi, and my name is Bill Reichert, and I'm Managing Director of Garage Technology Ventures. Garage is a seed and early stage venture capital firm here in Silicon Valley. We focus on 2 guys in a garage or 2 gals in a garage coming from anywhere on the planet. Come on down, thanks.
Igor Tabor with Intel Capital. Intel Capital has a broad stage agnostic focus. My personal focus is around enterprise software investments.
I'm Alexander Sasha Galitsky at Almaz Capital, so global funds, Syria A, sometimes seed, sometimes B.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Andrei Kaladyuk, I'm a founder and managing partner of Ventures Capital. We are focused on the great Ukrainian teams that want to build the global businesses. We are early stage fund, late seed Series A. So we are focused on the great teams and both B2B, B2C.
Hello, I'm Pavel Korolev, Pulsar Venture Capital. We invest in B2B, in industrial, IT, Internet of Things. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Kent Ho. I'm a co-founder of Spectrum 28. We're a fund that focuses on seed to Series B, looking at opportunity companies that leverage data to build kind of new defensible business models, specifically fintech, genetics, and retail and hospitality are areas that are of interest.
Thank you. And now we will continue with other judges. We have about 30 between companies. So now my pleasure to invite Jennifer Silverberg from Smart Commerce. Jennifer, please, welcome Jennifer.
Good morning. I'm Jennifer Silverberg with Smart Commerce. Smart Commerce was built to solve a problem that brands call the black hole of retail. It's their complete loss of visibility and control at the most important part of the buying cycle of their products, the actual purchase of the product itself. You may have had this happen. You're not a brand, so I can't expect you to understand, but I'm going to explain it in something that may have happened to you at some point. Did you ever have a brand do a really good job of getting you interested in a product? They had an ad, they had an influence or something, and you clicked on a button to buy it. You got shot off to the retailer, and the retailer said, you may also like, here are 10 other things you might want to consider, or here are these shoes that you were looking at last week. And you get upsold, cross-sold, pulled aside, whatever. You lose your way on the way to the sale. This is a huge problem for the brand that spent $2, $4, $6 to get you to that sale, to get you to that retailer. Sorry, I'm learning to use this thing. In order to fix this, we had to create a giant network of connections between products and the retailers that sold them. That giant network looks something like a giant living hairball, and it wouldn't show up really well here, so I'm not going to show it to you. But I'll show you what it looks like to a brand. 2 products, one that solves a visibility problem, one that solves a control problem. For visibility, it's SmartLink. We give brands visibility into what the actual retail shelf looks like online. Their products, their competitors' products, what they physically look like, what they're priced like, how they show up in search, etc. Simple, easy way to look at the data every single day. Excuse me, I'm fighting a cold. Second, we use Smart Cart. Smart Cart is, remember that button that I was telling you that you pushed that took you over to the retailer? Instead of that, we've created a new way so that you can actually basket products at the brand's cart inside on the brand's site while the brand is in control, and then dump all of that at one time all the way into carts at the consumer's choice of retailers. So you completely bypass that page that takes you sideways. For brands, this is a huge solution. Brands pay between $2,000 and $30,000 a month for this. How do we know that? Because the company was launched in 2014 as a B2B company in Spain. In 2014, we picked up brands like Coca-Cola, Nestle, Procter & Gamble, Orangina, and Unilever. In 2015, these same brands started renewing and expanding to other countries inside of Europe. Of course, the next thought that the company had is, we better take a look at the US. In the US, they found that Gartner was, or Morgan Stanley was saying that we were hitting an inflection point in CPG online commerce. In other words, this problem that was occurring was becoming much bigger at an incredibly rapid rate. From 2.8% of people buying online CPG items to roughly 28% of people buying online CPG items in the space of just 2 years. The second thing that they found is the problem had already been solved. There was a company called Channel Intelligence that in the early 2000 to 2013 actually provided this for brands. They did such a good job of it that in 2013, Google bought them to power Google product listing ads. At that point, all of these connections for these brands were disconnected, so there were brands that had an existing need that was not being filled. So the company went out to look for the people who had done this before with Channel Intelligence, the experienced people who knew how to build the engine, knew how to build the product, had the existing relationships with customers, and put that together with this group of technologists in Europe, and that is what formed Smart Commerce. And I, by the way, was one of those people that they hired. The first hire in January, and I have hired the people that are showing underneath me there over the last 4 months. In the last 4 months, our traction looks like this. We have Unilever, Mars, McCormick's, Kimberly-Clark, about 6 other major brands that are already wanting to work with us. Now, the good news is I have a team that can change a tire on a moving car because we're also trying to build the infrastructure underneath it. But some of these brands are already going on with live demos as we speak, just 4 months after we've launched. We have a little bit of competition outside of our space, but inside of our space, which is purely focused on consumer packaged goods versus electronics and other items, we are all by ourselves since Channel Intelligence left. We're raising a Series A. We're targeting between 4 and 5 million. We have 2 million committed. The legal structure is a company is based in the US, and we're folding the Spanish company into that. We've raised about $800,000 so far, and that has funded our growth to date. So there's a recognized market need, a proven technology, an experienced team facing an opportunity that should be 10x what it was when Google bought the company before for $125 million. That's the math for you. Any questions?
Thank you. And now, dear judges, both on stage and in the room, please, it's time to ask questions. Any questions from the room? Yes.
Yeah, Andrzej Geziek, I'm an angel investor. So what is your expected valuation for that first round?
We're targeting about 12 to 14 million. Good question. In Europe already, we are at about a $500,000 a year or 500,000 euro a year run rate, and that is double what it was a year prior. So we're already being able to bring revenues to the table, and we already have interest from US companies that are already talking about numbers like the one I showed before. Plus we have the team. We actually have the #1 guy in the United States in building this that we hired 2 months ago. So we will have the best and the strongest network that is built today.
Question from the stage.
Jennifer, over here, can you explain your product in sort of layman's terms for the, I mean, I understand the market in general, I just don't quite understand how your product is solving the solution.
Okay, there are 2 parts to it. Imagine, I'm going to have to explain it in layman's terms, assuming that you're a brand marketer. You're a brand marketer, and you're spending a lot of money getting people interested in your products. But then you send them off to the retailer, you don't know what happens, and you can't control it. When you send them off, they can go sideways. The retailer's job is to sell something, not to sell the brand that the person walked in the door wanting or came to the site wanting. It's to sell something. So they may have something on sale, they may have something better, they take people sideways. There's 2 ways we solve that. One is we give visibility to what's happening. So you even know, why did I send 1,000 people to Amazon this month and only 2 bought? Why? Because there's somebody else who's underpricing you and has banner ads or buying from Amazon and all this. We let them see that. The second thing is we have them totally bypass that Amazon landing page that tries to cross-sell you and all that kind of nonsense and take you off the path to buy the thing that you want. We let people, with very little thought, just toss products into carts. They can toss it in the Walmart cart, toss it in the Amazon cart. They can toss it to where they want to buy.
You have to do a technical integration with each e-commerce site one by one.
Each retailer? No, that's the great part of this. Retailers are set up to take orders. So it's very easy for us to go in, understand how the retailer wants to receive that order, and dump products to them. We have never had a problem.
So Amazon gives you the API to put stuff straight into the cart.
To put stuff straight into the cart for that user.
Okay.
Exactly. And if the user's already signed in, they don't even have to sign in and say who they are or what they're doing.
Okay, and then could you share with us some of your metrics? So you've done this in Spain. There must be some lift metrics, some cost of acquisition metrics. How big of an impact is this having? Or the channel intelligence metrics as well.
Yeah, the channel intelligence metrics were more about how this is typically used in the U.S. is more the taking advertising and making advertising work better. In other words, at the moment of somebody wants to buy something, it makes the ad turn into a purchase rather than the ad turn into just a branding ad. And we saw about a 7%, with channel intelligence, we saw about a 7% lift on click-throughs on the ads when people understood that they could actually go buy that thing, and sales when they went through. Not huge, but to a CPG company, it's huge. For a it's not big to us, but to a CPG company, that repurchase cycle, keeping somebody on a repurchase cycle is critical. Because if they go to a competitor, they lose them. That's another difference between CPG and like computers, for example. You buy one of those every 5 years. CPG, if they lose you in a cycle where you're buying once every 2 or 3 months. It's a big problem. In Europe, it's a little bit hard to define a metric. The brands they're happy with the sales that they're getting through this, but since they weren't doing it before, there's not a lift metric. In other words, before all they had was a website, and now they have a website where they're selling. Or where they're sending people to go buy. I'm not sure how they would exactly measure a metric on that one, but I'll take that as a thought and follow up with you if you're interested.
Thank you, Jennifer. We have to keep going. Thank you very much, and please meet Jennifer during the break. Okay, Konstantin Ivanov, be ready, but before we go to the next company, it's my pleasure to introduce our judges at this table. So, 30 seconds, reverse speech, you introduce yourself and your investment interest.
Christian Talaworski from Berlin, based in Berlin and San Francisco, mostly enterprise software and Eastern European companies moving to the US.
Hello, Kamil Saeed, Aspect Ventures, early stage VC firm focusing on Series A, a little bit of seed across both consumer and enterprise spaces.
John Ritchie, US Angel Investor Group.
Ben Byatt, Illuminate Ventures, Seed, and A B2B SaaS.
Andre Geziek, Angel. I'm a part of Band of Angels and Koretsu Forum as well, and invest for myself too.
Moshe Daljo from Israel, angel investor, interested in seed rounds.
Thank you. By the way, everyone, our investors have special tag investors, so we call it Hunt Your Investor. During breaks, don't hesitate to approach. Oh, they're not going to run away, yes, guys. Okay, now my pleasure to introduce Konstantin Ivanov with DigiFabster. Konstantin, 5 minutes.
Hi, good morning. My name is Konstantin. I'm a co-founder of DigiFabster. We want to accelerate the third industrial revolution. But before it, I want to tell you a short story. When I launched my first 3D printing bureau about 3 years ago, I decided to make manufacturing more simple and more understandable for all customers. And my first customer came to me with a simple job. He needs just to print a part of the toy for his daughter. So he just upload the design, get the price, and get the part in 1 week. So it's could be very simple to use for all companies. So now we see growing numbers of the companies in the 3D printing space, in machine tooling space. We see new applications like jewelry, like medical devices, or architect. But for most of the companies in 3D printing and machine tooling market is still a headache to provide the quotation. They have no idea, know nothing about benefits of the marketing. They have no manpower and financial resources to meet the demand. So for customers, it still takes about 1 to 2 days to just get a quote, to just get a price for a part. And for business owners, it takes about a long time to provide quotation, provide pricing quickly, and manage all incoming leads. So we need to change it. That's why we built DigiFabster. DigiFabster is a cloud-based CRM solution for instant quotation and 3D file preparation platform for engineering bureaus and machine tooling shops. So also we develop an outsourcing production network to share resources between the companies. And what do we do in simple words? We just install the web application to the website of the client, of the company, and connect to their emails. So every customer can easily upload the model, get instant quotation, and get notification about all the orders. And on the other side, the owners of the bureaus can easily access to the browser-based CRM system and get information about all the leads, all the customers, and can set up easily all information about materials, options, which will be provided to the web application. So about the market size. Currently, free printing is about 2.5 billion and will be 10x bigger in the next 5 years. On the other hand, its machine tooling market is about 30 billion and continue growing. So about 80% of the market split between the North America and the Western Europe. And intersection between 3D printing market and machine tooling markets is really huge. So now about the progress. We now do a pilot with more than 200 clients, companies from US, Mexico, UK, and Europe. We have already about 30 paid clients and 2 large enterprise deals in the works. So our pricing plan is based on quotes and user base. So we're growing with our customers. And about competitors. Right now, professional players are handling all orders and all communication manually, and it's really negative affects their indirect costs and conversion. The alternative is to buy very high price and old-fashioned solution from all these companies on the market. And the other option is to work with a company called 3D Hubs to outsource your lead generation and instant quotation to their companies. But it comes with a really high price, not limited repeat of the business, and work with only B2C orders. About the team, we have a strong team with 10 years combined experience in sales, business, and product development. Me and Sergey based in New York to work with US clients. Peter based in Munich to develop Europe market, and our development team based in Moscow. So we have about 3 years experience of doing business in manufacturing space and already built a revenue positive company. We're looking for 1 million in total, and about 200 we already have, secured by US and Russian angels. And we plan to continue product development, a growing support team in the US and Europe, and dedicate resources for the enterprise clients. We do not plan to stop with only 3D printing market. We go next to the machine tooling market and full cycle production, and will be a broker of the marketplace. Thank you.
Thank you, Digifabster. Now time for questions. Questions from the tables. Guys, any question? Okay, from the stage, please. Yes, Igor.
So quick question. What's unique about 3D market specifically that requires a dedicated CRM solution that traditional CRM in that particular segment? Presumably they've had traditional CRMs.
Yeah, because
what's unique about 3D specific? What are the requirements of the 3D printing market?
So first of all, we need to 3D engine to analyze all 3D models. That's specific things in 3D printing space. Traditional CRM system like SAP also do a good work for the customers in the space, but they have no engine for analyzing 3D models. It's the most important step in the whole process.
So that's your secret sauce, right? So I would assume most of the orders you get in are for parts that you are seeing for the first time ever, right?
Right.
So what's the trick here in terms of when a person when somebody needs a part, you have to generate a 3D model. They're not going to submit a 3D model of that part, correct?
So most of the customers already have 3D model. So they need only upload the model and get a price.
Okay, so the presumption is the reason you can be so fast and good is that they submit a 3D model.
Yeah.
And then based on that, you can
We need to generate 3D model, of course.
Okay, but I got to assume that a whole bunch of your prospective customers don't already have a 3D model.
At about 20% of all customers don't have a model.
So is that a service you provide for a fee, or is that?
No, our customers, our clients provide services like modeling to generate a 3D model. So we also support 3D modeling services in our solution.
Okay, question from this side.
Yes, I have a question. How you plan to scale your business and win competition?
Sorry, again.
How do you plan scale your business and win competition?
Okay, so good question. Right now we partnership with most of the bigger manufacturing companies in the space to distribute our solution with these partners. The first thing, we also do really short cycle development because it's too important in our space, because we have some bigger guys in the market, but we can go really fast. So it's a lot of things to do it faster, better than the companies in the market.
Ken.
What's really the defensibility around what you're doing?
You mean like a patent?
Maybe not a patent, but I mean, what's really defensible? Like, what builds the moat for you so that somebody else doesn't come in and...
Okay, so I think the team, first of all, the team, we have really smart guys in the development team, and we do our work very good and very fast. And so I think it's one of the things. And of course, also we do a patent because it's too important in our market. And we have good relationships with current market players. And they knew us, they knew about our solution, and we have good relations.
Additional question from tables, dear judges. Questions? Yes.
I mean, there's a lot of 3D printed services out there. Can you explain the difference with a company such as Shapeways?
So Shapeways provide only services. I mean, services for end customers, for end users, and we provide solution for a business. So we have a very different clients. They have end user, we have a business users. But the solution which we made is very similar with the Shapeways, but we provide it for SMB and other enterprises.
Okay, thank you, DGF sir.
Thank you.
Okay. Tony Kapitansky, please be ready. Before we continue, dear judges, again, please fill up the judging form, put your name and name of the company. Okay, and now the next judging table, please introduce yourself, 30 seconds.
Rich Moore with the Band of Angels and interested in all types of B2B technology.
Alex Sherbakovsky with Access Strategic Ventures. We do fintech and enterprise software across stage.
Startup.network is an investment platform which represents more than 5,000 private investors from CIS countries.
3F Capital, we invest in robotics and early stage.
My name is Paul Tumen. I'm also a managing partner in 3F Capital Robotics, Electronics and Military Technology. Thank you.
Okay, great, and we'll continue after the next company. So next company, Anthony Kapitansky, Team Fusion.
Hello, thank you for having me. So Team Fusion is a learning automation platform for enterprise software. In short, we help users actually learn how to use all of the tools and keep up to date with all the changes in tools in their work environment. This is actually a really big problem in enterprise software since its transition to SaaS. On average, end users today are using about 6 to 7 applications in their work environment. In 2 years, that number is expected to double to 14 applications per work environment. In fact, IT in enterprise is expected to spend $127 billion on cloud service implementation alone in the next 2 years. At the same time, in an average enterprise environment, less than 15% of end users are actually reporting they know how to use this technology and use it productively. And this is costing US companies alone $350 billion in lost productivity a year. So Team Fusion is solving this challenge in a very unique way. We're working directly with the systems integrators that are responsible for driving 90% of enterprise software deployments and sales in environments like Oracle, SAP, and Microsoft. In fact, we're enabling these systems integrators to deploy custom learning hubs to each one of their clients that are tailored to those unique IT environments, and more to that, personalized to each end user in the environment based on whether or not they're in sales, marketing, IT, giving them an all-in-one onboarding, training, and support experience, helping them be more productive with their environments. On top of that, we're coupling that with robust analytics that enable IT teams to really understand where the biggest challenges are for their users in adopting this technology, what type of questions they're asking, what type of content they're looking at, and really where they need the most help. So being in the Valley, there are quite a few startups and large companies that have tried to address this problem and do so very well in different ways. In fact, Zendesk does this really great from the self-service support platform perspective for SaaS companies. But unlike traditional SaaS companies, the enterprises run very differently. Typically, solution providers don't own the end customer relationship. So whereas Zendesk enables a software company to provide incredible support to their customers, Team Fusion enables service providers to continue that lifecycle relationship, provide that support, and onboard each customer that they work with. So today, we enable each system integrator that we work with to white label our platform. We charge them a $1,500 one-time fee, and from there it's traditional SaaS in the sense that we charge an ongoing 50 cents per user per month on the total amount of end users that they have. Each system integrator that we work with becomes a storefront for us, transacting to their end users. And they're highly motivated to do so under this white labeled environment because we're changing their business from a one-time set it and forget it service opportunity to a monthly recurring revenue opportunity, increasing their margins substantially. We launched into our market January 1st of this year. And since then, we've acquired 25 paying systems integrators who are actively transacting to their customer base in our beachhead ecosystem of Microsoft. With that, we're projecting a $560,000 revenue for this fiscal year and are continuing to grow. So because of that, we're looking for a $500,000 seed round to enable us to capitalize on some very large opportunities in our pipeline and some very interesting opportunities. Some of which include large licensed redistributors like Synnex and Ingram Micro, where we need sales resources to not only enable our channel to transact more actively in those environments and more effectively, but to capitalize on those opportunities quicker than ever we could before. So as we're wrapping up, one of the great things about our founding team is not only that we're a father-son duo, but the experience that we bring to this project. I actually come from a background in the systems integrator world, working at one of the largest systems integrators in the US in the Microsoft ecosystem, onboarding some of the biggest enterprise customers into Office 365. And my father, Boris Kapitansky, comes from a storied history in enterprise software. He's one of the original co-founders of Eclipse.org and was an active CTO of Serena Software, leading them from a $250 million valuation to a $1.2 billion leverage buyout. So our coupled talent enables us to really go to this market with great technical understanding and a great understanding of the market we're operating within today. Thank you very much, and I'm looking forward to any questions that you all have today.
Thank you, Team Fusion. And now it's time for questions. Questions? Any questions from the tables? Questions? Okay, judges, please.
So, could you give us a typical case study, help us understand what types of applications are these systems integrators needing to support? I'm thinking, I mean, like Salesforce and Slack, they're going straight to the end user, right? I don't know.
So yeah.
And then also tell us then the economic flow through. What's the typical economics for the system integrator and your split with them?
Absolutely. So typically, we're not working with many systems integrators in Salesforce, and the reason why is Salesforce affects a sales team, right? And that's a small segment of an overall company. With Office 365 and other productivity solutions, these integrators are affecting the entire company as a whole. So when they're going in and deploying that, they also are integrating with Salesforce, but we're transacting primarily through productivity partners who affect the entire company. With that, the economic flow is because we're white labeled, they're actually owning the billing lifecycle with their customer. We don't define the terms that they have with each customer. In fact, they're adding services around this, having an opportunity to, perhaps if they weren't the systems integrator deploying Salesforce, having an opportunity to go in and load Salesforce content to make that a holistic environment. From there, on average, we're seeing a systems integrator charge $1.50 to $2.50 per user per month to their end customer. From that, today, we're taking 50 cents per user per month, enabling them to transact into large environments and also have that flexibility in enterprise to make that economic situation work as well. Does that somewhat answer your question? Or, okay, great.
So training and onboarding and it's kind of one-time event, right? So somebody deployed the Salesforce or whatever else, they need a period of time to train their team. How do you stay relevant to that account 6 months later, 9 months later, a year later?
With legacy enterprise software, that certainly was the case. You deploy it once, and that's a software, and once you're onboarded, you're great. With SaaS enterprise software, onboarding is a one-time event, but training is perpetual. There's rollouts to Office 365 to Salesforce that affect every end user constantly, actually on a monthly basis. So having a platform that keeps those relevant or those users up to date on the changes occurring, and more to that, enables them to deflect costly help desk tickets in their IT environment by having that information ready to them at their fingertips, is something that's really maximizing their productivity and lowering the costs the IT teams are spending on supporting them.
Okay, question from this table? Any questions?
Yeah, could you describe your key technology you are using to address this one?
Yeah, so we're a .NET-based platform. We're running today in Azure as our runtime environment for that scalability. And we use Orchard CMS to enable us to white label our platform very quickly and very efficiently to each partner that we work with. So that white labeling process isn't just a logo in a corner, but all the way down to color, look and feel, URL. All of that is done with just a few clicks of a button through our current technology stack.
Okay. Thank you, Team Fusion.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, while next company is preparing, my pleasure to introduce the next table. 30 seconds, reverse speech.
Hi, I'm Melissa Yaffa with Step Up Funding, and we invest in early stage, preferred A and B, and we do services for startups.
Hi, I'm Farshad Noshadi. I'm a VC and a mentor at Level 39, which is the largest fintech organization in Europe, and also vice president of one of the leading bank in the Middle East in terms of the East strategy. Also initial investor in wonderful Google.
Evgen Sisov, Ventures Capital. We invest in Eastern European companies coming to US to make business here, and stage-wise late seed and Series A across enterprise, IoT, mobile, and consumer.
Leslie Murdoch from Murdoch Venture Partners and Murdoch Martel. We provide seed capital and also CFO services to early stage startups.
Vitaly Balekhin, Venture Angels Seed and Early Stage Investment Fund.
Thank you. And now my special pleasure to introduce a first company from South Africa ever presenting at SVOD, Sabco Magwazim. Sabco is the company. Oh, my hair!
Thank you. Thank you. I've got a lapel mic. Thank you. Sorry. Hi, my name is Sapo Makwazima from Moya Communications. Some years ago, my sister was stranded outside a bus station, all by herself, with no minutes or data. Then I realized within the world, there must be some people who actually have experienced this problem, this painful problem for me. When I did my research, I realized that 3 billion people in the world experience this problem. And this problem occurs 1.6 million times per year in South Africa alone. We have created a solution for this problem. The prepaid market is huge. In South Africa alone, we have more cell phones than people, and 80% of that is prepaid. And in the world, we have a whopping 70% prepaid. And all these people run out of minutes 1 trillion times a year. Due to ad blockers, other forms of medium have been formed somewhat irrelevant in their targeting. So we provide a solution that targets users better. We fuse a 10-second ad with a 1-minute phone call in order for the user to be able to communicate with the people they need to communicate mostly. I'm going to play a bit of a demo. Basically, we have an app. You download an app which is free from all app stores. You register. You select a friend, or a family friend in my case. And then you hear a 10-second ad that will power up your phone call. And evidently, you will be connected to the person you most want to be connected to. In our arena, we boast a patent which protects our proprietary process. And also within our environment, there is a court settlement of 63 million rands from between our fringe competitor and a telecoms company, which immediately tells you that there is demand in our environment for such a service. Sorry. Umoya Air, within its beta testing phase, we have managed to actually secure 12,000 users. And of course, we also have managed in our POC process to run 9 million calls through the system. We have 3 national awards, and but to mention a few, the Nelson Mandela Top 40, the Mandela Washington Fellowship, we're also part of that, and we've also secured a partnership with the biggest telecoms company in South Africa. Just a quick run through of, sorry, oh my slides. Just a quick run through of what the system actually is able to do. The advertiser pays for an outbound call that also just 10 cents worth of each and every one of those calls that cover all our costs, including a small profit. With your assistance, in South Africa alone, we stand a chance of being able to make $64 million a year. In the world, 10 billion per annum. We have an amazing team, which is myself, the founder, and of course, UI developer. I have 2 awards, 2 amazing national awards under my name, and we have an amazing CFO, Craig, who does some amazing young accounting guru stuff that I don't understand. And then there's Kaya, who is also a founder, UX, and is an MBA. So, and then of course, we also have Michael, who has his PhD, and Duration, who is very good at database management and that kind of software development. We only require $1 million in order to be able to achieve this major feat and to be able to service our environment. In closing, the desire to reach the stars is ambitious. The desire to reach hearts is wise. And that is what we actually hope to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. First South African startup at SVOD. Now time for questions. Questions? Yes.
Okay, this is a stupid question, but I don't understand what your business does. Can you say it again, please?
Yeah. Basically, in my country, people actually recharge on a continuous basis their cell phone accounts. So 80% of our market is the recharge market, the prepaid market. So you find that we run out of minutes about 1.6 billion times a year. So there's an opportunity for advertisers who are not getting through to the users by sponsoring those minutes in order for a user to be able to communicate with their loved one, basically. Yeah.
So 2 questions. One is, how do you differentiate? Like, how do you differentiate from someone else coming to the market? And 2, does the other person hear the ad?
No.
Because that, I mean, you would think that would multiply give you sort of virality.
Yeah. Yeah.
If 2 people hear the ad versus 1.
Yeah. We've also found that during our research period that it actually annoys the other person to actually allows them to hear the ad. So for us, it was better for the one who actually knows they're making the call to hear the ad. Yeah. So for now, what happens is we store the receiver telephone number in order to be able to market further. Yeah.
So how does...
No, so, oh, what? Oh. Just a quick question, Farshad. Go ahead. Okay, thanks. What makes network operators such as MTN adopt this same business model? They're obviously looking for revenue, and they could just do the same thing.
The nice part about it, we have a patent. We have a 20-year patent. We also are partnering up currently, have partnered up with the biggest mobile telecoms company in South Africa, which the MTNs and the Vodacoms actually happen to rent out infrastructure from them. So we have ring-fenced ourselves a patent protection and also a big brother.
kind of similar question to that. How about your competition?
Yes, yes, sir.
Anybody tried to do this before?
Um,
Competitors?
Yes, there's. I think when we went public, a couple of people actually tried to do it. They tried to copycat us, but our process, which is our patent, allows us to be able to have the edge over them. And I think 2 or 3 of them have actually fallen out. And the please call me, which does not actually activate a call, it just sends a message, is what I was talking about now when they were settling a dispute for $63 million US. Yeah.
So I love this.
Thank you.
You know, and and you know, the closest precursor though is Modi, right?
Yes, sir.
And so Modi, what they're doing is they say nano credit in a nanosecond. That's their angle.
Yes.
They're not forcing the advertising side, but so the concern is to the carrier. You both have to have a partnership with the carriers, right? You've got to lock in with the carrier to connect the payment into the minutes, right?
Yeah. During our beta phase, yes, that's true, yes, sir. But during our beta phase, we did not actually have a relationship with the networks. And the nice part about it, we had a third-party agreement, which they had no idea that we were actually doing this. So
somebody else who was doing the top-up for you.
That's
so you
right.
could use another top-up service.
That's right.
That was the trick.
Yeah.
Okay. So, but back to Modi, I mean, the concern from the advertiser point of view is, I'll listen to any ad, to get the money I need to make a call, right? I can listen to whatever, right?
That's right.
Does the advertiser really value the ad at full market rate?
I think it actually is a better impact in the sense that, as I had said when I actually started my story, that my sister was stranded. Can you imagine if you were stranded somewhere and you had no minutes, no opportunity?
I will listen to an ad for dog food.
That's right.
And I don't have a dog, right? Okay.
However, the very first time you actually meet somebody with a dog, you'd actually say, I know some amazing dog food.
So are you facing Modi in South Africa?
Not quite, because the presence is not actually strong enough yet. Our presence is actually much stronger. I think it's because of what the partnerships and everything in our start. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Microphone. Yeah. Do you have any plans to expand outside of South Africa, like to India and other places where the top-ups is a huge thing and recharge is a big thing?
Yes, sir. We are. I think mostly. We want to actually expand into Africa immediately, considering the fact that 1 trillion people actually experience this problem globally, and so for us, it shows an opportunity for us to be able to reach into the rest of the world, with of course possible partnerships and finance from fine people like this. Yeah.
Good final punchline. Thank you, Meyer. Thank you, Zapko. Okay, Simon Morris, please be ready. And our ever speech from this table, please. 30 seconds.
My name is Katya. I'm managing partner at Starter Capital. We focus on seed and pre-seed. And last year we launched the acceleration program to help Eastern European startups. And we're based in New York.
Hello, Adi Ruben. I'm an angel investor and also a BlackBerry Corp Dev.
Yusuke Otsubo, UMJ Russia Fund, based in Tokyo and Moscow, looking for the seed and early stage investment.
Yes, hi, Vlad Pigin, Microsoft Ventures, empowering entrepreneurs around the world to build great businesses. Thanks.
Vitaly Golomb, I head up investments for Silicon Valley's original startup, HP, corporate venture arm. And we focus on 3D printing, robotics, AI, immersive, and IoT.
Okay, thank you. Again, a reminder to our judges, please fill up this form. Last company was Umo Ayer, and put your name, please. It's very important for us. So next company, my pleasure to invite Simon Morris with Iris Software. Simon. Welcome, Simon.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Again, my name is Simon Morris. I'm the CEO of Iristech Software. Iristech is enabling displays to be smart for the first time. Displays that intelligently adapt to the environment, but also to the age and gender of the viewers unique vision. Displays actually don't account for how we really see. Your laptop, your tablet, your mobile phone, when you go outside with these devices, you typically can't see them in the sun or if you're sitting on the beach. Why is that? Because displays are still manufactured with the essential assumption that all eyes are the same. The eyes of a 25-year-old male in room lighting, which is clearly not the case. At nighttime, of course, the brightness of the display is actually the #1 contributor to eye strain and eye fatigue, and of course consumes about 80% of the device's battery power. You can turn down the brightness of the display, of course, reduce the power, reduce the eye strain, but it's a catch-22. You also reduce the visibility, you can't read it. Of course, the major display manufacturers like Samsung and Apple, they have large R&D teams spending hundreds of millions of dollars on advancing display technologies, introducing more recently in the last couple of years auto brightness features to increase automatically the brightness of the display. But this isn't solving the problem. We still have, as you know, these same problems of trying to review our displays at night and during the day in the sun. This is really what happens when you take an engineering approach, a heavy image processing approach or pixel processing approach without taking account of the science of how the eye works. Iris Tech has actually hired physiologists to model actually the way the rods and cones of the eye perform and how they actually render color and contrast in these different environments, as well as how your eye behaves as you age and based on gender. So we take a display experience that during the day is hard to read, like outside here on the beach, and at this lower power level, at a lower luminance level, we actually restore the color and contrast so the display is readable using a software solution. At nighttime, of course, if you're driving, it becomes a safety issue. If your display luminance is too low, you can't read the display. Again, at this very low display power level, saving power and eye strain, we can restore the color and contrast and make the display readable. This is a huge market. There were 2 billion display devices manufactured last year. In the typical licensing model for mobile phones, between 50 cents and $1 a charge per unit, which translates to a revenue stream for Iris Tech software of roughly about $1 billion to $2 billion. There's a second phase to our business plan that actually has us addressing our personalization technology in the online ad revenue market, and that market is, of course, huge at $170 billion. The market adopters will likely be where the pain points are biggest, so automotive, where it's a safety issue, and battery-limited devices, so smartwatches and VR headsets and mobile phones. Iris Tech's really making displays smart for the first time through a patented approach using some lightweight algorithms and the physiology of the eye to adapt the display to the environment and to the viewer's age and gender. Of course, it's not only a huge market, but it's a growing market. There were about $100 billion in revenue was generated from the sale of display panels alone, not just the devices, but the panels. That will grow to about $150 billion by 2020. We launched our first product called PowerSave earlier this year and have more than half a dozen of the major consumer device manufacturers in detailed evaluations with the software, as well as some of the major automotive tier ones like Bosch. Of course, our team comprised of both experience and brains. I have some of the experience. I sold my last startup. I did 3 startups. My last one was sold in September of last year, providing the second best return to its investors. It was a vision processor company that gave eyes to cars, so driver safety. I'm joined by 2 co-founders, brilliant co-founders, Afsun Sudi and Tara Akavan, who have their PhDs in image processing and are the inventors of the technology. Of course, where we're going is make the display experience even more personalized. So you wouldn't wear shoes that don't fit or are mismatched. Why should the displays we use not match the way our eyes work? And in particular, how do they work as we age and make that experience that much more vivid? I can tell you more about that, of course, if you join me after this event. Our first phase of financing is $1.75 million, and we're closing that right now. And we're doing a second phase next year for $5 million, which will be used to address the online ad revenue market with our personalization technology. Thank you.
Thank you, Simon. Thank you, Octane Software. So now time for questions. Questions from the, oh, Jessica.
Is this an app you download on your phone, or has it to be built in at the manufacturer level?
For the first phase of our business plan, it's a software library that is loaded in the OS by the device manufacturer. So we're licensing it directly to Samsung and Oppo Mobile and so on. The second phase of the business model, which involves the online ad revenue, that's actually a library that gets integrated into the app for Facebook and Twitter. So it isn't something you can download on your phone and make use of unless you just want to use it in the context of that one app, which really doesn't make sense. You want to have it on all the time.
Have you closed any licensing deals with manufacturers yet?
No, but we're very close. We should be announcing something at the end of June.
Questions from tables, from stage?
Yeah, I understand the phase one. The advertising, what do you bring to the table from an advertising standpoint?
Okay, good question. Because 5 minutes is not very much time to explain both phases of the business plan. But the second phase that you're asking about, the online ad revenue market can basically what our technology allows the Facebook and Twitter to do is personalize video advertisements. So you can make the ad more salient by adjusting the color and contrast based on the age and gender of the individual. So the click-through might be a bit higher, the dwell time for how long they look at the video might be an extra second or two, which means Facebook could charge more for the advertisement. It's essentially how it works. And I was going to say, the other thing we can actually accommodate for is color deficiency. So 10% of men are colorblind, so we can adjust for that too.
I have just a follow-up question on that. You'd mentioned your first opportunity is a $2 billion opportunity. So that's pretty huge. I'm just confused why you have this second advertising thing, and wouldn't you want to focus all your energy on making this succeed?
That's a great question as well. So 90% of our energy is actually focused on the B2B licensing play, which I have a lot of experience with from the past companies I've done, and I consider that to be actually relatively straightforward and going quite well. There's a huge additional revenue stream that we don't want to ignore, which is why we're having that the subject of the second round of financing. So we believe we can build on top of the first phase of B2B and then go after the online ad revenue after.
I'm sorry, what kind of commitments do you have from your potential customers right now?
No, like as I said, we have no commitments right now. What we've gone through, and the typical process that you want to do is put a little bit of a hurdle in front of them to actually evaluate. So we have a fairly comprehensive evaluation agreement before we hand off the software eval APK to them. And they have to, of course, go through and review that and sign that. That's the first stage. Then we hand off an encrypted package that they can use on their devices to trial it. We've just launched that in February of this year. So we had our first evaluation agreement signed in March, and then we've continued to increase those. We expect the first customer that signed was a mobile phone company that signed in March to start the production licensing negotiations sometime at the end of June, early July. We also have a major color company, and I can't mention that will be doing a co-branding marketing deal with at the end of June at the Mobile World Congress in Shanghai.
Okay, thank you, Ristek. Okay, and let's thank our judges. Please fill up the forms so we could find the best company. And thank you. It was the last company for this panel. We have 5 more pitching panel, and now we need to prepare our stage for next speaker. Thank you. Okay, while we're preparing our stage, again, small announcement. Moshik, please stop forward. Yes, now, right now.
Hi, everyone. 5 minutes of your time, please. I've got just a very, very short announcement at this moment, but I think you'll want to hear this. I wanted to tell you a little bit about this invitation to Silo that you received. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Silo. It's a networking application for startup founders. And it's actually based on my own experience. I left my corporate job about 6 years ago, and I started meeting people and helping them, and now I have a huge network. Now, instead of me telling you about it, I want to invite someone from the audience, one of the founders here. Not now? Okay, so we'll tell you that about lunch, but should I tell about that?
Hey guys, don't leave.
So
We're going to have a next panel.
Just one word. We're going to send you an email so you can download the application and meet other people in the conference and help them. And the people that will do this by the end of the conference on Thursday evening will have a chance to win an Apple Watch. So watch out for the email about Silo and download the application and start helping people. Thank you.
All right. So can you put the next slides, please? So our next session is on network effects.
Хорошо.
Stas, нужно...
Yeah,
okay.
Please take your seats. We have very cool presentation right now. Guys, don't leave us. Please take seats. We're starting our next presentation.
Okay, so very hard, everybody's so loud. Okay, so the next session is called Network Effects, the winner takes it all. Yeah, they do need a break, I think so. Okay, guys, let's take a 5-minute break so that I know you're all tired. So 5-minute break. Team, close the door. All right. Roma, take your seat. Okay. So, guys, okay. So our next session is called The Network Effect, the winner takes it all. And that's a very interesting session, and we're going to have the king of the network effects and marketplaces here on stage. We're very lucky. So the network effect, the official sort of description is that that's a service, and the value of the service increases dramatically for its users as more people use the service. And it's very hard sometimes to compete with companies where the network effect hit, because virtually there is no way to compete as everybody uses that particular service. Even if your service is better, still everybody uses the other service. And the companies we can name are eBay and Twitter and Facebook. And so it's very interesting to study the network effect, because when it hits really big. So we have here Jim Courier, managing partner of NFX Guild, an early-stage fund with a 3-month program for marketplace and network startups. So if you're such a startup, then apply to NFX Guild. Jim is a successful entrepreneur and founder of a few very successful companies. One of them was Tickle, that became actually the 18th largest website in the world and once sold to Monster.com for $100 million. The other one was Wonderhill, that was sold to Kabam. And the latest one was Iron Pearl, that's a growth analytics for network and marketplaces that was sold before it was even launched to PayPal. So, Jim, welcome on stage and share with us your vision.
Thank you. Thanks, Anna. Okay, so what I'm going to talk to you about today is actually relevant to all your businesses, even if you don't know it. And if it's not relevant to your business, it should be. And if it's not going to be relevant to your business, it'll be relevant to your competitor's business, and that won't be good for you. All right, so let's talk a little bit. The title that they gave you is a little bit off. The fact is that there can be multiple winners in network effect businesses. There isn't only one winner in every market. That is a misnomer. People like to say they're really clever because they've figured that out. But the fact is you can actually have multiple winners like Snapchat or Facebook or Monster and Career Builder. But we'll talk about that in a second. The point here is that by developing network effects into your business, you create a defensible company, and that's what creates value in your company. Now, I'm going to tell you about a little bit of research, but before I do that, I want you to know what a network effect is. And this is generally misunderstood. The basic idea is that every new user, every new customer you get into your product makes your product more valuable to every other user. Okay? The companies that you would think of, that you would know of, that have strong network effects at their core are companies like this, right? It's the Facebooks, the WhatsApp, the Ubers, the Tencents, okay? All these companies were based on network effects to begin with and are now very hard to compete with. If you look at all the companies who have reached a valuation of over $1 billion, not including the last 12 months of sort of unicorn madness, but if you look at the real companies that reached over $1 billion since 1994, since our world got wired together and creating network effects were now available to all of our businesses, there have been about 254 companies. 60% of all the value created in technology, in terms of market caps of public companies or acquired companies, since '94 has come from companies that had a network effect at its core. Okay, now let me be clear. This is not viral effects. Viral effects, like incentivized viral effects, like Evernote will say, give $5 to get $5. This is a viral tactic to try to get your users to get you new users. This is not what we're talking about. We're talking about defensibility. We're talking about long-term value and retention, not new users. Again, we're not talking about viral effects. There's a completely different playbook when you're designing and building and launching or growing your product. Candy Crush does a great job of getting new users by spamming you on Facebook still today. This is not what we're talking about. We're talking about active users, where they're getting value and they're coming back. New users is great, but we're talking about retained users, people who are sticking with the system. It gives you retention, defensibility, okay? And what the valuation impact on defensibility is significant. So at the beginning of your company, you're finding competitive advantages. And as you find those competitive advantages, the value of your company grows. But when it becomes clear that you're actually defensible, the growth of your value goes geometric. The growth of the value of your company is a whole different deal once it's clear that you are defensible. Now, there's only 4 real ways to get defensible in technology, right? So if you went to Harvard Business School 30 years ago, they would have told you about, all sorts of defensibilities. Having a port in the right shipping lane, having a mine, that had, a certain amount of iron ore in it, that sort of thing. There's lots of ways of being defensible in the old days. But now that we're in the software world, now that we're in the digital world, with time and space being wiped out, there's very few ways to actually have defensibility in the businesses that we all work in. Turns out there is one that we're all familiar with called scale. And Amazon would be a great example of that. This is a scale business, not a network effect business. Then there's embedding, another good way to have defensibility. That's SAP or Workday, where they embed the software in large companies so that the software can't be ripped out without a great deal of pain. And so every year they can continue to charge you another 15% or 20% more, and you just keep paying it because it's been embedded in your business practices and you can't take it out. That's another good defensibility, another good business model. And that model actually accounts for most of the 40% of value that was not network effect driven. The other defensibility is literally brand. People get used to using certain products. People get used to talking about certain products, and your brand and the trust in it can be a defensibility. But in our world, in the digital world, by far the number one defensibility is network effects, by far, okay? What's interesting about this is that these effects are available to you as a startup where the other defensibilities generally are not. So if you're starting a business, you want to start a business with a network effect. And if your business doesn't have a network effect, you should think real hard about how to get one in there. Okay? The other thing is that once you have a network effect, you can then add the other defensibilities to your playbook. You can build your brand. You can get scale. You can embed your product. Uber is doing all of these things. They started out with a nice little network effect, and then they're expanding into all the other defensibilities. Okay? Here's what's curious. Despite the fact that 60% of the value in tech is created through network effect businesses, only about 20% of business plans have them in them. Okay? And this is over the last 10 years of looking. Now, my first company that I started back in '99 did not have network effects. This is why I'm such an evangelist for network effects. We didn't have any network effects. And so every 3 months we had to keep reinventing the business, reinventing how we were going to keep people in and what our defense. We never had a defensibility, okay, which is why we sold the company. Otherwise we would have kept it going. Okay? But we didn't have a defensibility in my company called Tickle, and so we ended up selling it to Monster. Now, when we got to Monster, we found out that Monster had a network effect. Yet the company was horribly run. Horribly run company with a bad product that hadn't changed in 2 or 3 years. Yet they were printing about $1 billion of net revenue per year. We were a very well-run company with a lot of really great technology, yet we were the ones selling to them for just $100 million, and their market cap was $7 billion because they had found a network effect. They were the first ones to get to a two-sided marketplace network effect for hiring on the web back in 1998, and they were just riding that bus all day long. So the fact is that since 2006, when I left Monster, that's 10 years ago, their product has changed almost not at all. Yet they are still doing $770 million of revenue, okay? These network effects are incredibly durable. They're incredibly defensible. Craigslist, they haven't changed their product in 16 years. And they are still the titan. There's so many venture-backed companies now trying to take down Craigslist in various ways, and they just keep printing cash, they just keep owning the market. eBay, right? These guys were first to market. They continue to chug along. Twitter, 7 companies cloning Twitter launched 3 weeks after Twitter launched, just in Germany. Yet because Twitter had gotten a network effects among the 4,000 coolest kids in Germany, no one wanted to use any of the other Twitters. And so Twitter won and won and won. And despite the fail whales, despite the lack of product innovation in the last 6 or 7 years from Twitter, they continue to have a lot of traffic. There's now starting to drop, but man, is it durable, despite the management mismanagements. And of course, our favorite, right? The platform network effect that Microsoft achieved back in 1981, right? Or 1980. Super durable. No matter how bad the software is, no matter how much we scream and yell at our computers and throw them at the wall, they're still there, okay? These are very durable. You got to get these network effects if you can. Of course, there are exceptions. There are notable exceptions, you might say. Yes, there's 2 obvious ones, which was Friendster and MySpace, who got knocked out by Facebook. These were special cases for 3 reasons. 1, catastrophic product and technology failures on both companies. They did not have real names, and we went from a place, particularly with MySpace, where we had pseudonyms, where Facebook and LinkedIn had real names, and that made a massive difference. It was actually a very different product. And then lastly, Facebook's just been an incredible competitor, incredibly high quality, and they understood network effects from the beginning, where the other companies didn't even understand what they had. They didn't even know what they were working with. They just stumbled into these things. Whereas the Facebook guys were very well aware of it and were adding to their product every day in ways that would add network effects. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about how to do that yourself. So how are you going to use network effects in your business? All right. It is my strong belief that every type of business will use network effects in the future, whether it's B2B or B2C, whether these are small companies or big companies, hardware companies or software companies, whether network effects are core to them or not. Example, Apple added a network effect business when they added iOS, right? Apple added network effect business when they added iTunes. In general, the computer business, the iPod business, and the smartphone business are not necessarily network effect businesses, but they added them. And that has really helped them increase their market cap over the last 7 or 8 years. So every type, including the business you're running, should consider how to get network effects. So the first thing you need to do is, can you build a core network effect into your business? A core network effect. And to know if you have a core network effect, ask yourself, does user 2 make it better for user number 1? Does user 1000 make it better for user number 1? If it doesn't, then you don't have a core network effect, and if it does, then you do. And I'm going to give you 3 diagrams about different types of network effects so that you'll understand that not all network effects are the same. The most common one you understand is just simple networks, where if I have a WhatsApp app on my smartphone and I want to text you, if both of us have it, it's useful to us because I can now text you using WhatsApp. But it becomes a lot more valuable to both of us if a third person gets on. And then when everybody gets on, suddenly the person number 1 can now text with many more people. Okay, this is the common network effect that AT&T discovered in 1907 when they were the first to talk about network effects, all right? Another type of network effect is very different. It's a marketplace network effect, a 2-sided marketplace network effect. If you have 2 sellers, like 2 drivers on Lyft and no customers, they're not going to hang around very long on Lyft. But if you get 1 customer, then suddenly those 2 drivers might be able to start getting some revenue, and that customer will happily pay them for the good service they provide. When you bring on another customer, it increases the desire for number 1 and number 2 to be on the network. It doesn't benefit number 3 to have number 4 because now they're competing to get the driver to come to them. And again, if there are 2 drivers, having another driver doesn't benefit the other driver. but having the two different types benefits both sides. So this is why it's called a two-sided marketplace network effect, and that just continues to go. This is what eBay has, what Lyft has, et cetera. And then the third type that I'll mention today is what we call a market network. And a market network starts pretty simply, like with a Honeybook. They're a good example. This is an event planning software. So the event planner comes on, signs up, and can use the SaaS tool to communicate with one bride who's running a wedding. And they get benefit out of it, and money is exchanged. If the only two people who ever use the software are these two people, both of them got value out of it. Pretty interesting. But once the event planner brings on the photographer, and the photographer is now on the network and can get paid by the event planner, the bride pays the event planner pays the photographer. Now the photographer is excited, and now it's easier for the event planner. She doesn't have to cut a check and put it in the mail anymore. And then the event planner says, hey, caterers, venues, florists, DJs, everybody who she works with can now get on the network and get paid through the system. Okay? This is what's known as a market network. Another type of network that's a hybrid of a marketplace and a network. Anyway, there's more of them. In fact, there's 11 of them that we've identified. We keep identifying them, but there's 11 different network effects that we've identified, and each of them has its own playbook, so it does get pretty complicated, but they work. They work in spades. Now, if you don't have a network, my suggestion to you is stop what you're doing. Just take a chill, take a beer, whatever it is, and rethink your product. Think about how to make it a multiplayer game, not a single-player game. Most of us think about adding value. Example, Pandora. You get on Pandora, you sign up, it gives you a radio station that's customized to you. It's a pretty good thing. Spotify comes along and says, you can now listen to all of your friends' music. And the more friends you have, the more music you can listen to for free. And the more music they have, the better it is for everyone. Okay, so Pandora's worth $1 billion, Spotify's worth $4 billion. All right? So think about how to make the music streaming service a multiplayer game, not a single player game. Can you put that network effect at the core of your product? Make it a network. Secondly, you can build network effect thinking into every element of your business. Keep asking yourself, how can my users add value to my other users? And there's lots of ways of doing this. For instance, if you can have a user rate something, then it benefits the other user because they can see what the other person rated. And LinkedIn and eBay and Lyft and Hot or Not all did that. Or you can inform everybody else who's on the network. So I, on Twitter, on HelloSign, I can inform everyone else who's on the network. HelloSign is like DocuSign. It's one of these B2B applications where there's a great network effect. You can refer business in collectives like on Honeybook. The more of my relationships I bring onto Honeybook, the more business they're going to refer to me, excuse me. The other thing that you can do for your users that you might not have thought of is just make them feel cool. How can your users or your customers make your other customers feel cool or smart or be more informed? And Facebook and Instagram and Yelp do this extremely well. And you can do this in the B2B environment as well. It's not just for consumer. So one, network effects provide sustainable growth, defensibility, and a massive increase in value to your business. You should try to put one of the 11 network effects at the core of your product, and you can actually add network effects design thinking into every feature. I'm not sure why you'd grow a business without one. It's where most of the money's being made, and you want to get there first. Okay, so if your competitors aren't thinking about this and you are, you're going to be at a great advantage. Thank you very much.
Can you hear me now? Yeah, great. Okay, thank you, Jim. We now have a very special session before we all turn to lunch. And I know a lot of you are hungry, but there is no lunch before this session. We're going to have a fireside chat with a pioneer of cryptography, Whitfield Diffie. So one day a while ago, Whitfield and Martin Hellman wrote a science paper that was published in 1976. And it was called New Directions in Cryptography. And it introduced a radically new method of distributing cryptographic keys. It has become known as a Diffie-Hellman key exchange. And in February of this year, Whitfield Diffie won an ACM Turing Award, which is usually referred as a Nobel Prize of Computing. Please give a round of applause to Whit. So Whitfield has a long and distinguished career as a vice president and chief security officer of Sun Microsystems. And he's currently an advisor to Almaz Capital Partners. Whitfield is going to be moderated by Jeffrey Beyer, general partner of Almaz Capital Partners, and Whit's former colleague with Sun Microsystems. Jeffrey invests in areas ranging from security and networking to analytics and big data technologies. Previously, he was a partner at US Venture Partners in Silicon Valley and still remains the advisor. Before that, Jeffrey served for 12 years as Chief Network Officer for Sun Microsystems. Welcome.
Thank you.
And where is our speaker?
All I need to do is find Whit. So
here he is.
Here he comes. So, well,
let's give another round of applause, everybody.
So I'll spare you long introductions. Can we kill the music? So Whit and I go back to a long time ago, and we had a saying at Sun, which
25 years, man.
25 years. We had a saying at Sun, which is hire guys who are smarter than you because they make you look good. So he made me look good for a long time. So we've been friends for a long, long time. And Whit has been an observer of the cryptography and privacy scene for decades. And
observer, come on, a maker.
Maker. So I had a couple of questions to ask him. And you know, the top level question is, being in the cryptography, privacy world and such, what's the state of the world these days? How bad is it?
Well, our piece of it, that is the cryptographer's piece of it, is overall pretty good. Now, my wife says that a couple of centuries ago, some Irish wolfhound did the worst thing an Irish wolfhound could do. It killed the last wolf in Ireland. Boy, that was bad for job opportunities. And cryptographers are almost as bad as that. You know, there's a certain sense, modern cryptography has sort of a 100-year history. It was revolutionized. I mean, the impact, the invention of radio was infinite. And First World War codified that. It's the first post-radio war, really. And a whole lot happened in between I won't go through, but 2005, NSA announced it was adopting a set of public standards that it was trust for all levels of classified traffic. And, you know, I understand there are politics and this, that, to be discussed about that, but loosely speaking, cryptographers seem to have solved their problem. And so now we're all running around, you know, trying to pretend we've been recycled as some kind of cyber warriors. At the same time, everything else in security is just dreadful. Crypto implementation isn't that good, operating systems are dreadful, apps are dreadful, et cetera. All of programming is dreadful. And so we're headed into a circumstance where I think of it, what I think is that we have what I call codependence between malware and security companies. So the kind of security companies we have now, if they were to succeed, all the malware would go away, demand for their services would decline dramatically. And, you know, it's very hard to imagine things that are institutionally unprofitable going to happen all of a sudden.
So let me follow that up. Because this industry generates buzzwords about every 5 years there's a new one that catches on, and the current one is Internet of Things. And it used to be cloud computing, now it's Internet of Things. Cloud computing was last year, so all of you can stop referring to that. Now to look cool, you have to say Internet of Things over and over and over until people think you know what you're talking about. But if this security situation is really as horrible as you say, which I happen to agree with you, it's worse, when we connect exponentially more devices to this insecure network, and we assume that they're going to be treated securely, and we assume that they're collecting data which has never been collected before in an insecure manner, what then?
Well, start with, those two buzzwords are independent. It's not like grid computing was succeeded by cloud computing. Those didn't really mean different things, they're just different buzzwords. But Internet of Things and cloud computing, to my thinking, are rather different phenomena.
Yeah, that's true.
And I believe they interact as a security nightmare in a critical way, which is Internet of Things is distributed in a fashion over which we don't have much control. Right? So we want to automate, in effect, every little tiny aspect of the world. You have a microprocessor running your radio, you have a microprocessor running your brakes, you have a et cetera. And lots of those things require security. It isn't, incidentally, any easier, typically, to do security in a smaller device. You have less computing available. Just plain the cost of doing the cryptography is significant. On the other hand, cloud computing has a ubiquity over which we have a choice. And guess what? The big strategy at the moment is to have an Internet of Things type object. Doesn't have much computing power. It has about enough computing power to, in effect, to call its boss, to talk to the server and get something done for it when something has any complexity. And so that introduces the security nightmare. One, of course, it leans heavily on communications. And two, those things are going to be very unstable. You're going to the internet, the cloud is going to compete with itself largely for low price, and though the computation is going to drift off to the popular server of the week.
Well, if you add into the mix the current debate about building in backdoors and privacy and kind of the tension between the need for access to data and the need for privacy, when you now add those two additional dimensions in, where do you think we're headed?
I happen to be opposed to this backdoors program, not so much because I'm concerned about privacy. I don't want to get into that word because I think it covers too many things that are really different phenomena. But I believe the plan to put backdoors in things threatens the fundamental security of the country, maybe the whole world. And what I mean by that is, if there is some risk in this space that really is incredible, it's the risk that somebody's going to do terrific damage to our critical infrastructure. Right now, there's sort of, I think a gentle person's agreement against it. But that's the kind of thing tends to dissolve if a rough person walks into the room. And so I am overwhelmed with the fact that we really don't know how to establish the security at the moment of anything that isn't very simple. Crypto algorithms, incidentally, are very simple. I mean, if you're not a mathematician, you may be impressed by the mathematics of them, but they are at most typically hundreds of lines of code or hundreds or thousands of gates. They aren't vaguely like apps, let alone operating systems, schedulers, et cetera. And if you begin building, the current jargon is exceptional access, read everyday access, into these things, then you make the control structures much more complicated. And what we've seen in a million cases now is that where you do this, you miss something and you leave a little passage going through. I mean, who would ever have thought that the air conditioning would lead you into the cash dispensers? Wonderful. Somebody made off like a bandit. So as I said, I think the quest for backdoors is a genuine threat to the security, in particular of the United States, and it's a battle being fought largely in the United States at the moment.
Well, I'd agree, and I'd ask a question about the technology side of it, which is, as you say, the cryptography algorithms are remarkably simple and they're clear to understand, which is part of the inspection process to make sure that they are indeed doing what they say they do. But what technology is coming forward which has the potential for breaking encryption? And I don't mean decryption. I mean, what are the technologies, what comes to mind, quantum computing and other things, which can fundamentally change the equation, in that if one day HTTPS, we left the S out, and what would it mean?
Yeah, well, I mean,
I don't care about HTTPS. Which technology?
No, well, you should care about that one, because that one has its problem built into it. Right? TLS is a bug waiting to happen, and it takes an infinite amount of work to be sure that you don't get bugs in. And just incidentally, this, in some sense, from the point of view of an intelligence agency, is the ideal sort of trap door, right? I mean, if you're the NSA and they're very smart and you're very confident of your ability to build one right, so you can build one right for your purposes, and you can keep secret how you do that, and other people won't build them right. And I think there's probably a lot of that tendency in the world. But there are two kinds of threats. So far, nobody, I'm one of a long line of mathematicians who got into cryptography with the dream that we're going to clean this subject up. We're going to prove these algorithms are secure. And it goes back a couple of hundred years before me, and I didn't make any more progress than anybody else. So there is no real formal, a lot of hair, but no real formal proof of the security of cryptographic algorithms. On the other hand, if you look historically, everybody was very nervous. World War II, lots of algorithms being trusted by major belligerents were broken, and people got very nervous. But if you look at the history of algorithms in the US inventory and in NATO, forgive me at this conference, I know the Soviet inventory less well, but there's been a tremendous amount of stability in algorithms. I'm less worried about that. Now, we've got a new bugaboo that has come along, and I'm not a physicist. It's called quantum computing. It is the notion that you can, loosely speaking, compute Avogadro's number in parallel. You have a mole of stuff. It has nearly 10 to the 24th atoms in it. Each atom is going to be doing a different thing, and it'll do all these things in parallel. If that comes through the way the physicists are promising it to us, it will ruin Diffie, Hellman, RSA, the current generation of key management algorithms. So that's a clear threat. Now, how big a threat it is not clear. 30 years ago, I had lunch with a man named Tom Burson, who lives here in town. And I was very nervous at the time about from my commercial perspective, about NSA's current marketing plan. And I said to him, I don't see what we can do about an agency that's willing, I thought, to misuse its regulatory powers in support of its marketing enterprises. He looked off into space and he said, I don't think they know much about marketing. And 30 years later, this view was proved very clearly correct. After browbeating everybody in NATO and lots of other people into adopting Suite B, these people come out with a statement on the web last year, well, we're going to come out with a new generation of quantum-resistant algorithms. So if you implemented Suite B, thank you. If you didn't, maybe you shouldn't bother. And no, I can't find anybody, maybe they have a secret knowledge of quantum-resistant algorithms that they aren't telling me, but I kind of don't think so. And I think it may be years, and they've put their foot in their marketing totally unnecessarily right up front.
Well, somehow to me, government agencies and marketing are two words that are not on the same, in the same paragraph.
Well, it's clearly, that's clearly a job opportunity for some class of people, right? Improved government marketing.
Well, in the interest of lunch and all, any last thoughts, and then we'll break.
Well, now you mentioned lunch, and of course I get
one thought.
I got
only one thought.
Well, there's one other big. Cryptography has at the moment one great threat and one great opportunity. So having described the threat, I'll describe the opportunity. There's this dream that's been around for decades, and it's called homomorphic encryption. And the idea is this. I want you to do some computing for me, but I don't trust you at all. But it turns out we have a way. I encrypt the problem I want you to compute on, and I send you a cryptogram, and you can't understand it, but you can compute on it. So you sit and you grind away and you compute on it for a while, and after a while you're done, you send it back to me, because you still can't read it. But I couldn't have done the computing, but I can decrypt it, and now I know what the result is. And just incidentally, and it's what I consider one of the most wonderful things of its kind, a man named Drew Dean, who's at SRI and was assigned to DARPA for a couple of years, put on a demonstration of this to produce what's called a black conference bridge. Right? So in normal, a secure conference bridge is what's called a red conference bridge. A bunch of secure telephones call in, and there are decryptors at the conference bridge end, and it's all in plain text inside the conference bridge, inside a shielded container and all that stuff. And the conference bridge mixes the sounds and sends them back out on all the secure telephone lines. Right? Now that, of course, has the obvious problem that it requires you to have trusted real estate somewhere that can run this thing. Well, it turns out that's a problem that lends itself very well to the currently known ways of doing homomorphic encryption. And so Drew Dean put on a demonstration in which the secure phones were iPhone 5s, commercial off-the-shelf systems, and the conference bridge was built with Amazon Web Services, right? A genuinely untrusted computing facility, and just lucky in me. I mean, fascinating. Look, it applied to a real problem. It's not an artificial problem in communication security, but it is one that lends itself, you can sort of unwind all the loops and things and do the computing in a way that the current homomorphic encryption applies to. So there you have the upside and the downside. Now you can have the upside of lunch, and you won't have the downside of trying to clean up.
With that, thank you. So, Anna, we're set? No, we're
done.
We're done.
We don't know one word more we could say.
So maybe a few questions?
No, we don't want to take
Okay, good.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And now we have lunch time. So we have lunch for an hour and then come back for startup pitches, and we have then the fireside chat by the CEO, Chief Wazer, CEO of Waze. And for those of you who want to give live interviews, here is the room for live interviews.
On the left
Anyone
side.
is interested, go in a different direction.
Okay. We have 40 minutes for lunch. 1:10, we're starting our next speech presentation, so please be around.
turn it on if you want.
Whoa, whoa.
Definitely. Can we make a couple more? Just a couple more. Yeah. Take a look. I put it very dark. Really? Should be good. Some of them. With a flash, probably. Flash. Start. Turn on the flash. Yeah.
You guys готовы?
Yep. Yes.
Okay, Philip's listening, so we're going to count down. 5, 4, 3, 2.
Hi guys, let me introduce myself. My name is Vlad Dergunov. I represent SVOD conference. For now, we just announced some startups and some companies who are presented in this awesome conference, by the way. And first of our speaker are going to be Service Whale. Please introduce yourself.
Yeah, hi, my name is Aaron Rovner. I'm the Vice President of Business Development and Marketing for Service Whale, and we are the first online marketplace with instant prices on home improvement projects. So basically the problem that we solve is that there is no transparency of pricing when shopping for big ticket home services like a roof or replacing an air conditioner. In order to get a quote, homeowners typically need to call multiple contractors, invite them into their homes, maybe take a day or two off of work just to meet with them, and that's just to get prices to compare. And typically a homeowner is going to want to meet with 3 or 4 contractors, right? So not only do they have to spend multiple hours of their time just meeting with people, but they also need to then become educated consumers, right? So they have to compare the quotes, and they're not even sure if those prices are going to fit within their budget. So what we figured out is the specific information that goes into generating each one of those quotes for the services that we offer, and homeowners can answer a few simple questions and get a customized quote from multiple contractors on the spot without the need for on-site visits. So we take a process that typically takes roughly 30 hours of their time and condense it to about 2 minutes. So it's a true e-commerce experience for homeowners.
Sounds awesome. Do you
Thank
guys
you.
already have an application?
Yeah, actually, we do have a web application right now, and the native app will be live on iOS and Android within a week or so.
What are you guys going to get from this conference?
Yeah, so we're here presenting at SVOD so we can raise our next round of capital. We're seeking a $3 million Series A, and also to network, to get connected into the investment community here in the Valley, and yeah, to present and find the right candidate for investment.
Awesome.
Yeah,
Awesome.
thank
Do you
you.
guys already present in the US market?
Yeah, we're currently operating our marketplace in the Philadelphia, New York City DMAs. We're actually in the process of expanding now into Boston and into Washington, D.C. And we also offer a white label solution of our product, which we can license to contractors in any state in the United States as well as in Canada. So we have 30 contractors around the country that are utilizing that product now.
Sounds really impressive.
Thank you.
What about your team, guys? How many of you work on this project?
Yeah, so we have 15 team members split basically even between development and sales and marketing. Our development team is located in Moscow, and our corporate headquarters is located in the Philadelphia area.
Awesome.
Yep.
Great.
Thanks.
By the way, what is your impression about this event? What you already see, and how your impression about this?
Yeah, it's great. The opportunity to get plugged into multiple investors, right, and multiple startups, and seeing where people are coming from, what types of products are out there, how they're scaling their businesses, their successes, different things like that. And then also having the ability to get connected to multiple investors and then get to kind of like whittle down the field to find the people that are a right fit for us. Because I think it's important for most startups, if you're looking for institutional financing, to find not just an investor but the right investor, and SVOD provides a good platform for that.
Awesome, awesome, great. By the way, in case you, I hope so, raise money, what's the sphere you are going to spend this money?
Yes, so we're raising the capital in order to expand our service lineup. So we want to add more service categories and become a more comprehensive solution to our customers. We want to expand into new geographies. So the goal by the end of 2016 is to be live in 6 major metro areas in the country, and then hopefully soon after that to be national. And also for building our brand, right, for marketing and advertising.
Awesome. I guys wish you to be next Uber.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yes,
Thanks so much.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Have a nice
You too.
day. Have a nice conference.
Yep, thank you so much.
Now we have to just switch off your microphone. We can just. Yeah. Okay. Guys, Cubic, Ivan. Please sit. I hope you plug in the microphone. It should be somewhere there. Okay. Yeah, sure. For now, it's going to work.
Awesome.
Yeah. Let me introduce, guys, the one more company, Cubic. Is, by the way, pretty famous in some markets. Ivan, please say a couple of words about your business.
Hey guys, yeah, my name is Ivan. I'm a co-founder and chief marketing officer of Cubic AI. And Cubic is the AI butler for smart home. So basically, one application that unites popular plug-and-play smart home devices into one fully featured and really smart home. Yeah, but the cool thing is not all those devices working together, but the way you control them, since it's a one conversational interface to your home. So you can talk to it, use a chatbot, or or combine it with a graphic interface if you like.
Awesome, sounds awesome. How long your business is last?
So we were in the field for 3 years, almost 2 years we've spent developing the technology, and now we have really amazing natural language processing technology, which is, so we applied to patent it here in the US and on PCD, so quite a long time in the field. And and we have an amazing team of really experienced engineers working like our CTO, built his first chatbot when he was 12 years old.
Wow.
Yeah.
Where is this guys originally from?
So, our headquarters is located here in the Mountain View, Silicon Valley, and our development team mostly located in Moscow.
Awesome, sounds great. It allows you to cut expenses, I hope, yep.
Absolutely.
Sounds good. What, by the way, your expectation of this conference of SVOD?
So, this it's not the first time we're here. So this year we are attending and looking for, like potential partners because we have a B2B side of our business. So looking for potential partners and maybe some smart money to help us with their networks, and with the contracts basically.
Awesome, guys. What you, by the way, plans for a short period of time for this year, for example? What are you going to achieve?
So by the end of the year, we plan to integrate the most popular plug-and-play devices with Cubic, such as Q, Nest, Sonos, etc. So user would be able to build a fully featured smart home with only plug-and-play devices, and it will worth only like a few $1,000s. And for a few $1,000s, you will have something even cooler and smarter than the smart houses that Hollywood stars own.
Wow.
Yeah. With a Cubic in it,
I wish you get all you need, and thank you for
Thank you.
Yep. Let me just mute after this. Guys, 90-degree AMS, please be ready. By the way, this awesome place. Yeah, Ivan, have a nice day. Yeah. Please come. I'm really impressed about the conference, guys. It's awesome place. I advise you to be here next year. It would be really great. Now let me introduce one more awesome startup. It's 90-degree AMS. Please introduce yourself, your company.
Yeah, I'm Apoorv Dubey from Crayon Systems, and we are into enterprise asset management space, and we've got a product called 90-degree AMS, which is like a one-stop solution for all the asset needs for an organization. Assets are the backbone of an organization, and we help organizations to derive value from their assets. You know, we help them to optimize the performance of their assets. We help them to organize and tag their assets, and ultimately deliver true value from the assets. We've done implementations in Botswana. We've done pilot runs in Botswana with big companies such as Botswana Diamond Company. This company has assets, you know, with value of more than $500 million. So when it comes to maintenance of these kind of assets, organizations need to be proactive about it. You can't afford to have downtime for these kind of assets, you know. So we help them to deliver proactive maintenance, predictive alerts for maintenance, and help them realize the true value of assets. Also, what happens is when there is downtime for the assets, then the cost of downtime is very high for companies. So we help companies to reduce the downtime, you know, for their assets with proactive maintenance, predictive alerts. Also, this system is equipped with business event alerts. For example, when it comes to insurance of assets, you need to renew the insurance of assets on a regular basis, you know, so it sends you proactive alerts.
Sounds big.
Yeah.
Tell me about your team. How many people currently
So we've got a development team which is based in India, and we've got around 30 people who are based in India, and my partner Maje, he sits in Botswana, you know, and he runs the operations from Botswana. So it's a very interesting concept actually. One of the partners sits in Botswana, Africa, and he's managing the operations from there, and I basically take care of the development from India. So that's how we collaborate, you know.
Nice collaboration.
Yeah.
And
we've also done implementations in the Gulf. We've got a couple of clients in UAE, and now we are looking to venture into the US market.
How many business customers do you already have?
So for asset management system, we've got around 20 pilot runs at the moment. You know, most of them are government organizations, and we are now looking to step up the sales and marketing operations for our product.
You mentioned that your team widely spread it between two countries. Yeah. Who, by the way, works? Just developers, R&D departments, or who works?
So basically, we have the R&D team, you know, and the developers are also there. They also do R&D. So we don't have a separate R&D per se, but it's like during the development we analyze the other products and we look into the shortcomings, you know, from the customer's perspective. We also take customer inputs while we are doing the pilot runs, and that's how we fine tune the product.
Awesome. Sounds great. What is your hopes about this awesome place?
It's a great place. It's a fantastic platform, you know. It's awesome. I have been here and I have been to many conferences around the world, but the kind of energy that I see here, it's tremendous.
Yeah,
you know?
I feel the same.
I mean, I'm really amazed. Within the first couple of hours, we've had so many good interactions. In fact, I've also got a couple of offers for funding, you know.
Wow.
That sounds great.
So good.
Yeah, it's a great platform.
Just couple steps through the door and you can get
Right.
so much energy, by the way. Oh, I wish you good luck.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for having me. Yeah.
Let me plug out. Do we have? Guys, thank you so much. Please introduce your company.
Hi there. My name is Roberto. I'm business development for Fly Elephant. Fly Elephant is the home for high-performance computing. It's divided into three parts: the computing part, the collaborative part, and the managing part. It's really easy to understand. If you're a scientist and you need, or a developer engineer, you need some kind of resources to do high-performance calculations. Normally, it's really hard to get access to those kind of resources. So what do? We provide them. We are the middleman between those clusters, those clouds, to the normal user. So it's basically a drag and drop. You put your calculation there, we send it to the resource that we have available, and yeah, you get your results back. There's the collaborate part. So if I work in a company and I want to work with you, I'll just send you an invitation, and we can work together. We have a common project space, and Yeah, you see I see your work, you see our common results, and we talk to each other. And the third part, the managed part, is really interesting for companies. For example, if you enter a company, you never know what are the resources and who is working with them. So we have a management part where you can see all the licenses that are available, and you as a worker, you just grab it, use it. You don't have to go to department A, department B, department C, figuring out who's using what is available. No, you'll just sit there in one central space. It saves a lot of money for companies because you don't have double licensing, for example. And this is what we do.
It's a nice project, by the way. Guys, why are you here? What are you looking for?
We're here.
For this conference?
Well, we're here to find new partners, to find investors, to find people we can work with. We're looking for resources. We're looking for investment because we already have some. Well, we started in November. We went public in November. But we already have over 1,000 active users.
Wow, sounds really
yeah, we are out there. We're working with lots of universities because those researchers are the ones that need the most computing power, like right away. And our goal over here is to get an office over here, to get some more resources, some more software licenses that is required for to help the scientists.
You haven't already settled in here yet?
No, not here yet. Our headquarters in Ukraine.
In Ukraine?
Yes.
In which city?
In Odessa.
Wow.
Nice place.
Yeah.
By the way, see? I live in Germany, so I'm living in the center of the automotive industry in Stuttgart, where we have also corporations there, famous German automakers.
Wow. But how many people in your team?
We are 8. We're 8 people. So basically, there's the CEO, Dmitry, who is also one of the code guys, and he's also doing the marketing and development and for the former Soviet states. I'm doing the thing for the rest of Western Europe, and now we're searching for partners over here. So we are doing it now for free, so everybody can try it. We want to use really user-oriented. So if you have an idea, you need something else, talk to us. We will just implement it right away.
But what about the monetization model?
Oh, that's easy. You need 30. Your calculation needs 30 hours. You pay by the hour. You pay by the minute. You pay by the amount of storage that you need. It's really simple.
How much money are you going to raise here?
Well, our goal is $1 million. I think that's enough for a start because, like I said, you start in November. It's enough for a start for us to get some resources and to open an office here so we have direct connection to our customers here right now. So we get their feedback.
I wish you to be widely globally spread it, and thank you for interesting conversation.
Thank you.
Yep. Let me switch off your microphone. It's in mute mode. Yep. The next guys who is going to be George, I hope. Yep. Oh, it's so cool to be here. Yeah. Let me plug in microphone to George. Short. Okay. Okay, News Call, yep.
Yeah, I'm from News Call. My name is George Kochkin. I'm very appreciated, Vlad, you invite us to this event, and it's so nice conference to be here, and my pleasure.
Thank you. Tell a couple of words about your product.
News Call is a new platform which allows customers to use marketplace. You will be downloading application, and it's allowed you to see how is it your friends will be doing shopping, how is it everything will be present. You can share your opinion, and your friends will be appreciated with you because sometimes it's so difficult to search on the Google or Amazon. You'll be figure out how you can search your product. You'll be satisfied or not satisfied. It's some will be reviews unavailable to understand, and of course, it's more will be close to you when your friends will be invite you to buy something, and you'll be on the same platform, finish your purchasing and just check out, and your item will be already available at your house.
How much are you going to charge your users?
It will be absolutely free. It's no charge for right now, but for some marketplaces it will be monthly fee because the company will be globally and will be allowed to use in Dubai or Asia. And of course, it will be different marketing for all different parts of the world.
Middle East, by the way, it's a could be tricky market.
Yeah, absolutely. Because I mean, Arabic country, you never know how is it will be. It's more peer-to-peer.
Are you going to find some local partners to work in Middle East market?
Yeah, my company is looking right now some investors and just introduce to the new marketplace. And of course, it is some reviews will be very important for us because I mean all users will be providing the best feedback.
Sounds great. How many people, by the way, are currently working in your startup?
This small startup, it's only about 7 people, included developers in Moscow. And another marketing search in the United States and some part of the team in Dubai.
Are you going to spread your business here in US?
Yeah, absolutely. And next step, will be Asian market.
What are your impression about this business party, about this SVOD?
A lot of energy, you can hear it's already music after conference, probably everybody dancing right now. Yeah, we are spending time just here. Probably we can see how is it everything will be outside of the door. And it is a very good conference, and I can see it's more people coming every year to this conference, and I think it's very good future. And of course, Russian market, it's more with a better opportunity before, because I can hear a lot of companies start hiring Russian developers, and it's very good for the country.
By the way, how much are you going to raise during this conference, SVOD?
Right now it is only private investments, but we can discuss, and I think it is already some people trying to be involved in this company and invest. I think it's approximately up to $500,000 the company looking right now. Because it's just application, I mean, and of course it is will be some expenses.
Have you already got the application, or?
Yeah, it's already available on the Android
Under
market.
development or already done?
Beta version, yeah, for Android device. iOS it is still under the developer circle.
Are you going to make some web platform for your product?
Maybe it's in the future. It's a good question. Because I mean, next step it is of course will be more allowed customers to use and more convenient.
Sounds good. You mentioned that you've been there, you already been there, yep?
Have
you already been there on this conference?
Yeah.
How was it?
It's good. I mean, I like it. Yeah.
Awesome. I wish you raise necessary amount of money and spend it with smart.
It's not always about money. We're always about customers.
Oh,
Customers,
yeah.
it's very important. I mean, it's usually most general.
Have a good customer.
All right.
Thank
yeah.
you, Josh.
Thank you a lot. I'm very appreciated.
And music still plays and. Please come to our stage. And this, by the way, very, very nice product. When I just walking around and seen their stand, I was really impressed. Not because of his yellow trousers. Please introduce your startup.
Hi, yeah, so I'm Cormac Russell. I'm the lead designer and producer at Midas Touch Games. We build an advanced character physics engine for virtual reality that we're showing off at the show. And so we've got a setup out there with an HTC Vive, and people are coming and getting to experience virtual reality for the first time for many people.
Really cool.
Yeah, so anyway.
Just a couple of words about your team.
Mm-hmm.
How many people currently working?
So we're currently a small startup. There are 12 of us. We've got, most people are here in Palo Alto, in California. We have developers around the world. We actually have someone in Eastern Europe on our team, and we have people in India on our team. So
sounds good. You're widely spread it. What about your short-term goals? What are you going to achieve at the end of this year?
Sure. So right now, the physics engine that you got to experience with the characters, we're working on taking this technology that we built that does characters in virtual reality, enables us to have humanoids, bipeds, quadrupeds, et cetera, that can walk and touch and move in virtual reality. And we have a bunch of development work to do on that to take it from the stage where it is now, which is good for showing to investors, and take it to the point where we can actually bring it to market where other VR content creators can actually use it to build their own content. And so our plan with SVOD was to find investors to help us get from the point we are now to that point where we can actually deliver to market.
How much money are you going to raise?
So we're currently looking for a person to lead our next seed round, sort of in the $1 to $2 million range. We're going to hopefully arrange 2 to 3 total, because the way it works, we've got a bunch of small VR incubator type VC funds that are signed up to do $250,000 investments, and we need someone who will come in and actually close a round so that actually all that money actually happens to go into the bank account. We can use it to hire people and do all the work. So.
Sounds impressive. By the way, I tried Guy's device. It's really cool. It completely changed your understanding of virtual reality.
Yeah, one of the things we found is that people put on the headset and they start playing with the dog. And unlike everybody else's technology where the dog is this weird thing you're looking at and you can't really touch, with ours you can touch the dog. And when you touch the dog, like women in particular, giddy laughter is a common response. We had men who were just super excited to be playing with a puppy at the end of the day of a conference. And so the fact that it responds well across gender and across ages has been really exciting for us.
Awesome. Who, by the way, your main customer?
So our target customers are other VR content creators. So we're interested in people who are doing VR and AR creation, people making VR films, people doing things like medical rehab people, explicitly High Fidelity, which is Philip Rosedale's company, that's building a virtual reality chat and social environment, where our technology we're going to use to bring characters to their world, hopefully. So.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
It's really good. It's really good. By the way, what about working with some, you mentioned that you work with widespread teams located in Eastern Europe. Is it easy to manage the developers who located so far from you and time difference is pretty big?
The biggest challenge is unfortunately on the head of the people who are in the remote workers. So our guys who are overseas, who are 12 hours shifted from us, are working hours that match ours pretty well, right? They shift their work hours a lot later in the day, so they're staying up till 2 or 3 at night, their time to work, so that they can have a good overlap with us. And that's, we're a small indie team, so you can do that kind of thing. It certainly puts some burden on them, unfortunately, but our developers are awesome and are doing that. And so we have, at 11:30 a.m. Pacific time, we have our daily scrum, and we Skype them in, and they're part of the team, participating. So.
Do you have dedicated project managers in your team?
That's me. I am the producer and the lead designer, so I do all the game design stuff for our company, but I also do all the production, figuring out the scheduling of things from doing shows like this to, what things we're getting done each week and where we are and accomplishing them. So
sounds really
you wear a lot of hats at a small startup.
Thank you so much for your
Thank
interview.
you.
It was captivating.
Very good talking with you.
Thank you. Who's the next? From Ukraine, by the way, please.
No, we're
not from Ukraine.
No.
From locally, from.
We are from Redwood City.
Yeah, good for you guys.
Yeah. So we are amazing hiring. I'm the CEO and co-founder. So we created a search engine for recruiters, looking for the best technical talent like software engineers, data scientists, designers, and so on and so forth. So tech around IT.
Old age stuff, by the way.
we are, like a search engine with paid access for recruiters. We have products, we have customers already, pretty big ones, and there are smaller ones looking for the best software developers and people in general. So we have an R&D office in Moscow also, so maybe that's why
good for you guys.
Confused.
Yeah, we have some of guys they're from Ukraine. Okay, by the way, how many business customers do you already have?
It's like
15 business. It's
50.
Big companies. Yep.
Not all of them are big, but they're the common trait for all of them is that they're looking for the best technical talent. So they might be small but growing, and they need the best software developers.
What is the monetization model of your business?
Customers pay for the access to the system subscription model. So they pay for a yearly subscription or monthly subscription.
Sounds good. Have you already got some investments?
Yeah, actually, we were at SVOD earlier, and we got an investment right after SVOD. So
it means that SVOD works.
Yeah, it works.
Good.
It works, and I know other companies who also got investments right after SVOD.
It's a huge opportunity to startups to spread their business, to raise money. Yep.
Yeah, there is no guarantee, but you don't know. So if you have some critical mass conversations with investors and so on.
How much are you going to raise this time?
So we are raising a small A round. It's $1.5 million. So we have already some commitment.
How many people currently work in your business?
We are small yet. We are 11 now, but we are growing. So we are hiring right now.
Who, by the way, works? Developers, R&D staff, or marketer?
We are hiring both. So we are hiring R&D people. We need more data scientists ourselves. We need system engineers, Java, and so on. We need front-end developers. We need sales and marketing managers.
Awesome. Sounds pretty huge. What's your plan for this year? What is your goal, target?
So we need, of course, more customers. Well, I wouldn't disclose exact numbers, but we've built a great product already, which is used by many customers, and the plan for this year just to expand the customer base. So this
grow like a business, not like a startup.
Well, yeah, growing like a business, and we are adding many technical great features. So there is an R&D plan as well.
Okay, what's your impression about this current SVOD conference?
Well, the impression is that it's growing every year. So every year it's better and larger than the previous one, and there are great people. I like seeing the presenters like Whitfield, Diffie, for instance. So like how I have by the way, mathematical and cryptographic background in the past, like many years ago. So watching Diffie on the scene, Diffie Khirman, it was just wow. That's cool. And meeting people, some of them you already know. It's good to reconnect, and some of them you just get to know. So it's a great event.
It's allowed you to be on a wave of
sounds awesome. Like-minded people sharing ideas, getting new information. It's very important to participate in such events.
Have you already met the investor who are ready to invest to your business today?
No, it was just 5 hours.
but
from the beginning.
Some company.
But there are people who are interested. So hopefully someday it will work out.
Sounds good. Sounds good. I wish you raise enough money. Thank you so
Thanks
much. Yep. I tried to. Yep. Thank you. It's ready. Please introduce your business, your startup.
Yes, Alexander Peshkov from Multipass. I'm the co-founder and current CEO of the company. And the inspiration for Multipass came from the movie called Fifth Element. It was a movie with Mila Jovovich and Bruce Willis, and there was this being from another planet, and she was traveling across galactics with something called Multipass. That's where the inspiration comes from. So with Multipass, we have a philosophy of making people's life easy. We look at mundane, everyday tasks which people do. So we all travel from work to home, home to work. We all open doors, open locks every day, and we all pay for things. And we're looking at those three everyday activities, and we're trying to make them simpler and easier for the consumers to deal with.
Can you please tell us how it works?
In our case, we're looking to enable all those three services, so mobile payments, access control, and transportation ticketing through the wearable platform and also through the smartphones.
It sounds good. How many people, by the way, work in your
So we
business?
have a development team in Russia, 15 microelectronic engineers and software developers, and we also have a team of 5 people in London who are focusing on business development and marketing.
Have you already presented in your US market?
Correct. Well, as far as US market is concerned, I don't think it's at the stage where a Multipass would make any meaningful impact, because from the point of view of contactless payments and mass transit, I think Asia and Europe represents much more interesting targets, but we are actively looking at US market as well.
Sounds great. Who is your main competitors?
Apple, Samsung.
Here, by the way, this company is widely spread.
Correct. I think in our case we have advantage because we are focusing on those products and those services which Apple, for example, are not currently targeting, such as transportation ticketing. And also, by virtue of being smaller, we're more agile and we can develop services much faster than
Blue Ocean exists.
Correct.
Wow. What are your short-term goals for a year, for maybe 2 years?
Short-term would be difficult to define because we're keeping our eyes on the price, and the price is to enable our services or enable mobile payments. The objective of Multipass is to put the payment cards, transportation tickets and keys on your wrist or on your smartphone. So short-term goal would be to conclude our business arrangement with business partners, and long-term goal would be for every person on the planet to have Multipass.
Sounds pretty handy, by the way. What's your impression about this party, this event, this conference?
It's the first time I'm attending the Silicon Valley Open Door. It's a really nice event, nicely organized. Interesting bunch of people, nice mix of entrepreneurs and investors, people from the industry, from different segments, and we already made some interesting contacts, which hopefully will lead some fruitful collaboration.
Sounds great. Are you going to raising money here?
We're not here to raise money. We're here more to seek potential business partners, because again, although we're not focusing on the US market at the moment, it takes time to develop business relationships. It takes time to understand what the market really requires, and that's why the sooner we start building those relationships, the easier it will be for us down the road.
Sounds great. I wish you good luck. I wish you
Thank you very much.
have this conference as
Thank
a
you.
good place. Out. Hi guys, we are here again, and let me introduce one more amazing company. By the way, it's not startup, it's companies that can help startup, investor, and protect both sides. Please introduce yourself.
Sure. I'm Alex Stoliar. I'm with Aiken Gump. We are an international law firm with multiple offices all over the world on 4 continents, including a large office in Moscow, which I personally work a lot with. And we're a firm of over 900 lawyers. So as you can imagine, we have practices covering most industries, including a very active founder fund practice, which handles the deals, documenting the deals, implementing the deals. And we also have a very active litigation practice, and that's my specialty. I specialize in litigation, and specifically fiduciary litigation, which is something that we'll be giving a presentation on tomorrow at 2:30 p.m. If you want to know more about it.
Yeah, how can you be handy for startups, for investors, how you can protect their interests?
Sure. So one of sort of the biggest issues that comes up is people get so involved in terms of building the startup, implementing the funding, raising the funding, right? That they forget about sort of the issues that wait in the wings, which are legal issues, and legal issues that are specific to founder fund transactions. And those are fiduciary obligations. So basically, anytime you have a joint venture, anytime you have a foreign investor sort of entering into an investment or a partnership with an American startup, that gives rise to certain obligations and duties which go beyond your ordinary contractual obligations. And one of the most common lawsuits you see in the United States are lawsuits involving breach of those duties, and lawyers love those lawsuits because you get punitive damages. In other words, in an ordinary breach of contract case, right, someone owes you $1 million, that's all you can get, $1 million. But if you allege that they breached their fiduciary obligations to you, you can get a multiple of that, a 3x multiple, a 5x multiple, right? And so that's a very dangerous claim, which can obviously not just cost you a lot of money, it can kill the startup if you're not aware of it. And so what we're going to cover are sort of the top 10 mistakes that come up in startup transactions that can sink the startup because people are not paying attention to those issues. And those issues are equally important both from the startup side and the investor side. First, so you can recognize them, and second, so you know how to avoid them.
Sounds great, by the way. How much you charge for your services?
So again, that obviously differs. I mean, first of all, obviously, if you have some initial questions, if you want to know if our firm is right for you, obviously that's free. We're available for questions. You can contact us. Our website is aikengump.com. We'll be here both days. As far as the actual cost, we're a large law firm, so we're not cheap. But they say an ounce of cure is worth a pound of prevention. So, a lot of times it's better to spend a few $1,000s up front than spend millions of dollars in attorney's fees because you inadvertently ran afoul of one of these fiduciary obligations. And lawsuits, as I'm sure you all know, cost a lot of money. So it's always better to be preventive than to deal with it after the fact.
Top-notch services couldn't be cheap, by the way.
Exactly.
But how startuppers can use the service now during this event, SVOD?
So, for instance, we're around, me and several of my colleagues are around both days. So we have a table outside. Feel free to stop by, ask us whatever questions you have, right? For example, if you have a joint venture and you have several founders, co-founders, right? You owe certain duties to each other, right? Or for example, an issue that often comes up in lawsuits, right, is you had a prior startup, it failed, now you're trying the same idea for a new time. Guess what? That raises a potential issue. I'd highly advise you to talk to a lawyer because otherwise your former partners, your former co-founders in the prior startup may sue you in connection with a new startup because they're going to claim you're using the same idea. That's an issue that comes up all the time.
So scary story. Okay, guys, I wish you good luck. I wish you get new partners here from Silicon Valley. And thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Yep. I tried to plug out your microphone. And our next guest, thank you, bye. Our next guest is going to be here right now. Yep.
First presenting, you are second. You're going to the back, getting lapel and waiting. all now it's about 10 minutes. Надо загнать наружу.
That they have 5 minutes to pitch. And so first they work with Stas and Anna, and then they're sent over to me, and I work with them on their story and polishing it and making sure that like 5 minutes in front of a big audience is not like an investor presentation.
Sure.
You have to give a show. You have to captivate the audience. It can't just be, well, if an investor doesn't get it, then I don't care. It's not for. Some of these things are very, very deep technology, and you have to find a way to explain it so that everybody understands and everybody gets it. So that was my job, to kind of make sure, listening from a non-technological ear and a story ear, people getting it. Yes.
Sounds good.
Yeah, yeah.
Teams going to sell themselves, and you can help them to do it.
With pleasure.
Wow, you have so nice job, so nice activity, by the way.
Yes.
What impression about this existing conference? How you feel?
The SVOD is one of the best tech conferences around, I think. The way it's organized, the level of the companies, the level of the investors is really outstanding. So they do a great job. I'm very happy to be involved.
It happens in the middle, in the heart of the Silicon Valley.
Well, when they say open doors, they really mean it, because anybody that lives here knows that it's not that easy to open a door here.
Sure.
You have to jump through a window or down a chimney or
and
through a roof.
Can do nothing. Just arrive here and
absolutely.
You
Getting
just,
to investors unless you know someone who knows someone. Here you have the opportunity to walk up, introduce yourself to somebody who's wearing a badge that says investor, you don't have to guess, and give them a little pitch. Be prepared with your elevator pitch. You got to be prepared to be able to say it fast. And I think that's an amazing opportunity for companies.
How people can find you?
My site is donnagriff.com, DONNAGRIF.com. And I help startups tell their stories so that they can get funded, get to the next level, get clients, get customers, get partners.
Sounds great.
Yes,
Wow. How much you charge for your services?
Everybody can talk to me about that on a personal basis. It depends on a lot of variations where they are in the process and what. But I'm fast. Within 2 hours, you can have an investor deck.
Guys, if you do not know what to do when you arrive to Silicon Valley, just use mentioned website.
I'll be there.
Thank you so much.
Thank you,
so
Vlad.
being
Have a great
here.
day.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, thank you guys. We're about to start our main part of the conference. See you later. Bye.
Okay. And now we're starting from our Hans Tung. Hans. Okay. We're starting from our reverse speech, 30 seconds. We're starting from the stage, and after that, between companies, we'll introduce judges at the tables. 30 seconds, please introduce yourself and your fund interest in the investment. Oh, technical problem.
Jim Smith, More David Al Ventures. In general, we do early stage investments, meaning seed A and B, as a service businesses, both consumer as well as enterprise.
Hi, Kyle Louie with DCM Ventures, formerly Doll Capital, also an early stage seed, Series A, Series B, based here in the Valley, but global in nature. We do a ton in Asia across mobile consumer internet, enterprise software, IoT, and emerging tech such as VR.
Hi, I'm Esteban Sosnik. I'm a partner at GGV Capital. We're an early stage edtech fund focused on education technologies, mostly seed and Series A and some Bs.
Tirto Haji, Palapa Ventures. We are a stage agnostic venture fund from Indonesia. We look for technology companies in the Valley that have relevancy in our home country.
My name is Sanjeet Dang. I am an investment director at Intel Capital. Intel Capital is the venture arm of Intel. We invest roughly $400 million every year in startups, and we are quite global. We tend to lead most of the rounds, and we typically invest in Series A plus companies.
I'm Rahul Mehta from DST Global. We invest in consumer internet companies on a global scale, primarily on the late stage side.
My name is Gary Lauder of Lauder Partners. I invest in a wide range of technologies and stages.
And one judge, lady of the house.
Hi, I'm Elisa Yaffa. I'm with Step Up Funding, and we do Series Seed, A, and B.
Thank you. Okay, and now my actually pleasure to invite our discovery, which we made on other side of the pond in Ireland, the guy who actually crashed our party in Dublin. And we was very excited to have so far the youngest entrepreneur presenting in SVOD. Eric, please step forward. And Eric, do you have clicker? Yes, it's your time.
Hi, my name is Eric Lassard, and I'm 12 years old. And I'm the CEO and founder of Kids Edu Pro. And Kids Edu Pro brought here today 1,000 plus. Okay, so when I was 7 years old, I started doing business. And I started making money with my businesses. And I lost my first 2,000 euro in one of my businesses. So I was sitting there broke. A few months later, my girlfriend leaves me. Now, it's not because of the money, it's because her parents lost their house and they had to move away. So I was sitting there heartbroken and broke. And then I looked around and I realized that this is not only happening to me, but it's happening to many other people out there. So I realized a big problem out there, and that is the lack of financial education in schools and in families. This is the result of 8 in 10 young people are starting their life in debt. 37.8% of suicides are caused because of financial struggles. And people are afraid to approach their financial institutions and use their financial products due to the lack of financial education. So I decided I have to come up with a solution. And the solution is 1,000 plus financial education for the families. This is a mobile app. And how does this work? Well, we have a current account and we have the savings account. And the app makes the transfer. But where do you get the money to make the transfer? Well, that's very simple. All we do is we have the 52-week money challenge, and this is how it works. Week 1, $1. Week 2, $2. Week 3, $3. And so on. And by the end of these 52 weeks, you will have $1,378 cashable. Isn't that amazing? So, you can do this with piggy banks, but the piggy banks are not there to remind you that it's time to pay up. So, this is why you need an app. The app sends you reminders and keeps you accountable. It teaches you final prediction, it offers you rewards and perks, and it gives you a real-life experience. Competitor analysis. It's unique. There's nothing out there. There are a bunch of games out there, but guess what? They don't have real results, and you cannot have $1,378 cashable in the bank account. And also, we created this at a startup weekend in Dublin, and the RBS, Royal Bank of Scotland, is interested. We had 2 meetings, and they said, well, have the final product ready, and we're ready to implement it in our APIs, and we'd love to buy it. So isn't that awesome?
Yes, let's support!
Okay. So, hey. So yeah, benefits for the bank, new customers, increased customer loyalty, and new financial products. Benefits for the user, save your first $1,378, financial education, and a positive financial experience. What do we need to make the 1,000 plus real? Well, funding, front-end, back-end developers, and a sales team. I did this to create a culture of financial education. I created this so I can share financial education with all the kids around the world. Are you with me?
Yes!
Thank you.
Great presentation. Now time for questions. Questions from the tables. Guys, any questions? Let's support our youngest entrepreneur and his bravery. No, everyone. Guys, any questions?
Can you clarify the business model? How are we gonna?
Okay, so basically what happens is that this is the app. We have all the content ready, and a bank buys the app from us. We give them the content, we give them their APIs, we customize it for them, all the little bit of branding and everything. And then the bank can offer this to their users. We take a little bit of a percentage, and we take the money. And then we pay our employees, developers, and most of all our investors and shareholders.
Guys, I recommend to invest. If not this startup, the next one going to be bigger than Google. So use your chance. Any questions? Okay. Thank you, Eric. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. And before we're going to the next presentation, please introduce yourself from this table of jury.
Thanks.
I'm Andrew Kursev, at 3F Capital. We invest in a seed stage into robotics industry in Russia.
Alex Soroka, Startup.network, investment platform for entrepreneurs, investors, and professionals.
Leslie Murdoch from Murdoch Venture Partners and Murdoch Martel. We do angel investing and CFO services for startups.
Rich Moore with Band of Angels, interested in about any B2B technology.
I'm Winnie Chang from Palapa, so we're interested in technologies that's transferable to Indonesia.
Washid Aljo from Israel, an angel investor.
Okay, and now my great pleasure to introduce one more company from South Africa. They're solving problem of education in Africa and elsewhere. Claudia Schwarzberg, Top Dog Education. Good to have support.
Well, now I feel a bit old. Hi guys, I'm Claudia Schwarzberg, co-founder and CEO of Top Dog Education. We're one of Africa's largest edtech companies with over 3.5 million users. We are fast-growing, well-capitalized, and profitable. So you may ask why I'm here. I'd like to discuss the future of our business with you and see if we can find the right partners to help us scale globally. A little bit about me. I'm a qualified actuary, and I studied very hard for 8 years only to realize that when I entered the work world, the course that I had learned wasn't really relevant to the work world that I had entered. After 6 years in this working world, I was determined to find a solution that addressed personalized, relevant content so that people did not have to go through this again. In 2010, we founded Top Dog, started with digital education. What this did was it addressed the concerns for ease of accessibility and ease of updating the content. And this did quite well. But at this stage, we started to realize the major cost implications of the content creation process. In 2013, we launched a diagnostics tool. This was to enable the teachers and parents to aid this learning process. Instead of just getting a report 4 times a year, it could be done on a continuous basis. Through these diagnostics, we actually started to realize how the users were interacting with our content in very, very unique ways, very different ways. So we realized the needed to address this need for personalized education. And so we launched an adaptive learning platform. Again, here the problem was that it is all limited to a finite static database of content. So no matter how amazing your adaptive learning platform is, it's limited to the content that it can draw upon. So the natural reaction is, okay, well, let's go look and try and expand the content. The problem is that the content creation process looks something like this. Now, don't read the whole slide. It's just to illustrate the long, tedious, repetitive process and cost associated with creating school textbooks. Last year alone, $300 billion was spent in the US and UK just to produce school textbooks. And by the way, it takes 6 months to a year to publish a book. Now think about how ridiculous that is. I mean, how many of you felt that when you went to school, what you had studied was still relevant till the day that you walked into your first job? The answer is it isn't. And that's because we cannot publish and create content as fast as the job market is moving. What's worse is that the experience for the student is not completely personalized. So let's look at a typical adaptive learning platform. Here's Sam and Matt. They're very different. Sam needs dark green and Matt needs light green. Typically what would happen is this adaptive learning platform will go and look in this database of content and try to find dark and light green. But in this situation, it doesn't exist. So what does the system do? It goes and looks for the closest match and serves Sam and Matt what they don't actually need. So with all this content and this personalized learning platforms, it still doesn't address the need. And being in the edtech space, we thought there has to be a better solution. And so we found it. And the answer lies in artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence, computer software capable of intelligent behavior. So think about this. How cool would it be if I could instruct an intelligent system to create the content that I wanted on demand? An intelligent system that created relevant content in seconds for pennies. What would it do to this industry? Well, that creation process that I showed you will look something like that. Better yet, for a student, you're not dealing with a static database of content anymore. You're dealing with an intelligent system. So what it will do is it will auto-generate that content that is needed live for Sam and Matt, and they'll end up getting exactly what they want and getting the best educational outcome. For teachers, another application. It takes an average of 8 hours to set a test. It now can be done at the click of a button. So do we know this works? Yes, we have created our first module for primary school maths. We are moving on to secondary school, and the plan is to delve into other subjects going forward. Now, like every good VC presentation, we have to have a slide on market size. I'm not going to insult you by going through all the very optimistic figures. You can go through that in your own time. The facts are that there is major education in the edtech space. There is major money being spent on content creation every year, and the sales of that content are multiples larger. So I'm sure you can start to see who the potential users of our product are. And what we may be doing is creating the future of education. This is your typical competitor slide. Now, we are not saying that we want to own the personalized learning space. No. What we want to do is we want to become a back-end facilitator to these providers in the market, making their processes more efficient and their education more effective. So we don't see them as competitors, we see them as potential partners. We're well capitalized, profitable, have a product with 3.5 million users. We are looking for a partner that can help us scale globally with a mature round A, early round B investment. So my question is, do one of you think that you may be the right partner for us?
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Questions? Yes.
Hi, thank you. That was interesting. How are you going to sell this? Directly to whom, and what's your business model?
So there's 3 different business models because we see application in 3 different sectors. One is to the publishers. So for them to actually create their textbooks using the system instead of the long content generation process, that would be a license fee based on the amount of calls to the API every month, plus a rev share on their sales of books. And then to the direct market with teachers and students wanting extra practice material, creating their own tests, etc., that would also be a license fee per month, a subscription.
A question from the tables. Dear judges, yes.
I think you're pointing out a very real problem that the content sometimes is outdated, but I guess I didn't quite understand how your artificial intelligence kind of is going to do the job. It's a pretty massive undertaking, so if you could give us more details.
Sure. So without delving into too much technical detail, basically what we are creating is an intelligent system capable of understanding the syllabi across the world. So we build it at such a granular level that they understand the American, the UK, the African type syllabi, and it understands it at such a granular level that if you tell the system, I want a question, just for an example on addition and subtraction, it will create those questions for you. Just like a random generator, as an example, it's simplifying it completely, but like how Excel can produce random numbers. This will create it, but in a far more intelligent way, understanding the system, understanding the difficulty levels at different grades, and produce the content required, whether it's a question or instructional content, solutions to questions.
So how do we know that this thing works? Has any independent body done any kind of a study benchmarking your results versus what happens today?
So when you say benchmarking our results versus what happens today, are you talking about the actual efficiency of the process? So we have done this. This is a very new product for us. Typically, we've been in the diagnostics and the education creation space. This is a new product. We have not launched it in the market yet. However, we're dealing with a pilot with a few of our existing providers around the world, and we've seen that it creates those processes that I showed you are completely real. What it does to the content creation process and the cost efficiency is fractions of the cost and time.
Gary, please.
On your slide, one of the bullets was the unschooling. Could you define that for us?
Pardon?
In that matrix on the right-hand side, one of the items that you said your product addresses is called unschooling.
Unschooling? Can I just...
sorry, I thought you might be familiar. If you could go back, it's just...
Can you
okay,
put the presentation back?
It's not that important. It's possible it's just a typo. Sorry, I wasn't trying to focus on minutia. I just wanted to expand concept. Question, I just looked on the App Store and there's not an app yet. Are you anticipating to be on iOS or Android?
No, we don't intend right now on doing an app because the way that this is built, it's actually built into a back engine through an API. So the publishers, for instance, it works directly with their systems that are existingly created. And then the content creation that we are producing at the moment gets done through a website and a fully responsive site that we actually get preloaded onto one of the biggest telcos in Africa and with every phone that gets distributed.
And is your company located in Zambia?
No, it's in South Africa.
Okay.
But we do have customers in Zambia.
The country, is ZA the symbol for Zambia or for South Africa?
South Africa.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Jim?
So the value proposition, it sounds like to date, is somewhat soft to publishers. Am I understanding that correctly? Meaning you've described what it could be, but you guys have not yet put numbers around, say, hey, we're going to cut the content development time in half or something along those lines. Is that accurate?
No, we have. So we know exactly what the effects will be. In terms of the time, I mean, to create a textbook, it can be done in a day. Based on all the APIs that are called. From a cost perspective, it's purely based on the license fee. So just to give you an example, when I mentioned they spent over $300 billion last year, I mean, we don't intend on trying to compete with that cost. We don't even want to say that we want to halve it. We are going to do far more than that because they only have to pay a license fee of 15 cents per call to us. Average textbook is about 1,000 calls. So it's a fraction of the cost. It's not even a comparable model.
And so is the value proposition all cost savings, or is there an upsell value proposition to your customers?
There's upsell value proposition. This is actually where the idea initially came from, was our personalized adaptive learning platform. And we realized it was so limited, this personal experience, because we only have this content. And to create more content, so the value proposition is it now creates completely personalized on-demand content.
Tirto.
One question. Does your software allow personalized learning for each student? Because each kid may have different speed of learning. So can they far advanced than the others? Or?
Yes, so that would be done through our adaptive learning platform. What that does is it assesses the student where their weaknesses and strengths are at, it sets goals for them, and then teaches them at their pace. But that is a product that's existing in the market, and it's not the auto content generation.
Can they skip grade?
Yes, they can.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. We need to move. Okay, while we're preparing the next company introduction from the next table of judges, please, 30 seconds reverse.
Oh, hi, my name is Asim. I am here from Kiritsu Forum, which is the biggest angel investment forum in the world. We have 44 chapters and 3,500 members all over the world. We invest in all kinds of deals. My primary interest is in high-tech or any technology-enabled services.
Hi, I'm Victor from Infocom Investments. We are a $200 million government fund from Singapore. We focus on technology companies primarily in the enterprise space, in areas like fintech, IoT, cybersecurity, and typically we do late-stage investments.
Hi, Jun Deng from TIC Angel Fund. TIC stands for Tsinghua Entrepreneurial Executive Club. We are mainly an alumni group based in Tsinghua University, Beijing in China. We help our portfolio companies grow and expand to China, interested in C stage and Series A.
Thank you. Dear judges, don't forget to fill up these evaluation sheets. And now my great pleasure to invite Daron Gavra with the company Whitfield. Daron, please welcome Daron.
Hey everybody, it's been a while since I got a standing ovation like this. This is fun. So we're Whitfield. My name is Daron, I'm the CEO, and what we do is we provide a full e-commerce solution for lifestyle influencers. Let's spend a minute about retail sites. Retail sites are search-based. When I was the eBay homepage PM, I saw this firsthand. People come in with a product in mind, nobody browses, and the marketing collateral that we put in front of them is treated like ads, it's ineffective. As a result, retailers have a hard time surfacing their inventory in front of users. So who are these lifestyle influencers? What do they do? These are regular women. A lot of them have day jobs. They've built a following on social media. They've got an audience that comes to their sites. Some of the influencers we work with have drove over 75 million page views in the few years that they've been active with their sites. Most of these sites are on WordPress. They're authentic, they're engaging, they're inspiring, and it works. They drove over $500 million of sales last year alone. And here's the amazing part and why we started Whitfield. They did it with WordPress and text links. This is the peak of the technology here, guys. And WordPress is great for content, but it doesn't really work for commerce. So what we figured is if we took all of the e-commerce playbook, the e-commerce best practices, and we applied it to their content, there's got to be room for optimization and increased conversion that we can drive. And that's what we do. So here's how we do it. We create a full e-commerce solution that has a store. Now their audience can search, can browse, can shop their images just like they would Nordstrom's or Shopbop or Amazon. We also do, also mobile optimized. And here's the interesting part. If you look at this, we not only show you what she's wearing in the outfit, we also generate automatically recommendations for related items, making sure that the links never go dead. So every time you come to that image, even if it's a year from now, we show related items. And we do all of that integrated into their sites. So how we've been doing so far. We've been live for a little bit over 5 months. GMV has been doubling month over month, the gross merchandise bought through the influencers. Our conversion is 3x better than the main competitors that have been out there for 6 years now. Every click, if you look at the graph on the bottom right, every click out of Whitley is worth almost $2 in sales. So when you think about the CPM potential for advertising, we're excited. Speaking about the clicks, 30% click-through rate to retailers, 54% of that are on the recommendations. They're not on the original item worn. Here's what also gets us very excited. We have done zero marketing, zero PR, zero advertising, not because we don't want to, it's because we can't afford to. And we've got over almost 90 influencer stores launched, and 3 out of the top 10 influencers in the US working with us, and this is all through word of mouth. I think we all agree that there's a lot of monetization opportunities. For the next 12 months, we are solely focused on the affiliate revenue. It's very easy for us to get premium rates from the retailers at the range of anything between 14 to 20%, not holiday season rates right now, and we get them over emails and over calls. A little bit about us. I spent over 4 years at eBay. I was the product manager for the eBay homepage, the eBay Daily Deals program, our bidding flow, and all of the on eBay advertising. Advertising is a revenue stream. Drew, my talented co-founder and CTO, has been a CTO of 2 acquired companies, and we're really hoping for a 3rd one here, and has over 20 years of experience in the advertising space. We are an e-commerce focused team. There are 6 others besides the 2 of us now. And this is our vision. When all the retail sites, all the e-commerce sites are search-based, we want to be the largest inspiration-based e-commerce site, where consumers come to shop off of real images, of real people, based on real experiences. Questions? Time to spare.
Thank you. Let's support Whitley. Now it's time for questions. Questions from the round tables. Anyone? Yes.
So, Doron, that's an exciting pitch. Is there a network effect between your influencers and your customers? Meaning, for every influencer you bring, the network is more valuable on both sides of the equation.
Yes, so definitely. So I'll give you an example using numbers. The first store we launched, the very first store we launched, we added a Powered by Whitley link on the top, font 6. We saw a 13% click-through rate on that and a 10% sign-up from all of the sessions. Every time we launch a new influencer, especially if they've got hundreds of thousands of followers, we see a flood of new registrations in terms of new influencers, and we see a new audience coming in. So if you looked at our audience slide, for instance, we discovered a niche. There's a niche in 50-plus, fashion for 50-plus women. And once we launched with an influencer like that, we started seeing a new set of users coming in and bringing in even more influencers in that niche.
And so are we talking about thousands of influencers, tens of thousands, or hundreds of thousands before you guys have enough kind of critical mass where a competitor could not combat that network effect?
So I think it's both on that. I think it's both on the number of influencers we have, but also we're the only play out there right now that automatically generates recommendations. The technology today out there is links. That's it. So there are a lot of affiliate networks and influencer networks today, but nobody has our ability to generate these recommendations. So we also have a network effect with retailers, because when we add a new retailer to the platform, we can generate more recommendations for other retailers based on what you're wearing from that specific brand.
So influencer marketing has become a good new emerging area, but it has somewhat gotten crowded quite fast. There are other companies trying to do something similar as well.
Yep.
And the other trend we have seen is gross margins are quite low, at least initially. I don't know if you can comment on both of those things.
Yep, so to your question, yes, we've seen a lot of influencer networks coming out, but at the end of the day, in agencies, and we work with them, but at the end of the day, these are account management companies. They don't really have a technology, and they're afraid of sharing data because they're afraid that a retailer would just take the influencer off platform. We're a platform. We're an e-commerce solution. And so We don't mind sharing data. We don't mind selling the data. You can't really take somebody off our platform if you're a retailer or you want to do a sponsored campaign with them. That's where we're very unique. We don't promise them just better rates and better deals. We're an e-commerce platform and we deliver better conversion for the traffic that comes in. That's where we differentiate ourselves. As for the rates, yes, you're right. Although fashion has high rates, up to 20%, but I think there's a lot more opportunities because everybody that's playing in this space today is really focused on the retailers, because the retailers are the only one who can play with the affiliate networks and integrate with them. But there is a long tail of boutiques that cannot afford to integrate with the affiliate networks, and they are more than willing to pay a premium rate that could actually be double in effect than what the retailers are willing to pay.
Okay, good presentation. I just had a question about how do you compare with if you set up your store on Amazon or eBay, bearing in mind they're massive platforms and they give the customer massive traction?
Yeah, very familiar with eBay. So eBay, Amazon, Shopify, they all launch stores for people who sell their own inventory. You have to go, ship it, deal with returns, figure out the shipping. We're very different. What Shopify did for small businesses, giving them an online presence and an online checkout, we do for people who do not sell their own stuff. They promote other stuff. So the selling actually happens on the retailer's site. So she's saying, this is what I'm wearing. This is the A-line Kate Spade dress I'm wearing. You can buy this one at Kate Spade. You can buy others on ShopUp and Nordstrom. They're not actually selling.
Have you seen particular success with certain types of influencers, both from the acquisition of them as well as sell-through within those influencers?
Yes, yes. So what makes this content unique is the authenticity and the relatability. So we've seen actually on the negative side where we've seen influencers that are not successful, it's the influencers who actually look like models and they're not relatable. We had a few influencers on the platform where the audience just couldn't relate to that look because it wasn't relatable, it wasn't authentic. And other influencers who their look was more authentic, more felt relatable to you, who were more successful.
Okay, thank you, Whitley. Let's thank you, Whitley. Okay, and a few words. As an entrepreneur myself, I find out the best way to get help from someone is help others entrepreneur. And on SVOD, we're using applications that was presented a few years ago, Silo. Few words from Silo.
Thank you very much, Stas. I'll only take a minute. I don't want to tell you long stories about Silo. That's not what I'm here for. I just have two questions, okay? By a show of hands, who thinks that connections are important in Silicon Valley? I want to see, who thinks connections are important in Silicon Valley? And keep your hands up. Who thinks they could use more connections in Silicon Valley? Pretty much everyone, right? You just got them. Because Silo just gives you an immediate network. What kind of network? Just look around. All the people around you are your network now. If you join Silo, everyone here is available and ready to help you. Now, I don't want you to hear it from me. I want to invite to the stage Gemma Redmond from Ireland. And Gemma is the, can you come in, join us here for a second, please? Gemma is an entrepreneur just like you. I met her 2 days ago. She, actually just yesterday, she used Silo for the first time 2 days ago. And just so you know, Gemma, she's a brilliant entrepreneur. She's building machines that build humans. She's actually building a 3D printer that builds human parts. And she's the winner of SVOD conference in Dublin. So she's going to tell you about Silo, not me.
Thanks. Yeah, I've been using it since I got here, and I've made quite a lot of. I've asked a question or two, and I've actually got quite a few leads back from it. It's been actually really, really useful to me. So on the contact side, it's been great.
Yeah. So thank you, Gemma, for that. Now, if you need any more convincing that helping is important and useful and you could help each other, we've got just one little thing that will convince you to help other people in this conference. Does anybody recognize what this is? This box? This is an Apple Watch. And this Apple Watch is going to go to someone here tomorrow at the end of the conference. But you need to do one thing. You need to go on Silo and help 5 people. You could do something as easy as just clicking boost or sharing their ask. You don't have to reply if you don't know the answer. But just help 5 people. Do something good and get something great. Okay? Thank you very much.
Okay, and now my pleasure to introduce a company also from South Africa, Whitfield. Hi guys from South Africa. Oh, this is a good way to introduce your company.
Burger King launched in South Africa last year, and they needed a means of reaching quite a broad market without the brand themselves having much credibility. So I pitched to them that they should use some digital influencers to start talking about the new store openings. What we did over 2 weeks was got 6 celebrity influencers to talk about the brand, and that resulted in Burger King having queues around the block when they opened. My name is Murray Legg, and I'm one of the founders of Whitfield. We run marketplace technology that allows influencers and brands to connect, share stories, and positively influence an audience and track the results. The principle of an influential person, let's take James Bond, amplifying a brand or product, let's say his Aston Martin, is not new. Peer recommendation is a highly trusted marketing channel. Yet online, brands are doing quite a poor job of creating the right content for the audience, but also not really understanding how to do their dissemination and engagement metrics. Press releases are being found just pasted onto blogs, TVCs are being uploaded to YouTube, etc. So take the fact that content creators are media owners and effectively one-man creative agencies, add that every bit of content online performs according to a statistical model with respect to its engagement and viewership, and you've got quite an interesting recipe, the combination of art and science for successful influencer marketing campaigns. We see some of the best video and written content being produced by influencers. The web's shakers and makers, if you will, are able to share branded material amongst their regular content. And as they're sharing it with their audience of a particular niche, they're getting paid for it, in the same way that you're quite happy to pay Google when you want to reach their audience. Whitfield is the marketplace that facilitates costs and reports on influencer marketing campaigns. For brands, it's a growth hack to have credible people talking about their brand within a niche audience. We have an inventory of 8,000 influencers, reaching 250 million consumers. Each influencer has authenticated their social and native channels through various API, and every day we interpret every bit of content that they produce. We look at their engagement metrics relative to previous posts and score them across other influencers on our platform. These insights, together with audience information, help us find the right influencers for brands to be able to work with. We then provide a collaborative interface for the brand and influencer to have a discussion, share the content publicly, and then we track all of the reports. We're a technology and agency hybrid. At our core, our tech is scalable for the high volume, low value campaigns where startups and guest houses want influencers to reach a market quickly and talk about them. For the multi-influencer, high value campaigns that we do for Coca-Cola, Unilever, and the like, we run an agency approach. Our IP is based in Mauritius, where we benefit from tax efficiencies, and we run an agency out of Johannesburg to service the African market and a sales office out of London. Last year, we raised $700,000, generated $2 million in revenue, and an EBITDA of $400,000. We're on a steep growth curve, and now want to expand that to new markets. And the reason why we're eager to get growing internationally is because we're actually underwhelmed by the competition. Hands down, we've got fantastic technology, and on a relative basis, we've raised only a small amount of capital for the size that we are. A key differentiator for us is that we empower influencers to generate leads for themselves by easy-to-use media kits and booking engines. So we're a team of 30 young, dynamic people, all younger than 33, in 4 offices. London, Cape Town, Johannesburg, and Mauritius. I lead the strategic direction of Whitfield. Dave is the lead developer, and Kirsty is an ambitious head of ops. Our 12-month roadmap is to own the influencer marketing monopoly by operating a hub-and-spoke model out of Mauritius, focusing on EMEA and the USA. We spent our raise perfecting our entry into a new market by acquiring 20% of the audience in the UK, credibility in leading publications, and then signing 2 great big deals with Barclays as a result. If we acquire 25,000 influencers with authenticated channels, we'd hold a very defensible position in the global market. So we're thus in search of $8 million in funding to assist us in accelerating our growth and starting as soon as next month. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And quick. Good to bring supporters. Maybe you just could crowdsource, you don't need those guys from Silicon Valley. Question from the tables.
How do you particularly going to acquire the influencers?
So we actually enjoy eating our own dog food by getting our credible influencers to speak about the benefits of influencer marketing to their audiences. We also then run very effective retargeting ads by following niche audiences online. So we know that our cost to acquire an influencer is about $5.65. And by spending a lot on media and influencers talking about that, together with the PR and publicity that we get out of brand coverage in a new market, that leads to conversion.
Yes.
Can you talk about the product a little bit more? We got a very good sense of the market you're trying to go after and how influencers are coming up, but it was not very clear what exactly you're selling and to whom the brands or the agencies. Are you displacing the agencies, for example?
So I guess it's analogous to looking at other platforms where a marketplace allows for like an Airbnb model for 2 parties to connect. So we have brands. At the moment, we work with 3,000 marketers and their brands. And with our 8,000 influencers, they're able to search and discover each other. But unlike other influencer marketing agencies who are really just a database, we then allow for the collaborative approach where the 2 can interface with each other to create the content and the interactive reporting thereafter.
Jim.
Can you talk about how do you match a brand to an influencer? So I can clearly see, hey, an influencer has a great network and they've done well with, a certain type of product, but how do you know that their particular network is well matched to a specific brand? Can you talk about the science and the technology behind that?
So the benefit of having the API calls, particularly from Google Analytics, coming through to our database, and not just looking at the branded content that's generated, but every bit of content that's generated by that influencer, we can look into that material to be able to see and understand their audience interest, demographic, age, and so on. So there's different smart tools within the search, so you can obviously search for a big reach, that not necessarily being a key indicator of influence, but then looking within a niche, so keyword search, sentiment analysis, time on site, etc.
Yes.
Can you talk about your competition?
I beg your pardon?
Your competition, can you talk about it?
So the reason why we are focusing on our time zone in UK and Europe, as well as Africa, is because we don't have any competition there. In South Africa, we own 94% of the market. And in the States, there are 2 fairly big competitors, Tap Influence and IZEA. One's listed and one's recently raised, I think, $14 million. Their model is a lot more focused on a bidding approach. So a brand puts out a brief and influencers bid on it, which is really a race to the bottom. We think that influencers, because they're generating content and providing access to networks, should have a set price. So our business model is different, but we are quite aware of them.
Gary.
2 questions. It would appear that you don't have anyone with the role of president or CEO, and is there a philosophy behind that? And also, can you tell us about Mauritius and what makes that a special place for what you do?
Sure. So in Mauritius, it's I suppose the analogy is Delaware, where IP can get registered and then used as a software as a service into new markets. Capital gains tax there is at 0%. Companies tax is at 3%. And so we feel that that's an effective place to operate out of. They're also leading on the African front in terms of ease to do business, ability to do listings. So proximity to Africa, but not painted with sort of a generalized African brush. Oh, and then the title. So I play the role of CEO, and we're looking actually in the network here in the States to have some key sort of godfather directors to be able to play a role and introduce us to the nuances of working in a market here.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for yourself. And Martin, please be ready. Okay, now it's time to introduce our last two tables of judges. Please introduce yourself, 30 seconds each.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Anton Generalov, managing partner of Industrial Investors Family Office. So we invest mostly in everything, so no limits on company stage, no limits on industry. The only small limits is the check size. However, maximum is like 20 million. Thank you.
I already did that too. So.
Hi, everybody. I'm Ekta Dang. I work with Intel and mostly interested in IoT and cybersecurity investments.
Hi, I'm Robin Batchelor. I'm an angel investor based in London. I do seed and up to Series A, and I'm happy to cornerstone.
I'm Richard Guha with Connecticut Innovations, and we're actually one of the most active early-stage investors in the country, investing in Connecticut-based companies on pre-seed, seed, and Series A. We've also built an ecosystem for startups, and I coach and mentor companies into either commercial success or getting funding.
My name is Kenyu Sobajima, the KDDI of the investment team, the director of the investment team. The KDDI is the second largest telecom carrier in Japan. So we have over 45 million mobile customers. So our focus is on mobile-related consumer-facing services.
Okay. Thank you. And now my pleasure to invite Martin Frohler with Quantix. Martin.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Martin. I'm the CEO and founder of Quantix. Meet Alex. Alex is a 19-year-old sophomore, and Alex is also a quant. He has written a trading algorithm, a computer program that automatically buys and sells commodity futures. Now, trading algorithms can be a little complicated, so let me give you an example. If crude oil fell 10% in the last 30 days and the S&P 500 trades below its 10-day average price, buy gold and sell corn. That's what quants do. They find relationships in the world and build trading algorithms based on those relationships. So what does it take to write a trading algorithm in the first place? It takes software and it takes data. Quantix provides Alex and everybody else with free and open source software to build trading algorithms, and 25 years of financial data to backtest them. Well, let's take a look at the result of Alex's strategy. This is it, the blue curve. Now, as you can see, it clearly outperforms the green curve, which is the S&P 500 as a representative of the stock market, with a performance of 21% a year and a volatility or risk of only 8% a year, which is roughly half the risk of the stock market. Now, Alex trades commodity futures, agricultural commodities, precious metals, energy commodities. And trading commodity futures requires a lot of capital. One single contract of gold costs $120,000. As a 19-year-old student, Alex simply doesn't have the million it takes to trade this strategy effectively. But Christian does. He is an investor, and he wants to invest in market-beating strategies. So he selects from the over 1,000 strategies on our platform, and he picks Alex's strategy because it is negatively correlated with the stock market and offers a great hedge to Christian's portfolio. So Christian invests $10 million in Alex's strategy. And Quantix manages the trading operation for Christian, and Christian doesn't have to pay any management fees at all for that.
So Christian expects to make 21% a year if Alex's algorithm keeps performing, or 2.1 million a year. Of his profits, Christian gets to keep 80% and shares the other 20% to equal parts with Quantix and Alex. So Alex can expect to make $210,000 a year, which is a good income for a 19-year-old college kid, and the 4 weeks of work that it took him to come up with this trading algorithm. Quantitative trading is today a $300 billion industry. And the most successful quantitative hedge funds have maybe 500 researchers building algorithms for them all day long. Quantix already has 2,500 quants from all over the world, all with unique and diverse backgrounds and great ideas for trading algorithms. We currently have over 1,000 algorithms on our platform from our quants already. We've been trading some of them in the past 15 months with our own money successfully, so we have consistently beaten the market. If we would take the top 60 strategies on our platform, we could already manage $4 billion with them successfully. And we're currently in the process of registering our business as commodity trading advisor with the regulators, with the authorities here in the US, to open up to institutional investors. My team, Dirk, Nobi, and I are building the first marketplace for trading algorithms and the hedge fund of the future. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Quantix. I bet you have a lot of the questions. So first question, yes.
What is the shelf life of the algorithms, and how do you maintain the freshness of the inventory?
The half-life depends really on the strategy. It could be anything. So we start simulating the algorithms on live market data as soon as they are uploaded to us, and our quants cannot modify them anymore. Some of the algorithms fail in the first 3 months, but some of them actually perform very well on live data. And this is exactly what we show investors. So we show them the backtest, the hypothetical performance, and then the performance on simulated data, or our trading results, if we trade them actually already. And this way they can assess if it actually works or not.
But in finance, typically people will be slightly altering some of those
Yes.
algorithms to keep up with developments in the market. How do you cope with that?
Yes. Usually algorithms are tweaked constantly. This is correct. But our quants can do that as well. But as soon as they tweak it and upload it to us, we start building up a new track record with the tweaked version, so that investors always know what they see is what they get. Because otherwise the backtest would not be representative anymore.
So you mentioned, you have been deployed for the last 15 months. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you talk about the results so far?
Our trading operation, yes. We have been trading so far only the winners of our competitions. So we have not selected the strategies per se. And our trading operation has a Sharpe ratio of more than 1 in the last 15 months. It has a Sharpe ratio of more than 1, so a higher performance annualized than volatility annualized.
So I was going to ask you a different question, but let me ask you this. If you have figured out a way to consistently beat the market, why try to build the company? Just make the money.
Yes, we did that with our own capital, but our vision is to connect smart people like Alex to their clients directly, so to institutional investors, to high net worth individuals, to family offices, bypassing the traditional hedge fund approach.
Any questions?
Well, what is your plan for acquiring the investors and clients? So essentially the demand side?
Yeah, point of demand side, so what's our plan to acquire investors and quants? In the last 1.5 years, we have primarily focused on US universities. So we're going after the exact same people that quantitative hedge funds would hire, graduate students from Stanford, from Caltech, Berkeley, but even professors, so even people who work in...
sorry, I mean the other side.
The investor side?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we're in the process of opening up our marketplace, so we already have seen some interest in some of the strategies, and we will be happy to open it in this quarter. We're not worried about finding investors. If you have a product with a Sharpe ratio of greater than 1 or greater than 2, then you're very competitive, even in the quantitative finance industry.
Quite a question over here, to your left. the trading algorithms are often very proprietary. To what extent are they disclosed to potential investors, or are they concealed?
Yes, they remain the intellectual property of the quant who has written the trading strategy. Even we are not supposed to look at the trading algorithms by our user agreement, so it remains their intellectual property. It's a black box to us too, with the only exception of if something goes wrong in production, then we're allowed to fix it, and this might require to look at the code. But yeah.
Would you intervene, like in a couple of months, if the performance after the client capital comes in is not like performing up to the mark? How would you intervene and manage the marketplace then?
Yes, we have risk stops in place in production to protect the investor from severe losses, so to say. This is in place.
Could you talk about the competition?
Our competition. We're the first ones with a marketplace approach. There are crowdsourced solutions, crowdsourced hedge funds already out there. We're the first marketplace, and we're the only ones who trade futures. We're focusing on commodity futures because these are the most liquid markets in the world. Usually strategies on commodity futures are not correlated with the stock market, which is an additional value to investors. And we're the only ones who really market each and every strategy on the platform to everybody.
Does your platform allow different scheme of the compensation? You mentioned the 0 to 20,
yes.
then split 10% each.
Yes.
Whether you can allow like, if I'm confident in my, why should I give you 50%? Like the 0, 6, 25 that I mentioned.
Okay, so there are currently no different compensation schemes. It's a 80-10-10 model. The most difficult thing for smart people is to get funding. There are so many people out there who could actually write a trading algorithm who are great at it, and they don't get funding. So that's what they use us for, and that's why they cut a share of the profits also gave us a share of the profits in return. So a cut of the profits are 10%.
Thank you, Quantix. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your support. Dear judges, please fill up forms. Please fill up form for all companies. Put your name and name of the company and your scores, and leave it on the tables. Please leave scores on the tables.
Hey friends, let me announce our next speaker. It's my pleasure to introduce Noam Bardin, the CEO of Wazer, or as he calls himself, Chief Wazer. And this, I think everybody, at least everybody living in the United States, knows that what Waze is. It's the most talked about consumer app out of Israel that's become a unicorn through its acquisition by Google for over $1 billion. And so Noam was the one who led the company through and who is still with the company helping Wazers on the road. I'm a fan of the app because everyone who's using Google Maps also uses Waze, but I'm using Waze as an app because I can see where the traffic is, where the problems are, and what's most important for me, where police is waiting around the corner. So we're a community of drivers who help each other. Anyway, Noam, our moderator is Daniel Stolarov, investment director of Almaz Capital Partners. Welcome.
You need a microphone.
1 second. You have a laptop, right? No.
Am I using yours?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Hello? Anna, thank you for the introduction. Noam, pleasure.
Thank you.
Given the international focus of this conference, I would really like to steer our conversation on your experience of bringing a company created elsewhere, establishing a Silicon Valley presence, and in the case of Waze, really turning it into a global success. Noam, you've run 3 companies with dual US-Israeli offices. I want to start with almost a Shakespearean question. To move or not to move? In your opinion, what are the right reasons to establish Silicon Valley presence, and similarly, what are the wrong reasons to do that?
So Waze was founded in Israel, and we started in Israel in 2008. It began as an open source project for one of the founders in Israel, and then I joined at the beginning of 2009, and we moved to the US, or opened the platform globally at the end of 2009. I think there's sort of three country types in the world, and a lot depends where you're from. I mean, on the one level, there's China, India, Russia, which are unique markets of their own, right? If you're from China, you've got a different set of rules that you're playing with. But then when you look at the rest of the world, you have small countries like Israel or Estonia or Finland, where it's obvious that you're competing in the global market from day one. There's no other option. And so these countries are geared at export. And any startup in these countries, it's sort of obvious that you're exporting. I think there's more difficult countries are actually the ones in between. So Germany, the UK, countries that are large enough to have their own market. And that's where things can get a little bit confused when you start out. Are you developing for your home market? Or are you developing something for a global market? And I think that's one of the first questions that entrepreneurs need to ask themselves. If you are focused on the international market and you want to be a global player, whatever happens locally in your market is going to be a huge distraction. And the logic of what happens in your market is probably not going to be relevant for the rest of the world. And so for us, that was obvious from day one at Waze. From day one, we knew the US we wanted to be global. The US had to be the number one market. And in general, if you're successful in the US, you'll be successful in other places. If you're successful in other places, it does not mean you'll be successful in the US. And so focusing on the US from day one is a decision entrepreneurs have to make, and it really has to go to how big their ambitions are.
Many entrepreneurs believe that you first need to get success domestically, really become, prove that it works. Does that make sense? Does that help you in any way when you come here?
So I'm going to contradict myself with my answer, because in the Waze's case, we did start with a product in Israel, and it was successful in Israel. And then we left the country, but that created a lot of challenges internally. So Israel's a small country. We could download the whole country onto your phone's memory. Obviously, in the US, that's a little bit of a different challenge. And so the difference from going from Israel to the US, from a technological perspective, was the difference from being a client-side application to being a client-server application, right? Huge difference in terms of everything. In terms of maturity, we were out of sync. The Israeli market was relatively mature. People were using us everywhere. While in the US, we were a new application trying to break in with pretty terrible service in the beginning. And so how do you prioritize your features? And it creates stress on the engineers. The engineer whose mother just told him what a terrible experience she had that morning using Waze. He's going to want to fix her bug because she spoke to him and his friends spoke to him. But that bug may not be relevant for Americans at all. It might be a power user type of feature that only happens once you reach a certain density of users. And so again, the more successful you are in your home market, I believe the bigger the challenges are in leaving. And this was something that I think, were very lucky at, that we managed to leave at the right time, and we managed to stay focused on the US. That goes back to this initial decision. Are you a global player or are you a local player?
Let's talk about financing as an aspect of that decision-making process, because many people both view it as the greatest obstacle to making such a move, as well as one of the greatest opportunities of coming here. What's your thinking? How much of a consideration your financing strategy is in terms of making such a decision?
So I've written a lot about this, and I am very much disliked by the Israeli venture community because of different things I've written and said. I think there's something very unique about American investors in Silicon Valley. And it's not unique because they are American. By the way, they're probably not American. They grew up in India, they grew up in China, they grew up in Europe. But it doesn't matter. They live in this place here, and they sit on boards of companies that are in this place here, and they're in the most competitive market. And so by definition, you're going to get sort of the best investors bubbling up. And again, it's not about the people themselves. If you took someone from Israel and you put him on a top VC firm here and you sat on the same boards, he would act the same. There's no difference, right? But where you sit is where you stand here. And so I think being able to acquire US investors is a huge asset to a company. And by the way, I'm not saying this in the sense of they're going to bring all this value and all that kind of stuff. It's not what I mean at all. But I mean that you're going to be held to a much higher standard. And if you can't convince an American investor to invest in you, you should be asking yourselves, what's wrong with me? It's not that they're idiots and didn't understand you, which is usually the response, especially for Israeli entrepreneurs. It's like, oh, they must be idiots. But no, there's usually a problem in the size that you're looking at, because again, they view the world on a different scale. And this is something I had a very hard time with as an Israeli. You know, we grew up in Israel, we're in a small country, we think small. That's just the way things are. We don't think, of course, we think big, but we don't. You meet a Chinese entrepreneur, the smallest unit of measurement they can think of is 100 million. Doesn't matter what, users, dollars, sessions, it doesn't matter. The scale in which they think is just mind-boggling. You speak with a US investor, they're thinking in billions of dollars of revenue, and how do you get there? They're not saying it as a joke. They've actually seen it happen. And so they believe in it. And this is, again, the challenging I think we have when we come from other corners of the world where we haven't had that many successes. We have not seen what a success looks like. We do not really know. We've read about it on TechCrunch. That's about our maximum exposure. And it's very different living through it than obviously reading on TechCrunch. So I think there's a huge value in bringing in the US investors. Let's not get confused, though. It's extremely difficult to get US investors if you're not based here. Rightfully so. I mean, why should they invest in a company that's the other side of the world versus someone who's around the corner? Right? It's just much easier. And everyone's humans, and nobody likes long flights. By the way, if you're 2 hops away from Silicon Valley and there's no direct flight, you already lower your odds by a significant amount. And so there are all these factors that go into the reality of getting an investor base that's outside your home market. Another mistake I see a lot is entrepreneurs thinking they'll come here, they'll tell the investor, yeah, I'm about to move here, I'm opening up an office. They get the investment and they go back to their market. And they're like, okay, now we got the money from the dumb American, we can go back to our market and do it the right way. And that's not how it works. The value of the American investor is the fact that they're here and that you're with them, and their network in terms of entrepreneurs they're going to introduce you to, companies you're going to meet, and just a way of thinking is something that it's very, very hard to explain. And I have yet to meet one person who said, I moved to the US too soon. I met a lot of entrepreneurs who said I moved too late. But too soon doesn't happen. The faster you get here, if you're building a global brand, the faster things will accelerate. And at the end of the day, you're going to end up here if you're going to be successful.
This is a good segue into maybe talking about some of the practical aspects of making the move. Let me start with this question. Who should move? So you have a team, you're in Israel, Russia, Ukraine, Finland, wherever. Who should move here?
So the classic mistake foreign companies do is we say, we'll get our US business development person or salesperson or whatever it is, and they will run the American office, and we'll live back in our home country and do the right thing. And that's just, don't waste your time and your money on it. I've made this mistake multiple times. It just doesn't work. The person who moves has to be a founder. And this is something, again, it's hard to explain. It has to be a founder. The person living here has to be able to go into any meeting, take any conversation, be able to discuss technology, finance, pricing, be able to discuss features that don't exist yet with a certainty of, oh yeah, they're coming out next week. And that only a founder can do. But also the people back home need to have the credibility of the founder. When they say this is what we have to do, they have to know they're actually going to develop it. And it's not, oh yeah, that American guy has all these ideas, he doesn't know what he's talking about. And so I think this is like a key mistake that companies do, that I've made, companies abroad, is that you either hire someone local or you send someone junior out here. That being said, the second person and onwards should not be from your home nationality. And this is a big problem of culture. If you're Israeli and you come out here and all you hire is a bunch of Israelis, you're not going to end up getting that what you're trying to get out of Silicon Valley, and you're going to create a culture that's very difficult for a non-Israeli to fit into. So I think it's critical to hire only Americans. And again, I say American, I don't mean ethnically American. I mean people that have been living here for a while. But there's something very powerful about that. But beyond that, you get their network. I've seen people come out here, hire an office in the most expensive real estate in the world, and sit all day and code in their office here. And like, okay, you might as well stay back home if that's what you're going to do. But you come here, you're alone, you don't know anyone. And so the first hires are going to be critical in terms of the networks you connect to, and in terms of being able to meet people and learn, et cetera. And they should not be from your home country. They should be locals who have their own network, and that's what you should really be evaluating them on.
Evaluation is actually the topic I was going to move on to. I've heard from many entrepreneurs, founders who are coming here, of them having really a hard time finding the right people and when they find the people distinguishing the good ones from the bad ones, many people don't even realize that many people in the US are so well trained in selling themselves that they cannot even appreciate that. As one founder told me, everybody I interview looks great. Any tips on building the team, on making your first hires when you arrive?
So a lot of people ask me, okay, so why don't I just open my company in Silicon Valley? And the problem is that all of us sitting here, really one of our biggest problems compared to the US entrepreneur is that we didn't go to school with the same people. We don't have that network that people living here do. If you try to hire engineers here without having a powerful local network, it's just not going to work. And if you didn't go to MIT with them, or you didn't go to Stanford with them, you're just not going to be able to get those first 5, 10 engineers who are going to bring their friends. And this is one of the core values of being from wherever you're from, right? In your home country, you do have a strong network, and you can hire strong engineers. So one of the first questions that I would ask is, what are you hiring for? And I think a lot of the mistakes that happen by non-American founders is they're not clear what they're hiring for. And so they get this myth that I can hire this American salesperson who's going to open up all these doors for me and is going to grow my sales dramatically. And there are no shortcuts. Only a founder can sell the product in the first few years. I mean, the product isn't even defined, right? We're trying to define the product as we go along in the meeting. We're kind of building it as we go along. There is no way someone who is not a founder can do that. And so this expectation gap of I can bring this magician who's going to do something for me is never going to work. So I would say 2 things around that. The people you hire here, you have to have a very, very clear and rational reason why we're hiring them. For example, one of the first positions I recommend hiring is someone on the communication/PR side. That's something that Americans excel at. That's something that foreigners usually don't excel at. But more than that, it's about getting a network. You need to get someone who's very outward spoken and has a strong network and can get you to mingle and meet a lot of other people. If you hire an engineer who's going to sit quietly in the corner and write code, it doesn't matter where they sit in the world. But being outside and meeting people is something you can only do here. And these are the kinds of things that you have to be very clear about why you're hiring for.
Excellent. So now you made the move, you made your first hires, and you're building a company that essentially functions as a bridge. What's the right way to split the functional roles between an office in one country and an office here?
So whatever you do will be wrong. There's no right answer here, and whatever you do will always seem that the other solution was better, because frankly it sucks. There's no simple answer. Being split up geographically is extremely difficult for any team. And I've had 3 companies that were built this way, and in none of them did I have a good solution. So I will say there are a few things that I try to keep as sort of rules on it. One is to try to minimize the dependencies between the teams. So don't have people waiting 3 time zones and 4 days away from each other for anything they need in their daily operations. Don't split up engineering and product. It's another classic mistake. You put product in the US, engineering somewhere else, and no one's ever going to understand anyone at that point. So keeping product and engineering together is very strong. Don't move as the founder or the person moving until you have a very strong personal relationship with the team at home. So obviously if these are friends of yours, you've been together for years, that's fine. If you just joined the company, you have to spend a year or something working together in the same room, because that credibility, that personal relationship, you can't build from far away. And the last point I would say is that the CEO, as always, has a pretty shitty job. I mean, you have the responsibility to fly back and forth. I, still today, fly to Israel every 3 weeks. I spend a week a month in Israel, and just a month ago they opened the direct flight, so it's been a pretty terrible connection up to now. But there's no other choice. Someone has to do that. Someone has to be constantly communicating and bringing back and forth the understanding and figuring out what's not working, and there really is no shortcut on that. So I would say, if you're the founder, don't expect to be sitting in your home country and things will work if you're not there, and the other way around. Don't expect to move there and that somehow magically things will happen back home.
What were the biggest mistakes you made when you were running companies, geographically distributed companies? What would you have done differently now with having the perspective?
So in America, these are called challenges, right? You don't make mistakes, you make challenges. So We've been challenged on a variety of things. I think one of the biggest mistakes was hiring, sort of expecting people to be magical. It's expectation that you can hire this magical American person who's going to make everything happen in the way you've kind of imagined it in your books. They're going to know all the customers, they're going to be able to get you into all those customers, and they're going to create this magic. And you know, gravity and physics work here as well, and there's no such thing as an easy sale, and there's no such thing as a magical salesperson who just makes it happen. And I think that's where I made a lot of mistakes of hiring people. Obviously, they're salespeople, they're good at selling themselves, so they seem great, and giving them way too much leeway to go out and do the thing that they're used to doing. Second big mistake, I think, is hiring the wrong people in terms of corporate history. You know, you look at people's CVs, and you see these big companies, someone that worked at Google, or worked at Facebook, worked at IBM, worked at all these big companies, and was so successful there, that has nothing to do with your business. I mean, these people could be, you know, gardeners for the same amount. They have nothing to do with your industry. Your industry as startups is completely different than corporations, especially corporate America, and all that history is not relevant. So you need to find people that can fit in, that have done this in your area, in companies that are small, that are starting out. People that do have their own personal networks and not just a name on their business card, which opens up the doors. And these are the kinds of things that I think, when I look at the mistakes I made, the biggest ones are around people, on hiring people. We also have a problem, how do we evaluate? I mean, Americans have certain like ways of doing things. And you know, you go to business school in America, it trains you very well to come out looking exactly the same as everyone else. But you know, when we come from a foreign country where things are built differently, we always have that kind of a problem, trying to understand these people and understand what we're looking for. And so I think people will probably be the biggest problem, the biggest challenge, the mistakes that I've made.
Thank you, Noam. I want to ask Hannah, do we have time to let the audience ask questions? One question from the audience?
Oh, it's got to be a good one then.
Oh, okay.
Who has a real, oh, it's a lot of pressure.
No.
You're ready for it.
All right.
What was the biggest difference when you joined Google? What was the most surprising and how Google...
What was the most surprising when you joined Google?
Does the world look different from inside Google?
No, of course not. It's exactly the same. Well, I mean, what looks different? So throughout our time at Waze and before that, we had competition from major companies, from Google, from Apple, from other companies, Nokia at the time. I don't know if you remember that company. And so we had these competitors, and we had the luck to have a Blue Run Ventures as one of our early or A-round investors, and John Malloy specifically, who was my partner there, and he was an early stage investor in PayPal. And so he would tell me not to worry about these big players, and I'd tell him, of course, pretending to be the CEO, of course I'm not worried about them. But then I'd go home and cry in the corner, like in the darkness, you know, afraid of what Google's going to do to me. And this feeling that there's this army of these superheroes that are all conspiring against you, and they're all going to come out. And when you join a company like Google or any other company, you discover that people are human everywhere. And I think this is the most important thing to remember. Each one of your companies probably has more people working on your project and your product than a 60,000 person company you're competing with. Because you're not competing with 60,000 people. You're competing with 200 people that are in the division that you're working in, and 20 people that are working on the project. And these 20 people, 10 of them are on vacation or other kinds of things. 3 just transferred in and are transferring out. 1 is waiting for promotion, so he's going somewhere else. And the maniacal focus that your 20 people have is something that that team doesn't have. And the constraints you have in a large company are really, it's hard to explain these constraints. So the one message I would say is, your only competition is yourself, your ability to deliver. Don't waste your time worrying about anyone else, because they don't think about you. And frankly, they're not your problem. Your only problem is execution, and you're getting your own team to execute. And by the time you become, someone actually becomes your competition, actually matters, and you matter to them, etc., they're going to be a very different company. So don't waste your time worrying about it.
Noam, thank you for sharing your perspectives. And
thank you.
Thank you, Noam. Thank you, Dan. Okay, well, our next session, I'm very proud to announce our next session because it's not only an inspiring woman entrepreneur who is going to be on stage, it's my personal friend, Kira Makagon, Executive VP of RingCentral. Oh, there is so much I can tell you about Kira. So she leads, just hear this beautiful, tiny woman leads strategy, product management, engineering, and operations in this public company. She has more than 20 years of global technology management and senior leadership experience. She was an amazing entrepreneur. She was a founder of Octane Software that raised a little bit more than $40 million from such investors as Greylock and Norwest Venture Partners. For those who don't know, these are leading VCs in Silicon Valley, and that was acquired by E.piphany for, hear this, $3.2 billion. Now, she founded Red April, and also the company was acquired by Hearst. She participated in 2 successful IPOs. One company was Scopus and the other one RingCentral. And in 2015, she was awarded as Women of Influence Award by Silicon Valley Business Journal. And I'm happy to announce that the moderator today is Cromwell Schubert, our longtime friend and supporter, and the flash tech editor of Silicon Valley Business Journal. Welcome, Kira and Cromwell.
Oh, thank you, Anna.
Hello.
Hello.
So let's launch right in. What a crowd! This is the biggest crowd I think I've been at one of these conferences. So as we all just heard, you founded, co-founded, you've led several tech companies before you joined RingCentral. What attracted you to be part of a larger group again, instead of a founder and leader, CEO of a company?
So timing is everything. And at the time that my company, Red April, was acquired by Hearst, I was looking at opportunities, what to do next. And RingCentral was at a stage where it was exciting. It was pre-IPO, and in an industry that is doing something very disruptive. So communication, what does RingCentral do? We're a unified communication system, cloud-based, and so we solve your problems such as having a phone system that's in the cloud, having a video system that's in the cloud. So all basically driven by IP. There's no traditional on-premise technology, and that the market that RingCentral is disrupting and was early in disrupting back when I joined. That is exciting. I also happen to know both of the founders very well. I believe in working with people who you have a lot of respect for, and teams that work well together, and so that presented a unique opportunity. Being a larger company that typically I would have, it wasn't a startup, but obviously early stage startup, but innovation happens in every company and every stage of the company, and I lead innovation, so therefore that seemed like an exciting role.
So what does it mean? What type of innovation are you leading at RingCentral? Tell me a little bit about that.
So I lead, think of all product innovation. So anything that comes out of RingCentral today comes out of my groups. And to give you an example, RingCentral started out with replacing traditional phone systems. We now have something like over 300,000 businesses worldwide that use RingCentral, small, medium, large-size companies. Now, phone is only one of the modalities in which people communicate. There are other modalities. And there are other ways that you can take a phone system and expand it beyond being a basic phone. And being basic phone means that you most of you think, well, it's a phone on my desk. So how do you innovate beyond that? You have that phone system available on your mobile phone. How do you innovate beyond that? You now offer video as part of that same system, so that you can basically switch between a phone call and a video call. You then offer conferencing. To go beyond that, last year we bought a company, a small company, a startup. So part of the way that you innovate is you don't have to build it all organically. You also have to acquire talent and technology. We bought a smaller company, which allowed us to enter collaboration. And so now our products allow for team collaboration.
How many women are with you at RingCentral?
There are few, but not that many.
Technologists.
Technologists, not that many. There's a lot more in marketing. So we're doing well in marketing.
Right, so for a long time, going back to when you were a founder too, you have been one of the only women in the room, as they say. What was that like back then compared to now? Has there been a change?
There certainly has been a change. There are certainly more women, and you can, this is a technology conference, and you can look at the audience. I think there are more women in the audience today than there would have been 10 years ago, certainly than there would have been 20 years ago. Back in the day when I was starting, or 10 years ago, I think we're making progress. And to make progress, I think it's part of the journey. Part of the journey of women feeling comfortable being among majority sort of led by men, and about us sharing those experiences. And the more of us are in tech, the more I think we'll be in tech.
Did you ever experience anything where you felt you weren't being taken seriously, or people were discriminating against you because you were a woman?
I personally, I think, was fortunate in that I didn't. I don't ever remember having any discrimination or experiencing any true discrimination. I certainly remember, being often the only woman among a group of men, whether that's in a company, in a group, in a boardroom, or in raising money. Walking into a venture meeting, a partner venture meeting, was all partners being men. But I think I was fortunate that I didn't personally, didn't experience discrimination. I think part of it is also my upbringing and sort of almost being oblivious to it, I believe. So maybe it was there and I just didn't see it.
Tell us more about your upbringing that suited you for that role.
Well, like many of the people in the room, I was not born in this country. You can probably tell by my accent, and even though I've been here all my life, I've done a pretty good job of retaining the accent. And I can hear the laughs. You guys gotta lighten up. You're kind of serious, gotta have fun. So I was born in Ukraine, Soviet Union back then, in Odessa. How many people are here from Odessa? One? Oh, come on, guys. Two? How many from Moscow? More hands. Okay. I know a couple of you, some of you. Okay. My parents brought me up to be kind of like a tomboy. I was very active in sports. I played competitive chess. I also played hockey, and I was good in math. And being good in math, I often competed in math competitions where there were only boys. My father was really insistent that I learn how to do everything that boys know how to do, because I think he really wanted to have a boy, but ended up with a girl. So that gender neutral upbringing was very formative for me. I think my natural competitive nature allowed me to feel comfortable competing with boys who were sometimes faster and sometimes not faster in sports, sometimes better in math, sometimes not better in math. But I was comfortable in an environment where it wasn't polarized to boys and girls. And I think in that sense, Soviet Union was actually pretty good. And I think people coming from China can probably share the same experience. People coming from India, generally, I would say immigrants, I think, are at the advantage, because those of us coming from those countries grew up, I think, in a less polarized environment.
Do you have any advice for women going into technology today?
If you want to go into technology, go into technology. Men or women, women or men, it doesn't really matter. I think that if you should pursue your dream, and going into technology is no different than going into banking or going into medicine. You got to work hard, and you got to not worry about being a woman. And part of not being a woman, sometimes there's this, not only being a minority, it's also, you know, there are issues of maybe you're getting paid less, and that's been raised. I never worried about this stuff. I suggest you don't worry about this either, those of you who want to go, because you're not there just to make a buck and make more of a buck. You're there for your passion, and the rest will come.
I know that you also advise startups and work with people who are starting their own companies. Is there anything that you are advising people today that's different from what you advised them, say, 2 years ago or 5 years ago?
Well, it gets harder every year, I think.
In what way?
To be honest, I think that barriers to starting a company, and obviously most of my experiences in technology companies they're coming down, and that has to do with available technology, the way that you start a company, capital that's available to you. So the barriers to entry are lower. When the barriers to entry are lower, you're tempted to jump at something just because you can and you have available capital to you. And I always say, you know, building a company is a long journey, and it's a journey that you have to embark upon truly believing in what you're doing and that you've got a winning idea. And so I would say that today, more than ever, there are different ways that you can test whether you've got a viable product, whether you've got a market product, a product market fit. And I think it gets more important to do that early on because the pace of innovation and the pace that you're expected to perform at is only accelerating. So that would be the advice that I would give people. Basically, you know, gauge what you're doing, measure, and be sort of super aware of what's around you because the environment is highly competitive today.
Are there particular areas that you're looking to work with companies in, particular types of companies that you work with?
I work with companies actually in different areas. So I have background in the enterprise technology, and that's always some interest. I have background in ed tech, and that really has to do with data and analytics more than pure sort of ed tech, and that's always some interest. And generally, I was just talking to a friend of mine here. You know, there's so many interesting different ideas today. The innovation today is a little bit different from innovation, I almost would say, 20 years ago, where it was more about technology and less about the business model. Today's disruptive models are a lot about the business model. It is almost not so much about tech in many cases. And so I'm always curious to see new evolving business models.
Are there any areas that you're surprised people haven't gone into yet that you think are ripe?
Oh, that's a good question. I actually haven't thought of that. Where have people gotten? I don't know. I think people have gotten like almost everywhere. Certainly, everywhere I look, there's something that's going on. I think things that really surprise me, and this is just something that I could share, is I'm listening to a book by about Elon Musk, and there's a chapter in there that talks about how he started SpaceX, which was, think like, a loony was about to do something. That's what, that's how he was perceived, that this was completely unthinkable, completely just not for a private company, and look what's going on right now. So things that are sort of on the edge right now, things that used to be considered to be only possible with a lot of money, sponsored by the government, sponsored by NASA, sponsored by universities are done more and more in private sector by entrepreneurs, and I'm always delighted to see this. Where things that I'm fascinated by are progress in medicine. I think things that it's where things that I don't understand very well necessarily, directly based on just knowledge of science. But I look forward to things that fascinate me are things that have to do with all the DNA analysis that's gone on and how much it's going to contribute towards betterment of our lives. So these things like that are truly where I don't know that I can think of things that haven't been done, but there's a lot of things there that haven't been done.
Yes.
That are kind of on the edge. The fact that now you can submit your hair or whatever. Some specimen to a lab, and they will predict your DNA and tell you your likelihood of getting a disease, which could actually be life-changing for you, I think is a big deal. And I look forward to more of that, things that can cure people of, preemptively cure illnesses. I think those are the things that I just...
Should we take a few questions from the audience? Yeah. If there's anybody out there that would like to ask a question, raise your hand. Anybody? Wow. I think we've covered it all.
All right.
Very nice. Well, let me just ask you, because it was mentioned you were one of our women of influence. And the question people are always asking me is, what is it about the people that you honor that makes them successful? What would you describe your success to, if there was one quality or one thing that you can attribute it to?
I'll say it's two things.
Okay.
So one is what I mentioned is I think my upbringing and having to have survived in this country early on was sort of little support, a lot of support from my parents, but really, not a whole lot of support because they were busy trying to figure out how to survive themselves. So I think that taught me a lot and sort of my upbringing. The other one is, and I was listening, I don't know, a year ago or 2 years ago to Doug Leone's, he was speaking to a bunch of Stanford students, Stanford MBA students, and Doug Leone, I think people know, manages Sequoia Capital. And he's a highly accomplished man. And he talked about fear and how what drove him in many ways, and he's an immigrant from, I believe, Europe. Fear drives him and still drives him, and even though he's highly successful, there's still that fear, positive fear. And I think I share that same belief, that positive fear, that you're not doubting yourself because you have to have confidence to succeed. And I think those of you men or women who doubt yourself, rethink it, practice in front of the mirror, have confidence. But positive fear is a good thing. And positive fear means that you're gonna strive to do it the best you can and push yourself, and you gotta push yourself every day that you're out there.
Mm-hmm. So what keeps you up at night?
Netflix.
Very good. I think I'd like to thank you for being with me and with us. And I think we'll move.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Thanks, everyone. Thank you. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you, Kira. Thank you, Cromwell. So we'll take a 10-minute break, okay? Thank you. And in 10 minutes, come back. We have Hans Tung, partner of GGV Capital, and Cromwell Schubert will moderate the Fireside. People are just tired a little bit.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, is Hans here?
Yeah. Oh, for those of you who want to have live interviews, it's through the other door.
guys, hello again, and we are on the middle of our conference, and our next guest, Eric. Eric, please introduce your startup.
Yes, I'm Eric Isham. I'm with Nimbus. I'm the Chief of Business Development, and I'm also the Executive Vice President.
Good for you, but what is your product about?
Sure. So Nimbus is the world's first cloud-based, single-stack core banking solution. So in America, nearly all the banks or credit unions, none of them really develop their own technology or their software. So when you're on your phone and you're looking at your balance, or you're wanting to move money, or you're wanting to make a payment or PFM, none of the banks here develop that own software. So we're the first company to come into the space and provide all of it, a single stack, single to use, seamless, easy to use solution.
Good for you guys. How many teammates you have?
We've got approximately 150 employees worldwide. We've been in existence for a little bit over a year. We're approaching 100 clients. We've done it through either mergers and acquisitions or organic sales growth.
Okay. Mike? Huge. Oh, yeah, during your... Yep.
Oh, there we go.
Start again? Or? Oh, okay.
Keep going. All right.
What about 1,500 people?
No, we've got about 150. About 150 employees, around 100 clients. We're bringing our first client on live. They are in Texas. Started testing with them about 3 weeks ago. So again, when you think about technology in the financial banking or the banking space, it's really the banks and the credit unions are forced to go with 20 to 30 different vendors. What we're providing is a holistic solution. So it's one single vertical stack as opposed to multiple different silos of information.
Wow. Sounds awesome. Awesome, guys. What's your expectation about this event, about this conference, SVOD?
Sure, the conference is great. I like the format. We're able to meet with investors, meet with other entrepreneurs, different companies in multiple different fields. So it's not all just financial technology like a lot of the conferences I go to. We're getting to meet lots of different people.
Have you met some investor?
We did. We've met some different investors over lunch and this morning coming by, showing a lot of strong interest. Once the investor community realizes what it is that we're doing and the ability for our business to scale, because it is SaaS, so the scalability of it is truly amazing. They see and they realize that our closest competitors, the big four legacy providers in the space, are offering technology that's 30 and 40 years old. So a lot of my competitors built their software before the internet existed or people had cell phones. So it really is, everyone else in space is lipstick on a pig. Nimbus is the only solution to offer a cloud-based full stack product.
Is it easy to provide modern technology on the market?
It's very easy. So it's a browser-based solution. So basically you can be anywhere in the world and you can see how many loans have been opened up. You can discuss things with your team at the credit union through our proprietary CRM solution that's built in. So as long as you've got access to the web, you can utilize our solution. You don't have to be in a branch to run the bank.
Awesome, sounds great. What is your short-term plans for this year, for example?
We're in the middle of an A-series round right now. So we've already got approximately $8 million that has been committed. We're looking to raise another $4 million, and we're looking to close that round in the next 30 to 60 days.
What will you do when you got this money? What field are you going to spend them?
Right now, a lot of the focus is implementation. So I'm heading up the mergers and acquisitions as well. So as we're going out and acquiring other companies, we're bringing on employee teams that have worked together for years that can help implement and convert all that information from banks and credit unions that want to onboard to our solution.
Awesome. Maybe you can say some startups who are currently watching our live video, what can they do for getting here, or maybe what benefits they can get being here?
Sure, I would encourage people to attend the show simply because it does get you directly in contact with angel investors, venture capital. There's a lot of equity guys here, so if you're looking to raise money, I think this is the show to come to. There's a great number of different people that are here presenting and listening and interacting with the entrepreneurs.
Thank you so much, Eric. It was a pleasure to have you here.
Thanks, Vlad.
Yep.
Appreciate it, buddy.
Yep, I just plugged off your microphone. And the second guest, by the way, can come. So interesting day today. So many nice guests. And let me introduce one more startup. The guy's name, JetFeed. You, please tell a couple of words about your startup, your company.
Hey guys, my name is Anh Linh. I'm founder and the CEO of GGV. GGV is a social workout checking platform. Allow gym goer to check the training data in the gym. Then we send all the data to our server. Then our server going to run like training analytics to look at all our users' data and then provide users with training suggestions to improve with their training. So it's also come with built-in social media components. So user can use that kind of component to engage with all their fitness friends. So they can keep engaged with all their fitness activities. So using peer pressure to kind of keep users stick with their goals.
Good stuff, by the way.
Yeah.
Sounds great.
Thank you. Yeah.
How many business users do you?
Yeah, at this point, we still at the early stage. We're about 4 million users at this point, but we grow everything organically. We haven't spent any penny on marketing.
Good for you, by the way.
Thank you.
Wow.
Yeah.
What about your team? How many people?
Yeah, we are very lean team. We're a small team of 5. Most of them are engineers. So we try to build everything trying to build a lot of wide role components. So that way doesn't require a lot of money to grow. So trying to stay lean. So the small team, but yeah.
Good stuff, by the way.
Yeah, thank you.
Why are you here? What is your expectation about this conference?
Yeah, because we heard about a lot of good feedback about this conference, and we do research online. Then we feel like this probably be one of the best experience we have. I mean, I never come to here before, so this is just our first time to be here. So it turned out to be true, and then everything is so positive. We really like the events. We met a lot of high quality people, and we got a lot of feedbacks, a lot of good stuff.
Good. What about your location? I know that you're located not here, not in Silicon Valley.
Yes, we are not based in Silicon Valley at this point. We are based on the East Coast, actually in North Carolina right now. But we're thinking about setting out the office in here in next month. So we're definitely going to have a team member in here. So, yeah.
Sounds great.
Yeah.
Welcome to Silicon Valley, by the way.
Thank you so much.
But why you start in Carolina? Because of...
I mean, my family is there, just there, so I lived there for about 12 years. So I went to school there. The area is just familiar with the area.
I know that so many people now work in North Carolina, and this to become a big IT hub, and maybe it's a nice place to development.
Yeah. I mean the place is growing, but I'm excited about both places. So yeah.
Good for you. Okay, I wish you good luck. I wish you raise enough money.
Okay.
Yep. Thank you for.
Thank you so much.
Yep. I just plug off your. Who's the next, guys? Dasha, please. Can you please plug? Let me introduce one more interesting project, interesting startup, SynMood. Dasha can give us a couple of words about this project, and it's going to be really interesting because we have some devices, I see, yep?
Yes, it's something material that you can touch. Thank you for introduction. My name is Dasha. I'm co-founder and chief marketing officer in the project called SynMood. The name of our company tells almost everything about what we're doing. SynMood, like cinema mood, atmosphere of cinema, that creates this small portable projector with pre-selected and pre-filtered content for kids from 0 to 10. So we're a project between hardware and software, and SynMood is the good alternative for tablets. So we're building the system for kids development, and you can just push the button and watch appropriate content.
Awesome, sounds great. What's the price of this device?
Right now we have Indiegogo campaign, and you can pre-order SynMood for $229, and the price will be high in autumn when we'll be ready for shipping. It will be almost $400. So you can be the lucky person and to go to our website, synmood.com/Indiegogo, and see the whole story.
And one more question about some covers.
Yes, so this is a swappable cover associated with one of the heroes of famous different cartoons. Every time you change the cover, you unlock and download new content to the projector. So it's a new way how
it happens
to deliver.
automatically?
Yes. You
Wow.
need just Wi-Fi for it. It's wireless, it's portable. You can also download your own content if you'd like, and you can stream videos, you can stream YouTube, you can authorize your Instagram and Facebook account, and also with our mobile app for iOS and Android, you can send video messages to your kids. So you can make the
Awesome.
small video saying hi to your kids, for example, and it will be delivered exactly to Cinemat.
What about internal memory? How many gigabytes exist on this device?
Right now, the memory is 16 gigabytes. You can use external storage to make it bigger. But right now, in our days, there is so many online content. So we stream YouTube playlists and perfectly pre-selected YouTube.
What about battery? How long it can work?
2 hours and more.
2 hours.
So you can recharge it and use while you're traveling. Watch cartoons not only on the wall, but also on the ceiling. It's like something new way to interact, to explore content. So it's like breathtaking way to create a perfect atmosphere.
I remember when in childhood we were watching dear film, streaming it to
yes,
sell.
Yes, one of the problems that we've met that in USA, almost no one knows the word film strip.
Sure.
Film strip, it's like a digital books. It's like a comics. It's a picture with the text description below, and it's slides. So you watch the story slide by slide, and it's good for children because when parents showing them film strips, digital books, they read the story, they describe the visual picture, and somehow they interact with the children. So every time they make them closer to each other. And also one interesting feature, it's not about the technology, it's about the behavior. Almost every child doing like something with their hands near the beam. So we decided to create our own shadow hands puppet show.
Wow.
Yes, so there will be tutorials how to make different figures. And while you're listening to this audiobooks, you can show the story with your hands.
Wow. Here it's so widespread at comics, but the film stories could be a new trend maybe. And by the way, it the children can start reading.
Yes,
because
it's one the interesting fact that thing attracts kids' attention. I think even it's more exciting for them to see the projection, not to see the screen. It's a good alternative for tablets, as I said before. And when one child uses the tablet, he just alone with the screen. And when we just turn on Cinemood, the beam creates atmosphere and it's perfect for a group of children, not for one.
Sounds awesome. Yep.
So it's better for communication, for socialization.
Okay, let's talk about your team. How many people currently working in your project?
Honestly, it's our second device. So right now the team becomes bigger and bigger every day. There are 20 of us right now. We have partners in different areas with content partners like Zeptolab, like Hoopla Kids, Kikoriki, it's called Smishariki in Russian, and Toonbox. So some of the content is pre-filtered and pre-selected, and some heroes are associated with these content providers. And we also have different teams how to make this thing live, because it's not just software, it's hardware, and the big story, the ecosystem for new viewing of the content.
In case you need to encourage your children to start reading, just use this device, yep. And what is your expectation from this conference from SVOD?
We want to attract more investments, of course. We want to show the product for the world because it's a good and the perfect place to attract attention, to tell our story, and to attract more people in our project.
Sounds big. Okay.
Thank you.
I wish you good luck with your device with your
It's very
product.
small. You can just, like in the palm of your hand.
Awesome, awesome, guys.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you. Oh, stop. Yep. The next one is Buzz Behind. Yep. Let me begin. I can help you. Okay, as I mentioned, Buzz Behind is a pretty nice project. Please give us a couple of words about this.
Sure. Yeah, my name is John Bender. I'm the president and CEO of Buzz Behind Worldwide, and we have created a customer multiplier technology for business.
Why are you guys here? What are you looking for?
Well, right now we are working with larger brands, and as a smaller team, we're able to work with just a few brands at a time. But by having more money, we can scale and work with a lot more brands. And so we're starting to be engaged by big brands, and so they expect a certain type of result. So we want to make sure we have the resources and the team to give them very high returns.
Maybe a bit words about the product, because
I'll tell you about
auditory needs to
So
understand.
say, for example, this is a real example. Say you're a Major League Baseball team, and you have, say, 15,000 tickets 2 days before the game, and you want to get rid of them. So what we do is we come in and we help put together a very special promotion with an opt-in page, and what happens is that's sent to your customers or your fan base. And now it's a very exclusive ad. Now we put an opt-in page so once a person gets, for example, 80% discount on tickets, as long as they agree to give us their name and information so we can send the tickets to them, but also they have to agree to socially share it. So as that's shared with their friends and their peers, then what happens is their friends see it and they want to socially share, and then we're able to sell the tickets immediately. But it gets even better, because once the tickets are sold, we're able to go back to that database, and then once they're at the stadium themselves, we're able to give them another promotion, a special family of 4, popcorn, different types of drinks for concessions. So,
for now, the main stage is about to start. That's why thank you so much for the interview. Thank you for having.
How much time are you here and how much time are you over there?
Sure. I'm a first-generation immigrant, like the speaker before me. Came to the US in '83, and then went to China for the very first time in 1995. I think that's the same year you were there as well.
Yes.
And I went back to China and moved there for good to work as a VC in 2005. And we came back in 2013. So today, my family and I, we live in the Bay Area, but I go to China probably 8 times a year, about 90 days a year.
So how much of your time is spent helping Chinese companies in the US, and how much of your time is spent helping US companies get over there?
That's a good question. I think on the US side, companies going over there, we're investor in Airbnb, and we actively work with them on China. There are a number of companies we're talking to on the brand side, as well as on the IoT side, that wants to do manufacturing in China or wants to penetrate the Chinese consumer market. For companies that's based in China, fortunately, I was an early investor in Xiaomi, and also investor in a company called Musical.ly that's doing very well in the US and Europe, and we help them to do more stuff here. So we're actively seeing opportunities for companies to go cross-border. What's less obvious to people is that more companies are adopting business models or some kind of approach that's quite Chinese in approach with different modifications. I'm on the board of Wish that that recruit merchants from China and help them to sell their goods into US, Europe, and rest of the world. Now, model has similarity to what Alibaba does, of which we're investor in Alibaba since 2003, but they a lot more machine learning and Silicon Valley way of doing, coming up with algorithm to look for the best matches. So we're increasingly seeing companies that have the best of both worlds of what's interesting in Chinese internet market and what works in the US market together for the entire world.
How does it compare to try to do a startup here or a startup there? Is it harder here or harder there?
I think there was someone had a post in a post for Recode about 2 weeks ago, and It's just that only, Israel's doing a lot of interesting things. Berlin, Europe is doing interesting things. But in terms of the size of the domestic market and the speed of changes, Beijing is probably up there against Silicon Valley. And I think the level of competition in China is so fierce that any idea you have that's interesting, you can instantly find 1,000, 2,000 companies doing something very similar, of which probably 10 or 20 will get funded. So, and the companies have no problem, if needed, copying each other or attack each other. So the level of aggression is a lot more raw in China than it is here. I think over here it's quite civilized. And in China, the number of, the kind of work habits is a common phrase, 996, which is you work 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. 6 days a week, and that's normal. So you go to meet a startup on weekends, most of the time, no problem meeting somebody on Saturday, and if you really meet on Sunday, that's okay too. So when I'm in China, I can have meetings from 7 o'clock in the morning until midnight. When I go talk to the founder of founder of Xiaomi, Lei Jun, I may not see him until 12 midnight or 1 p.m. And he's running a $46 billion valuation company. So it is quite intense there. I'm not saying it's good or it's right, it's just quite intense.
Mm-hmm. One of the common complaints I've heard over the years was from companies here that are scaling and getting success, and then they go over there and they find a dozen clones doing exactly what they were doing. I mean, how do you combat that? How do you deal with that as a U.S. company going over?
I think for U.S. companies, companies see clones everywhere, not just in China, obviously. Something interesting here. In Berlin, somebody will have something, thanks to a few groups. We don't need to name the names here. And then you'll see clones Latin America and elsewhere. I think what's different about China is that one, politically, it is a tougher environment to navigate. And at the same time, the speed of improvements that local startups make are very quick. So the first 30%, 20% of the idea may look exactly the same as the original company in the US, but the next 70%, 80% of localization is so big that at the end of the day, you look at a Groupon clone in China, it looks very different from Groupon here. The valuation is actually even bigger and higher by being a Chinese startup that's doing more interesting local innovations in China than the Groupon here. In addition, what else you also see is that there are more and more innovations coming out of China, especially on the consumer side, that people here may not be as aware of. For example, you look at mobile messaging. What WeChat has done in China to allow people to buy and sell goods and services. China used to be a cash-based economy. But these days, you can go to any local store, just whip out your smartphone, turn on your WeChat, go to payment, and scan the local vendor's WeChat account, QR code to QR code, and you can transact, buy something over Tenpay. And that's something that's unheard of 5 years ago, but today is something that you can definitely do now. And so that's something that you don't see that here, even with Apple Pay. So it's the pace and the rate of change in China is at an unprecedented level.
Mm-hmm. Is it more difficult to go public over there? I notice Chinese companies coming here to go public. And I've read that it's actually illegal to go public until you're profitable. What would happen here if that was?
If that happens, there would be no Silicon Valley. I think NASDAQ's an amazing thing, and a lot of countries in the world trying to adopt some semblance of NASDAQ in their respective countries. And China has done that as well. But Chinese government also knows that fraud and a lot of issues is something they don't want to deal with. Having a company to be profitable is easier to manage, easier to have serve as a screen for them to decide which company should go public. But at the same time, more and more of them in the government are realizing that China needs to have more innovations, and China needs to have a way to have people who invest in those innovations to get money out as well. So there is a new stock exchange in Beijing that allows companies that are not profitable to be listed as well. And there have been about 400 to 500 of those companies are listed on that exchange. Unfortunately, liquidity has been low because you need to be a credit investor to invest. You need to have net worth over $1 million US or so in order to invest, and that has made it tougher to generate liquidity. But I think over time that will open up. In the longer run, I think China will have its own NASDAQ because US did that. The best companies in the US 100 years ago did not list on London Stock Exchange, even though it was a much bigger stock exchange back then in terms of market cap. So having a domestic homegrown stock exchange over time makes sense for China to develop.
What do you think the biggest misunderstanding that people that you're working with in the US have about doing business in China?
I think the most commonly used term as a number one requirement to do business in China is guanxi. Who has not heard of guanxi? Please raise your hand. Not many. But I think that to me it's a misnomer. The most interesting thing about consumer internet in China is that you don't need to know anybody. If you can build a product that's interesting, that's unique, that solves pain points for the local users, you can be a nobody from middle of nowhere in China and still succeed. And that's the beauty of consumer internet in a way that's almost unprecedented in China in the modern times. So I mean, when I went to China to work, I was born in Taiwan. I wasn't born in China. And when I went to China in 2005, I was an outsider, just like when I was an outsider when I first came to the US in 1983. Yeah, at the same time, if you willing to work hard, you're smart, you figure things out quicker, you can still make a career by not knowing anyone to start with. So I think that's the biggest misconception. What does it take to succeed if guanxi is not most important? I think out of all the companies from the US that have done relatively well in China is Uber. We're an investor in Uber's competitor in China, Didi, but at the same time, I have a lot of respect for what Uber has done because they have competed in China in a way that's very localized. If anything, a lot of people in China think that Uber is the most Chinese Silicon Valley startup in China because they're willing to do anything and everything of what it takes to win. They have very localized decision making so that each city can make their own decisions. And there's local product development team that allow localization to happen. Data centers put inside China obey Chinese regulations. So everything they do is try to make themselves more local. At the same time, they have the superior algorithm and know-how to scale the business. So that combination, even though they come in really, really late and that are spending a lot of money in China, have made a very respectable showing. I wish they had to think about going to China earlier or sooner, or even strike a deal with Didi. But it is what it is. We think that the Alibaba Yahoo model that Jerry Yang and Jack Ma started back in 2005 makes a lot of sense for Silicon Valley companies, which is you take a stake in a category leader in China in your space, you let them grow, and usually with your sharing of experiences and ideas, and if that company is smart and hungry, they'll very easily build a multi-billion-dollar business, and you can be a very good shareholder and enjoy the market share that a company can bring to you in China.
And someday it'll be worth more than your company. How about the other way around? What misunderstandings do the Chinese entrepreneurs have about coming to the United States that you work with?
I think a lot of Chinese companies compete based on price and speed. And a lot of them think that if they have those advantages, they can do well in the US. And not enough of them think about branding, about UI, about how it takes to build a brand with consumers in the US. This is why, as an investor in Musical.ly, which is a music lip sync sharing video app, I've been very impressed how that team has been able to build something that's very Americanized. You look at the app, you can't tell this is a team in China that did it. At the same time, the way they build the product, the way they're leveraging how to evolve from a tool into a social network is very Chinese. So it's a team that also have the best of the East and West practices. And that to me is fascinating to see more and more teams that have work experience in multiple countries are able to pick up learnings from all the countries and come up with their own way of doing things that's very effective.
Mm-hmm. Let's talk about opportunities. what are the opportunities that you're looking at right now in China that you think are very interesting, that maybe haven't been tapped yet, or maybe are just beginning to be tapped?
I think on multiple fronts. I think in social networking space, how do you gamify your app to make to build in virality into it and make it easier for people who want to compete with each other to be on the leaderboard, to move up on the leaderboard, or will be willing even to gift each other with virtual items. There's a lot of innovation that's happening in China that's very, very interesting. We're an investor in YY. My partner Jane Lee is on the board, and this is a company that generates hundreds of millions of dollars on virtual gifts on live mobile video broadcasting. And there are other companies like that benefiting from that. Xiaomi is doing the same thing with a partner. So there's a lot of tricks and interesting things going on there that's affecting how, for example, YouNow in New York and Musical.ly compete in the US. And I mentioned about WeChat earlier. Facebook Messenger has been studying WeChat for a long time, and the whole bot phenomenon was another way of delivering the buying of goods and services over mobile messaging platform, except with automation and machine learning. So there are things going on there on the consumer internet side we think is interesting. On the IoT side, we're an investor in drone companies in China, and DJI has been sort of market leader in drones out of Guangzhou for the worldwide market. And so you start to see any company that needs to combine hardware, software, and internet services bundled into one. How do you do that well and then market that over the internet is something that Chinese companies are becoming very good at doing that in China. And so these are some of the things that we see we think could be very interesting for companies outside of China to look at and compare notes.
Mm-hmm. How about the other way around, as far as opportunities here that you think you can take over there?
Like I mentioned earlier, I think any product that's very unique and interesting, I think has a chance in China with the right partner. Apple is doing, up until recently, has done extremely well in China versus India and other emerging markets. And so Chinese consumers have no problem paying a premium for something that they think is extremely aspirational and some do it even inspirational. So while there's cloning going on, it's becoming less of an issue, and the younger users are prefer to buy something that's more authentic. And that bodes well for American companies who can come up with a product that have a good branding and have a unique value proposition, and it's not priced too expensively. That's more affordable, but yet interesting. So we are talking to a number of companies in New York, in LA, and here about expanding into China over time. I think over the next 3 to 5 years, you'll see a lot more of that. In China, Starbucks and Häagen-Dazs are two of the best performing Western companies there, and China is a big part of their overall P&L.
Mm-hmm. How about barriers? Are there any barriers to doing business over there that you think need to be reduced or removed in order to make it easier to
I think the challenges in China that face American companies, Chinese companies face exactly the same challenges. And it's extremely hard to expand offline because regulation per provinces are somewhat different. That's why internet is interesting, because over the internet you can sell directly to users nationwide in a way you cannot in offline, dealing with so many different provinces. So what American companies need to have ideally is the right business partner, whether it's as an investor or on the business level, people that can help them to understand China better. At the same time, the companies here need to have people who are from China to be part of the core team in order to make decisions that the rest of the team will trust and be willing to try. One investor in Wish, as I mentioned earlier, I'm on the board, and the co-founder, the CEO, Peter, came from Poland, came to the North America 20 years ago, educated at University of Waterloo, and worked at Google thereafter. The co-founder, Danny, came from China over 10 plus years ago, and worked at Yahoo. And they both went to University of Waterloo. That's how they know each other. And so when Danny advised Peter on something that's about China, Peter naturally would trust, because this is somebody that he has been to battle with over years already. So if the team here are becoming increasingly more multicultural, if the team here recruits a lot more first-century immigrants that come from around the world, it would be much easier to build a cross-border business thereafter. And the world has over 2 billion smartphones now, over 3 billion smart devices. The next billion new users that's coming online will not be from US or China, it will be from the rest of the world. So any place, any country, any location that can track more of a globalized team are much more likely to build a globalized business in a way that's not needed or relevant before, but in today's age, because proliferation of smartphones and mobile internet will be very, very different. If you look at the unicorns, so-called unicorns out there that still be around after 2 more years from now, most of them that will be around, if they're going to be big, over $10, $20 billion in valuation or even revenue, they will need to be globalized companies. And that's just the way the world's going. So that's the trend for the next 5 to 10 years. And so teams that are globalized in nature and have the ambition to go global will have a very different and much brighter future than before.
Mm-hmm. How about barriers here in the US to Chinese companies? Are there any that you think should be addressed?
I think, I wouldn't say it's more barrier. I think culturally, the Chinese companies that have competed well in China tend to be the ones that have been extremely localized and understand Chinese consumers very, very well. That skill set, unfortunately, even though the principle behind the practices are very interesting and very applicable, they themselves haven't been as exposed to the market outside of China. If we look at a WeChat product, I think WeChat product, and a lot of people who use it feel the same way, is much superior to what you see on WhatsApp or any of the mobile messaging app out there. But the team just doesn't have that globalized outlook and vision experience to be able to expand WeChat beyond China back in 2011, 2012, 2013. So they missed the opportunity to be what WhatsApp could have been. And I think it's a shame because they bring a lot more services than WhatsApp would have. But it is what it is. And so I think the Chinese teams are learning how to become more globalized. And as a result, they will be making, I think, more either strategic acquisitions or investments in other markets that help them to learn and also bring on more talent to join them over time.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for this great talk. I'm getting the sign, so I think we're going to move on to the next.
Thank you, Hans. Thank you, Cromwell. Really appreciate.
Yep.
So our next, thank you. Our next session is on a pretty hot topic, is how to build a profitable business on open source, or how to make money on open source. And everybody thinks that open source is a free software, so there is no way to make money on it. And here we have Alex Friedland, the CEO and founder of Mirantis, who is going to beat the perception and tell us more about that and how he makes money, how he thinks he will make more money on open source. So Mirantis raised over $200 million, and currently the valuation of the company is over $1 billion. So he better knows how to build a profitable company. Now, our moderator is Ashmet Sidana. He's a founding partner of Engineering Capital, and he's going to moderate Alex.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Alex, it's a pleasure to have you here. Thank you for coming.
My pleasure to be here as well.
You've arguably built one of the most interesting companies recently in the open source space, raising over $200 million from top-tier investors like Goldman Sachs, Intel Capital. That's not common, especially in open source. For those of us who are not familiar with Mirantis, tell us a little bit about the company.
Sure. Mirantis is known to be the largest pure-play OpenStack player. And OpenStack is the open source software that allows people to build clouds out of the box. So if you want to have an AWS-like experience internally out of the box, OpenStack is the way to go. And so Mirantis today is the largest contributor to OpenStack and the largest pure play company. So we not only help develop OpenStack. We're currently 25% of all of OpenStack's code. We help the world's largest companies to actually build large clouds. So that's who we are.
Now, the first thing when people hear open source is they think free. So let's get right to the question. How do you make money with open source?
Well, I would say it's $1 million question, but it would be an understatement, right?
I would say it's $1 billion question.
Well, at least. So it's actually very hard. And what's interesting is the world of open source that we're living today is actually a world that is both commoditization and innovation like in one box. And one of the things that we're discovering, I think the investors are discovering, that the business models of the past, including the open source business models, may or may not work. So to make money in open source, not only you have to be technologically very agile and savvy, you also have to constantly innovate the business model itself. So the jury is still out which model will work in our particular case. I can talk about different models that we've looked at, different models that didn't work for us and others, and but there's no one short answer.
So let's dig in a little bit deeper. What are these different business models that people have tried, and what is it that you see developing, specifically in the case of Mirantis, which I think is such an important and interesting company, but also broadly in the open source ecosystem?
Well, sure. So, of course, the most successful open source company in the world is Red Hat, right? And they really build an enterprise worth close to $15 billion, all in open source software. So they have pioneered the model where they took a very, very broad ecosystem called Linux, became the de facto standard there, and then monetized it through support, even though every bit of Red Hat code is free, but they are controlling the whole delivery of that code. And because of that, people are paying subscriptions. And they've built almost a $2 billion franchise on the free code. Now, beyond that, Red Hat has built other open source products, but that they've done on much narrower products where they are the main contributor to that open source. So it's kind of a fictitious open source where it's open, but it's more of a marketing gig, and then if you want to do something with it, Red Hat is really the only choice. And now that they're enterprise of this size and stature, they actually integrated all of those pieces into a vertical stack, and you can't really tell if it's open source Red Hat or closed source VMware. The model is actually very, very similar. So that's kind of evolution of a business model.
So I think that's, that tells us how Red Hat approached it. But Red Hat was really built a long time ago.
Correct.
In a very different environment, and arguably was one of the first open source companies which became so successful.
True.
What are some of the models that people are trying now, today, in open source? And how should a startup think about open source when they go to market?
Well, I mean, there are traditionally two ways to look at it, right? And there are two different types of open source. One is it's a open source on paper, but in reality it's not. And that is where you are a large, dominant producer of the technology and you are the community. I can think of a couple of successful companies like Alfresco, for example, right? It's an open source product, but Alfresco is by far the largest contributor, or Pivotal, which is a big, cloud foundry player. So what happens then is open source becomes like a marketing vehicle, right? It's really easy to go. You think it's, you have a brand, you download the software, you start using it, it kind of does something for free, but then when you start doing something real, you actually need an enterprise version. So, a percentage that has money and real use cases will actually be upsold cheaper into an enterprise version, right? And I think Cloudera is kind of going the same route because they have the free core, and then around it there is the components of the enterprise version that people will pay money for. So then, you take advantage of the ecosystem, whatever it is, and an ease of marketing where you can kind of go bottoms up. So that's a very traditional way. Jury is still out how big a company you can build with that model, but in reality, it is not truly the open source movement that's eating the world. It's more like, a different way to market software, enterprise software. The other model, Hortonworks is known, and they went public with this model in the Hadoop ecosystem. We are at this time kind of doing a similar path where everything is truly open source, right? And it's a very wide ecosystem. So Hadoop is an example of such. OpenStack certainly is, Linux is. And so this is a wide ecosystem that exists no matter what. And then what you do is you monetize it traditionally first through services to understand what use cases you're able to implement. And usually the early adopters are the people who will teach you that. Then what happens is you realize that there is some repeatability, and you can build technology pieces that can, still in open source, that can get that repeatability automated. Right? So you get software that you can then put in there that people will go to you for support because you lead that. And so you get yourself services and basic support. And, but then what's going to happen is as you start scaling, the challenge that lies in that is people use that vast software very differently. And it's easy to monetize it in a non-repeatable way. But for the valuations that we've talked about, it's all about repeatability because repeatability drives the margin, right? So to get that repeatability, you have to continue to build all of the ecosystems into a standards-based, tooling or operational tooling, whatever it takes. Keep it open, and then try to go for the whole SLA story, right, where you yourself can go up the chain and offer the SLA with the tooling as a repeatable, your repeatability engine that will allow you to still have a services business, just like Amazon is a services business, right? You give an SLA, but you can use the tooling yourself as a way to have repeatability. And that will drive your margin and revenue. And finally, the third path of that, as that whole suite becomes standardized and you're the standard barrier, then as others start to do that, they will go to you for the SLA on that whole suite. And our conjecture is that in those large ecosystems, that's the path to get to that monetization. Now, we're about in the middle of the second phase, so jury is still out if we're successful, but so far, that path has taken us roughly to a $100 million run rate, give or take, and we seem to have a fairly healthy growth pattern. So,
well, you heard it over here. It's a $100 million run rate. So I would say that the jury is in already to some extent, in that there are real customers who are paying for it. And that brings up the interesting question, which is, why do people not just copy it if it's open source?
People actually do. And look at our early adopters, right? Our early adopters are people, and maybe many of them are here in this room, are, they're representative of technology companies for whom infrastructure is a core asset. And many of those people come from, the Facebooks and from Googles, and then went to places like PayPal and WebEx and Symantec, where the DevOpsy culture of open source and maintaining the infrastructure is something that they actually knew how to do right away. So our first customers didn't want to buy anything from Mirantis except for expertise and little bits and pieces here and there. And so we started with these guys, and once they were done with us, they pretty much told us thank you. But we learned from those guys, right? And these are highly sophisticated folks who don't buy enterprise software. I mean, how much enterprise software does Google infrastructure buy? None, right? So PayPal buys some, but not in the software itself, but in the operational tooling. So that's why I said operational tooling and the whole ops experience is as important as the software itself. But what's happening is, as you start moving into a traditional enterprise, which is traditionally the people who pay you the money, the skills of the DevOpsy way to put all those bleeding edge open source components together and maintaining it with an SLA is just not there. So they would prefer to go and just buy the software that does it.
Who are some of these customers? Who are the organizations that actually purchase large amounts of money, who are paying you $100 million today to buy this?
Well, we have customers all over, right? So some of the largest customers we have are AT&T, which is committed to building an Amazon-style size cloud using OpenStack. And their commitment, which is public, so I can talk about it, is 500,000 servers, 75% of all their workloads across network and IT, all running on OpenStack. They tried doing it themselves, just like PayPal did. we helped them as services company, and then they said, you know what, it needs to be standard, it needs to be supported, we just cannot do it without, and so they switched to our product, and they're going exponentially with Mirantis OpenStack as software is a foundation, but also the tooling, they actually co-innovate with us. So they're the largest user of that this tooling, and the important requirement that they have is that that tooling that we co-innovate together flows right back into open source for reuse. And in fact, they want others, and they just went a big reach out to all the other telcos and said, hey guys, we're not competing in cloud, please use the same thing and contribute it back. This way, we're all going to be better off against Amazon. So that's actually happening. The various large telcos are talking to AT&T to see how they can collaborate. The other global leaders, Wells Fargo Bank is a customer, Verizon is a customer, Reliance in India is a customer. So, very, very big names.
So Alex, let's go in a slightly different direction. Let's look towards the future. As we can see over here, we've had companies which have been successful. You obviously have built a large company over here. How do you see open source developing? We've had a lawsuit between Google and Oracle right now, which is pretty much predicated on an open source API being argued. Where do you see this going?
Well, it's a very large question, so let's kind of try to frame it a little bit. So, first of all, why is it, Mark Andreessen said that, software and then specifically open source software eats the world. The reason for that is because we are moving into more and more scale, right? There is an exponential growth of data, there is an exponential growth of compute capacity requirement, and without open source and commoditization of all the components, you can't really, the Moore's law alone that drives the price of, infrastructure, whatever, cannot catch up, right? So you have to destroy cost horizontally as well. So Amazon and Google and all those guys figured out how to do it at a much, much lower cost of ownership. They used open source components. Now the same way is going to the broader industry. And so because of the economic foundation that is given by those hyperscalers, we have to be able to match this same economic equation. So there's a huge economic reason for that to happen, and the world is trying to figure out the technology and the business models by which this can become, infinitely scalable. So that will not change whether or not Google loses or wins the lawsuit, right? So because of that economics, the path can be more straight or more winding. And so, for example, if Oracle wins and, well, first of all, Google will for sure appeal. It will go all the way to the Supreme Court.
We're not going to know the answer in a day or a week.
Right, but it's still, the jury is still out for a number of years. But let's imagine that Supreme Court decided that APIs are in fact copyrightable, right? Then what's going to happen is those people who want to participate in that cost destruction and scale innovation will essentially contribute APIs into open source ecosystems and put Apache 2 licensing around that. And those who wouldn't want that will be locked out because the world will stay on that side. So as important as it is for Oracle to find ways to monetize and all that, actually winning it could be a Pyrrhian victory, because that will only isolate them more. Now, for Oracle business model, isolation is not necessarily bad, but for the industry as a whole, it will just create a much stronger anti-Oracle message, because the economics at scale with Oracle, keeping kind of a choke on your neck is a problem. So I think the economic powers will find a path.
Well, that's a very optimistic note on the growth and of open source itself, and a journey which really started many years ago with Richard Stallman, who really created this concept for the very first time. So I guess the predictions which are saying, I'll just end on this question, on a yes/no question. The prediction that we will go back to licensed software as the only model is false if we have this sort of a lawsuit.
I can't see how licensing model as a mainstream way of consuming, let's put it this way, large scale standard infrastructure stuff is going to happen. You will have it in narrow applications, because the market's just small enough and the amount of money you need to develop narrow applications has to be focused and people need to license that. But for large, scalable ecosystems type, I can't see, if you go into the licensing model, again, the whole world will, that does that will die because of the economic equation and will just move to the likes of the Amazon.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It was great.
Thank you.
We already had a break and we're pretty late on the agenda. So let me announce our next panelists, and the topic of the discussion will be Smart Elephants Can Dance, believe it or not. So our next speaker is, yeah, I know, no problem, is Caroline Tsay, VP and Chief Digital Officer of Hewlett-Packard Enterprises. She ran lots of businesses and has grown them from 25 million in revenues to 3.5 billion in revenues. She had held 6 years of leadership roles at Yahoo. She's currently serving on the board of Rosetta Stone with a market cap of almost $200 million, and Travelzoo. Emily Batcher, Global Head of Samsung Accelerator. So Samsung Accelerator has offices in New York, San Francisco, and Tel Aviv, and incubates seed-stage startups around key innovation areas such as IoT, VR, AR, and technology-enabled consumer services. Emily has been active in the industry for over 20 years and held operating roles at Yahoo, AOL, as well as director of Hearst Media Ventures. Steve Miranda, Executive VP of Applications Product Development at Oracle, is responsible for leading all aspects of product strategy, product development, and product delivery for Oracle applications and related cloud services. Steve joined Oracle in 1992 and has held a variety of leadership positions there. And our moderator, Andy Tsao, Managing Director of Silicon Valley Bank. Please join us on stage.
I'm good, thank you. All right, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Anna, for the introductions. Silicon Valley, let me start over. I'm Andy Tsao, Managing Director at Silicon Valley Bank, and let me start by saying that Silicon Valley Bank, again, is delighted to be a partner with Silicon Valley Open Doors Conference. I've lost track of how many years that we've partnered with the SVOD team, and again, congratulations to the SVOD team for a great day one. I think we could say that for sure when the Verve coffee guys have ran out of coffee at 2 p.m. So far, so good. We're going to spend the next 25, 30 minutes or so talking about corporate innovation, and I think you guys saw the title of our panel, which is Smart Elephants Can Dance. And we've got some great elephants here, figurative, of course. But between Emily, Steve, and Caroline, we're going to be talking about corporate innovation today. And let's go ahead and, well, we've already had an introduction, so maybe we'll just jump right into the conversation. And let me set the stage a little bit. Obviously, today we're in an environment where innovation is really happening perhaps faster than it ever has in history. And as Mark Andreessen is fond of saying, software is eating the world. We've seen so much disruption in traditional industry, such as Uber and Airbnb, doing what they're doing to both transportation and the hotel industry. And so the corporates are certainly taking notice, and you can see this in the investment data per the National Venture Capital Association here in the US. In 2015, we hit a high point since the year 2000 where corporates invested $7.7 billion, accounting for 13% of all venture capital invested. So that too is a high mark since 2000. And actually, if you look at the Q1 numbers that just came out for 2016, that number has increased to 20% of all venture in the first quarter were done by corporates. So, asking our panelists here, how do each of you approach innovation, and how much is done internally versus externally through either CVC or acquisitions? And Emily, maybe I can start with you.
Sure.
Put your
Yeah. So I would say we do it from Samsung. We do it a variety of ways. So obviously, the core of our company is product development. We spend over $14 billion a year in R&D. It's a staggering number, $14 billion.
Wow.
So clearly the DNA of the organization is long-term and short-term investment, but we complement it. What we do is say, there is very strategic investment that's done by an organization, and that's complemented by enabling entrepreneurs, because not all ideas come from a single entity. So I run a group, and we have a philosophy that very different companies with very different ideas can be successful. So we incubate, we fund, we partner with, and we sometimes acquire companies who have great ideas. And so we're flexible to what the best concept is.
And we'll get into a little bit about what you're doing at the accelerator, but how do you coordinate between what's happening at the accelerator level versus sort of internal R&D and corporate?
Yeah. So I think it's a great question. Leaving here and going to Korea. And I think we take a step back and figure out TVs were made because Samsung decided to put $1 billion and spend 10 years developing flat screen TVs. There's some areas that make more sense to be done through small empowered teams that can iterate very quickly.
Sure.
And so there are many opportunities to thread those conversations. We actually have a core team that is in Korea that has come up through the ranks in the organization, has a good understanding of what is going on, and then I talk to them daily.
Steve.
Same question?
Yeah.
So for clarification, at Oracle, I manage the development group that builds the applications. Both our traditional applications, so things like our e-business suite or Siebel or PeopleSoft, as well as our newer cloud-based applications. So I would say similar to Samsung, we have a large internal investment. We invest over $5 billion a year annually in our R&D. But then we supplement that with acquisitions. So we've probably acquired somewhere in the neighborhood of, I think it's greater than $30 billion in acquisitions over the last 5 to 7 years, somewhere on that scale. So we, generally speaking, have a overall view of the marketplace and a strategy of where things are going to go in different areas, whether it's ERP apps or CRM apps or HCM apps. And then we do essentially a build versus buy analysis in every area. Obviously, a lot more times it would be more efficient to do the build, but sometimes there's a time to market, or sometimes there's a realization where there's already a market leading solution in place that we think would be a good fit, and we can add value if we can build a broader business solution. So generally speaking, we have sort of an idea in mind or a strategy in mind of what we think from hearing from our customers, what we can provide as an improved solution, and then we do that analysis. But very similar answer as far as our core is our engineering and backed by that $5 billion in development.
And do you have an independent CVC team, corporate venture team that's...
I wouldn't really say they're independent. I mean, we have a separate M&A team, but we work very closely on the product side and product development because it's very, very rare that there's something that's not in the... They know what our overall strategy is from the product perspective because we share that with them, and they are actively looking for areas to help and improve that. So, I mean, it's separate organizationally, but I wouldn't say it's all geared around an overall product strategy and product view.
Thank you. Caroline.
Some of you may or may not know that Hewlett-Packard Enterprise actually sells close to about $4 billion annually in software, We have big data, security software, application delivery management, operations management, information management, governance, and archival and backup retrieval software. So as you can tell, there's quite a bit of organic development that happens with our product development and engineering teams inside the company today. We also have made a number of acquisitions over the last year, pretty recently, in a few strategic areas. We've been placing our bets and keeping a close watch on those. Since the split of HPE and HP Inc. into two separate public companies, we've also created a corporate ventures arm. So that is something that some of you may have read about in the news, that we are investing close to about $100 million this year in cloud and data, big data, and security type startups.
Caroline, would you say that with the creation of the corporate ventures team, do you think strategically sort of engaging with startups is something that is now a higher priority at HP?
Yes, I would say there's a huge benefit on both sides, right? The scale that we can bring from a go-to-market standpoint, including working with our partners. We have 150,000 partners out there. But I would say also very importantly, it allows us to really have a good pulse into a number of different areas where we may not necessarily invest in the product and engineering teams to go do, but we have a close watch with the startups that we invest in to be able to figure out if there's something longer term that we can build this into.
Right. Steve, maybe sort of chatting a bit about what you're doing at Oracle. And obviously, I think one of the areas that's talked about being disrupted quite a bit by startups today is the enterprise. And obviously, as we were talking about Oracle's 76 was so how many years?
77, yeah, 39 years.
39-year history.
Yeah.
Your roots in deeply in the enterprise. So, what are your motivations in terms of corporate venturing today, vis-a-vis the startups who are really, trying to go after the enterprise business with SaaS models? I mean, you see the success of companies, like Salesforce years ago, but more recently Zendesk or Zenefits, et cetera.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we think that ship has sailed. So we have fortunate to have a large on-premise traditional licensed business, and we have lots of big customers running those products today, and we'll run those for a while. But pretty much every strategic decision that every customer is making these days, from applications into enterprise, is going to be a SaaS product. And so several years ago, we did investment, again, organically to build out those products, essentially rebuild those products, our traditional Siebel and E-Business Suite products, for the SaaS model. And in some areas, as I mentioned earlier, where we had where there was already a leader in the marketplace, we did strategic acquisitions towards that overall vision. But we think, I think what's oftentimes people confuse the fact that we've had success in the traditional business. That business will be around for a reasonable amount of time, but the growing and unquestionably strategic part of the business is our SaaS business going forward. So there's we are not shy about whatever you want to use the term, whether we're cannibalizing ourselves or, we're either going to cannibalize ourselves or someone's going to cannibalize us for us. So that ship has sailed. We know that that's what the market is, that what customers are demanding, and that's our strategic investment going forward, period.
That's interesting. Could you take us maybe back to that point where, were you guys really forward-thinking in that, gosh, we've really got to get on the SaaS bandwagon, or was that something that when you began to see some competitors sort of nipping at your heels that you jumped into took a proactive move into SaaS?
Yeah, I think that we were probably more forward-looking on the engineering development investment side. On the go-to-market side, we had our success was also our handicap versus some of the newer competitors, where we had a go-to-market conflict or challenge for a while. So you had, in some areas, it was clearly moving to SaaS early. In other areas, some customers were moving and some customers weren't. And so, if we were a pure SaaS company, we'd pitch one solution. We weren't that. We had a couple solutions. So we certainly were slower to move in terms of our channel conflict going forward. And then we had a broader portfolio than most customers. So if we were a startup, we could have built one area and expanded some of the examples you gave. Most of our customers had footprints that were much larger than that. So when we went to our customers, if they're looking to move to the cloud, we couldn't just say, well, take this piece of Oracle and move it. They were expecting more because they had more from our solution. So maybe late to arrive to market and had some more challenges than other customers, but hopefully on the forward side of that.
Carolyn or Emily, anything to add to that?
I'd say that absolutely agree with Steve. Same sentiment here. And in fact, I was brought into HPE because we've seen consumption models, delivery models change over time, user and customer behavior change over time. And we've created an online channel to be able to reach those audiences, build product experiences, iterate, test, learn, and feed that back into everything we do. And really go to market as well, very similar to what consumer internet companies have been doing for the last 10 or 15 years. I was formerly at Yahoo, and you'll see that all of the transitions that they've gone through over some time a while ago, many enterprise software companies are going through now.
So Caroline, we talk a lot about how startups are much more nimble than corporates, but certainly corporates have their strengths too in terms of innovation. Obviously, the large customer base is large, R&D budgets. What do you see as some of the strengths behind corporate innovation outside of separately from engaging with startups?
Great questions. I'd say my organization is essentially a testament to innovation inside the company. When I first walked in about 3 years ago, there was no organization, no focus around an online channel to the extent that we're doing today. You can check us out, by the way, at sas.hpe.com and techbeacon.com. But we had the room and ability to go bring in talent from leading B2B SaaS companies, enterprise software companies, as well as consumer internet companies. Bring that talent together, very different from kind of your traditional enterprise sales motion and product development efforts. We've been able to inject a new way of thinking and a culture into the company that allows us to go and innovate. So that's been one example of where we do that. And of course, again, we heavily invest in a number of other startups through our corporate ventures arm and have partnered with startups as well, including working with them on buying their products and services. So we're constantly learning about what is going on outside and figuring out how that can best align with our strategy and where we want to head and place our bets in.
And so, sort of same question I asked Emily in terms of some of the things that you're doing in terms of integrating those two activities, the things your CVC team is doing versus the in-house R&D shop. How are you, sort of trying to get the synergy out of those activities?
Right. I would say there are two major areas where we're integrating, if you will, or figuring out ways where the startups we invest in can leverage what we have. I would say one avenue or one aspect of that is through marketing. Right? We have so much of a large install base or customer base today. We also have great reach through our brand and our marketing efforts. That is just one way to allow startups to be able to get exposure to potential prospects or customers of theirs. And then on the other end, it's sales, right? We have significant relationships that we've built, and we have large established inside sales and field sales organizations that can enable the go-to-market piece for the startups that we work with.
And I'm not sure if this is a fair game question for you yet, but given the news this week of you guys shutting the services side of the business, does the innovation piece really elevate that much more importance for the software side of the practice?
That's a great question. I would say that the ability to place more focus around the other businesses, right, outside of enterprise services, allows us to be able to go and do that. Now, exact dollars and figures I don't have for you, but absolutely, I think the part of the merger and even the separation of HPE Inc. and HPE was solely, mainly for that purpose.
Sure. Emily, so your activities specifically are in running the Samsung Accelerator, and maybe let's talk a little bit about that, your global presence, and specifically, how are you engaging with startups? You're certainly investing at a pretty early stage, but maybe we can talk about how you follow that on as startups grow as well. And what advantages can you provide then as a corporate accelerator versus your kind of Y Combinator or Techstars?
Yeah. So I think we look at it as a holistic approach. In essence, we're an early stage seed fund, but we say, how can we come and help startups grow with impact of scale and distribution in a large organization? So before this gig, I was CEO of a startup myself, and so I come to work every day and say, what is truly impactful to someone funding a business versus not needed resources and getting out of their way? And so we do many of the things that other accelerators do in terms of building a community and creating a density of knowledge by having lots of folks that we fund co-locate. We have deep operating resources. So if it's an early stage company and they want a few sprints of UX or a market development team to help them scale, they have access to resources. And then obviously we have a fairly substantial global footprint, which can help them have access, we were talking about this early, have access to markets which are fairly inaccessible for most small startups.
And is the selection strategic in the sense, they have to be somewhat synergistic with Samsung Business, or will you?
Yeah, I mean, I think we, unlike my two counterparts, we have a very different philosophy, which isn't here's our corporate strategic direction, and then what we can't do, we're going to find from the outside.
Right.
We really are about entrepreneurs. We're funding them, we're enabling scale, and so it's driven by the market and where there's opportunities. And we say our value is where's our money better than financial money, but it doesn't mean that there's a gap in our organization. It just means we can, through insights, through data, through partnership, compel them in their success.
And again, in terms of areas that you're investing in, or entrepreneurs that are not obviously strategic to Samsung, how are there's obviously some learnings that you're getting from there. How are you sort of floating that back up to corporate and saying, gosh, this e-commerce business might be valuable?
So we really focus on software services, enabling technologies, and open platforms. And so in an area like augmented reality or virtual reality, we obviously have Gear VR, we have a deep presence, and it's a burgeoning ecosystem. And so as we help fund analytics tools, as we are first principles in studio, we can help accelerate some of the decisions they're making, and the organization has a better understanding of the needs of the market.
And how do for the early stage entrepreneurs in the room, how do they apply for the Samsung accelerator?
Yeah, so we don't actually have a program like that. We're a little different, which is my belief is every startup has a distinct need. So we have a very flexible funding strategy. So we will fund a single hacker who has an idea. We fund entrepreneurs in residence. For companies that have an idea we're super interested, we'll give them seed funding, but for companies we believe very strongly in, we've done multiple rounds of funding. So it is not a structured program, structured time frame, but really deploying capital, resources, community, and opportunity to help startups grow.
And does the follow-on financing come from the same pool of capital as the accelerator?
Yes, we have a fund. Yep.
Great. And Stephen, Caroline, how about you guys in terms of when would you engage with a startup stage-wise in this balance of corporate, strategic versus non-strategic investment? Is that something you would entertain at Oracle or HP?
I mean, with us, ours varies quite widely. I mean, we have had, I don't think it is early stages, so it's not the very early. I mean, generally speaking, the product has to be out and has to have some sort of market success. On the app side, on the technology side, there's a little bit more, probably not to the extent that you described on the, an entrepreneur with an idea. So generally speaking, it's at the, some level of market success with the product going forward. But the size of companies, anywhere from a couple dozen people in the company up to some very, very large acquisitions that we've made over years.
We've acquired startups that may be 15 people or so and generating revenue. Any startup would be envious to generate. So pretty early stage, though not necessarily so on the revenue side, all the way through to Series B and C. Right? So Chef, Mesosphere are some of the investments that we've made with the company.
Great. Well, audience, I'm going to put you on notice. I'm going to ask a question here, but open it up to you guys in a moment. So and this one's for each of you, really. Again, putting your investor hat on, and we're in a moment here in the Bay Area, certainly, where you can argue there's a correction ongoing in terms of valuations, particularly at the large company level, and that's having a sort of trickle-down effect to venture capital from the early stages, and you can sense a shift that the pendulum has shifted back to the investor side a little bit. How will we expect corporate ventures to react in this period of time? Will you kind of follow suit with what the financial investors are doing, or is this an opportunity, as first quarter numbers might suggest, where corporates can become even more active? Who wants to start?
I'll start. So, I mean, I think Samsung has deployed over $1 billion in corporate venture capital. We are not early new to this game. So we have been through many, many, many cycles. And so if you look historically, some of the best companies have been funded in down cycles. And so clearly the gods of multiple compression are among us having these conversations. So we are mindful of our existing portfolio companies, making sure they have enough cash in hand to sustain harder fundraising cycles. But we are continuously, opportunistically funding companies and have looked back and said we've maintained investments, smart investments, and help companies grow, and we'll continue funding them to make sure that they can ride through 12, 18 months. Who knows what the cycle is going to be.
Yeah, again, we're a little bit different in the way we invest. We really do it for acquisitions into a product portfolio. So in that equation, when we evaluate the build versus buy and how strategic it is to market, the market up or down really has no impact on how well we think the products do in market and strategic fit. Obviously, when we evaluate build versus buy type of decisions in a down market with lower multiples, those companies become more attractive to us, and we make a decision based on that.
I agree with Steve. I'm very similar. We're always looking for alignment to our mid to long-term strategy and seeing where things fit in along that way. And we're constantly evaluating those build versus buy strategies as well.
I will just add that if folks haven't thought about cash on hand, I think at this point everyone has thought about cash on hand. Everyone has to be mindful of the revenue they're bringing in to offset their burn and how they're going to be a successful entity. So.
Agree. I can't tell you how many times I've heard recently unit economics and profitability. My goodness, that's funny to hear that again after a couple of years. But anyway, do we have any questions from the audience? We have one right here. Is there a microphone?
We can hear you.
Yep.
This one's for Emily, actually. How you mentioned Samsung doesn't really have a formal application process or anything. So how do you vet the entrepreneurs and the companies, and how do you get access to the deal flow?
Yeah. So it's through a variety of means. We actually have a website, and we probably get, I don't even want to say the number, a tremendous number of inbound. We have physical presence we discussed in New York, San Francisco, Tel Aviv, and opening an office in Europe. And frankly, the folks who run that office spend an enormous amount of time meeting with entrepreneurs who've built other companies and are thinking about new ideas for their next companies. And one company we just funded, I had funded an entrepreneur in a previous role in their past startup, and they came to me for advice about fundraising of the last one, and I said, all right, here's some advice, and they came back to us 15 months later when they were raising a seed funding. So it is network, relationships, opportunities. We had a summit on virtual reality about 8 months ago and brought probably 700 people together. And it happened to be one of the folks who asked some really bright questions of a panelist. I walked up to him and was like, what are you doing? So there is no one methodology because we don't have a program. So we're constantly looking for great ideas, really talented teams that we feel like we can really help them grow.
And Caroline and Steve, how do entrepreneurs find you? Similar, just full disclosure for the audience.
Well, I was going to have the same, when you said you don't want to, I don't think I can say the number of inbounds that we get, but I'll just say I'm surprised by the number of inbounds that come across my desk every week from our M&A group. So they, we write up a summary and we send it off to the product team, see how it aligns in the fit.
Right now, you can find us at hewlett-packardventures.com.
Other questions right there.
Hi, yes, this is another question for Emily, I suppose. And that is, do you look for something that will run as a venture and then potentially be integrated into Samsung? Or will you also consider potentially IP that could add a huge amount of value to your product range?
Yeah, so that's a great question. We look at everything. And so, example is we funded a really early stage company by the name of Pixie, and it was fairly aligned with Samsung's core business. It was contextual understanding on the television. They were an app, an incredibly strong entrepreneur I'd known for years, and they built something very, very quickly, signed a ton of deals, and gained a lot of traction. But apps on smart TVs have very difficult discoverability. I mean, consumers still can't find that content. And literally at the year mark, we were out helping them raise money, and Samsung actually acquired the entity. And so now that company is at the OS level, and there's a button on remotes that is a button. And so that kind of integration would never have happened as a standalone company. Where there's other entities, we acquired an IoT company, SmartThings, and they are completely held separately. They're in our group, but they are still SmartThings, and they have strategic integrations with the organization, but they stand alone as an entity. And then other companies we fund, we give insights, we give data, sometimes we leverage resources, and there's nominal integration. We won't give capital unless we feel like we can help them, but they continue growing and they don't align directly with our organization.
And let me extend that question to Caroline and Steve. In terms of acquisitions that you bring into the corporate, what are some of the best practices you have to integrate those entrepreneurs and startup companies into the company? Because that can be so challenging given the different cultures, et cetera.
Right. It depends on what the company is like, but sometimes we'll be cautious about integration in the sense that you can quickly turn them into, pull them into the corporate machine, right, and slow down some of the things that they're trying to do. So we do have to kind of be careful of what we do as far as integration to systems, IT systems, financial systems, or looking at how we could work with the team and kind of location and all of that, physical space, et cetera. I would say, though, the fastest ways where we provide and add value is on those marketing and sales fronts. So that's kind of the easiest way for us to get going.
So I have a follow-on question to you, Emily, but I'd love to understand the perspective of the rest of you as well. When you look at organizations or technology or applications or just the different kinds of things that you might potentially invest in from a corporate perspective, if you already have some of that technology or maybe competitive technology but it's not as advanced, how do you approach or how do you deal with investors to reassure them that you're not going to, when they bring the idea to you and they're aware that you've published something about sort of the same sort of thing, do you actually do that? So question number one, and if you do, how do you keep that information that's shared to you in a presentation, et cetera? How do you kind of keep that wall between,
So that's a great question. So first of all, Samsung Electronics deploys 300,000 people work in the organization, and I mentioned, we spend over $14 billion in R&D, and so, we're across 62 lines of business. We make refrigerators, we're a bank, so, in essence, there's something that we work on in every facet. There isn't anything that someone isn't thinking about. So I would never sit here and say, we work with companies and there isn't somebody somewhere in the world thinking about that idea. Specifically, when we're on a board, there are many times where our goal is to make the company successful. And so if there's a conflict, we'll recuse ourselves. And so we're very mindful of our team specifically, and there's many investment groups at Samsung, are there to grow early stage companies. And so our goal is to make sure they're successful. And there haven't been many cases where there's a scenario where our influence wouldn't help them grow, but if it's the scenario, we'll pull ourselves out of the dialogue.
Yeah, I would say in our case, it's usually a misunderstanding. I mean, you said a key word, I don't remember your exact words you used, but it's sort of the same thing, or maybe a little bit more advanced. Oftentimes, we get some questions, it's not really the same thing. It's advanced either in delivery model or in a channel or in some way technology or investment. So it may be the same, called the same name, or maybe solves the same problem, but we wouldn't look at it for an acquisition unless it was advanced in some way. And then what we do is, again, we kind of fold our acquisitions into our product, and either we combine the product teams, to try to get the best of the both to advance it, or sometimes, we move forward with let's say the new product line, and have the older product line for existing customers and try to migrate going forward. But oftentimes it's more just explaining, like, it's not really, even though they're sometimes called by the same name, doesn't necessarily mean it's the same thing, particularly in technology.
Yeah, and I would just add, like, if we acquire an entity, clearly there was a standalone company, Lupe, and it's become part of Samsung Pay, then that's the core asset of what we're doing.
Yeah.
It's threaded into our ecosystem. There may be other people thinking about a lot of other ideas, but that would be the core DNA of that product.
Mm-hmm.
Other questions? What are we doing on time, Stas? Okay, one closing question then for the panel, again both for the entrepreneurs and the investors in the room. What are some of the hot spaces that you're looking at strategically in terms of innovation within each of your respective corporates?
That's a fun question. There's so many hot spaces. I think a lot of people are doing things in AI. Mobility as a service. We are constantly thinking about cities and enabling smart cities. There's been a lot of growth in robotics, and we are very long strategic players in AR and VR. And there's a lot of heat. I think over 60% of the funding in virtual reality has happened in the last 12 months, which shows the growth of that market. But we're looking at what can enable that market to be successful and stick.
In our enterprise app space, data and data-driven enterprise apps, I think it's pretty commonplace in marketing. And if you look at some of our recent investments from acquisition, they've, at least in the app space, I think the last 3 or 4 have all been around data assets, and then building out, what we're doing is building out our applications to leverage that data. So we think there's a tremendous amount of data still available, and we think using that data and rethinking how enterprises run end-to-end with the access of third-party data, not just the embedded data in the companies, is going to change things.
Yeah, I would say the common thread to Emily's point earlier is around big data, AI, machine learning, automation. Kind of those are the themes that cut across a few focus areas for us, which are cloud and operations management, big data and analytics, as well as enterprise security solutions.
Great. Well, I think in summary, I think we've demonstrated here 3 elephants that certainly are smart and can dance. The good news is that innovation is rising as a priority in their respective organizations, and despite some of the noise out there with the the correction, if you will, that it's business as usual for investing and engaging with startups. So please join me in thanking our panelists.
Hi, Caroline, Steve, and Emily, thank you so much for participating in our panel. I invite you to stage. We're going to have companies pitching on stage, enterprise companies pitching on stage. Andy, thank you so much. Thank you for your continuous support of our conference and for a great moderation. Thank you.
Thank you, and we're starting our third company speech presentations. So, guys, let's start from the chairs. Remove those chairs. So I'm inviting to this, first of all, I'm inviting every investors, everyone who have blue tag to take seats on the front round tables. I'm also inviting Jan Sobieski, Ashmet Sidana, John Yu, Alex Lupachov, Ben Shish, Temin Zhao, Najib Houri Haddad, and Ken Sobajama to take seats on these two tables. Please. Ashmet, oh, hi, great. Oh, actually, over here, John Yu. Не несите через головы, вот сюда спустите просто. Who are we missing? Ben Shish. Oh, you are on the other side. And we're missing Ben. Oh, yes, Ben Shish. Please take. Everyone with a blue tag, please take seats up front. You are going to judge as well, and your opinion is very important for us. Everyone with a blue tag, please take seats. Okay, few instructions to our judges. We have valuation sheet, which is exceptionally important for us to find the best company and for companies to find how they could improve their pitch and their business. Please put comments, and if you like to invest, you just could put number underneath. Okay, so we traditionally starting from kind of reverse speech, 30 seconds. Each investor welcome to introduce himself and his fund, and most important, what is investment focus?
Hello, my name is Alex Lupichev. I represent Singular Gov, a large investment firm headquartered in New York, focused on emerging markets. We have $4 billion deployed over there in China, India, Brazil, and Eastern Europe. Significant chunk of this $4 billion are in technology. We focus on cross-border opportunities in Series B and C.
I am John Yu, Ariza Ventures partner. We have an early stage investment firm for VCs. We invest in the early stage A and B and seed as well. So based in Silicon Valley, Santa Clara. And we're looking at software, life science, and IoT and this area, and artificial intelligence, of course.
Ashmeet Sadana with Engineering Capital. We are a seed stage firm focused on the IT infrastructure space. Companies which have technical insights, I call the firm Venture Capital for Engineers.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Ian Sobieski. I represent the Band of Angels, which is the original angel group in the United States and especially in the Silicon Valley. Every month since 1994, angels who all once walked the walk of the entrepreneurs sitting in this room get together and look together at new entrepreneurs pitching their ideas and invest their money and their mentorship in those new ventures. We've funded 200 since inception, 10 have gone public, 40 have been acquired for a gain, and we've got plenty of failures as well. But we're still very active.
Thank you. And this table, please. Yes.
Hi, I'm Ben Shi with Icon Ventures. We're a fund that invests in Series B and C stage high-tech companies across software, internet, security, enterprise, enabling technologies, and so forth. We've been around for a little over a decade, have about 70 companies that we've invested in, including successes such as Palo Alto Networks, which you heard from this morning.
Hi, my name is Tianmin Zhao. I'm with E.piphany Capital. I'm based here in Silicon Valley, and we invest in early stage technology companies, mostly hardware and preferably semiconductor and semiconductor-related companies.
My name is Najib Kouri Haddad. I am with a venture capital company called AITV, Accelerate IT Ventures. We invest in companies, mainly software, from the seed stage to the Series B. We have a couple of funds, and we're more focused now on seed stage. Different sectors in big data, analytics, cybersecurity, connected devices, and IoT.
My name is Ken Sobajima, the director of investment team at KDDI. So KDDI is the second largest telecom company in Japan. We have over 45 million mobile customers. So our focus is on mobile consumer-related services.
Okay, thank you, and we'll continue with our judges at the tables later between companies. So now, instruction to companies, we have 5 minutes for your presentation and up to 5 minutes for Q&A. Your presentation cannot run over 5 minutes. It's my pleasure to invite Simon Sedikian with 7 Hacks. Simon, welcome, Simon, please.
Hello, everyone. So I'm Simon Chedikian, founder and CEO at 7Hugs. So we are building the ultimate experience for a connected home. Let me present you to Jack and his family. So Jack cares very much about his home, like you do all. Jack has installed several devices, so like connected lights, smart TV, connected music, smart thermostat. In theory, all these devices should talk to each other. But in reality, every single device comes with its own mobile application or control system. So just to turn on a light, Jack has to take his phone, unlock it, find the right app, launch it, select the device you want to control, and control it. This is minimum 5 steps just for controlling one device. Jack also tried voice control, and voice control is elegant and sexy, but to use on a daily basis, you have to know the keywords and you have to tell them in the right order. So for a whole family, it was not very natural and intuitive to use on a daily basis. So Jack is having a very frustrating experience with his connected home. And Jack is not alone. By 2020, like Jack, there is going to be 69 million households with connected devices, representing a market of $28 billion. But, and this is very important, the poor user experience will prevent this market from really taking off. This is why I'm pleased to announce the first contextual control system. This is a smart remote by 7Hugs. It's very simple. The screen adapts automatically to the device you point to. So let me show how it works. So you just need to point to the device you want to control. So you can control anything in the home, like for example your TV. Automatically the screen will show you the channel and volume. You can control your lights, and just by pointing at it, you can point to your thermostat to control your home temperature, and point to your music system, and you can be able to go to next track or decrease volume. And this is just the beginning, because we are integrating services like pointing to your window and you can get the weather forecast outside. So you can see that the remote can provide unlimited possibilities with a very intuitive user experience. You can point to your washing machine to order more detergent, point to your coffee machine to order more coffee, point to your front door and you can call an Uber drive. So how it works? It's quite simple. We combine indoor positioning system and motion tracking sensors. With both combined, we know where the remote is in space and what it's pointing to. So we have built the only solution that is as intuitive to use as a wall switch and provide unlimited possibilities like a smartphone. And today, Jack can already interact with hundreds of devices and services, and we are further discussing with key partners to deploy our ecosystem. So our business model is quite simple. We sell the hardware. It's $249 for a starter kit. That means a smart remote with 3 accessories. We generate a margin of 30 to 45%. We'll be break-even by July 2017. And the team behind 7Hugs has a long experience in consumer electronic, and we have a proven track record. We have already built business units in mobile, chipset, for Taiwanese groups. Our VP of sales has already successfully launched several consumer electronic products, and our designer has won more than 25 international awards. So we have raised the first seed round last year. We shipped our first product to major retailers only 8 months after our seed round. We announced the smart remote at TechCrunch Disrupt and at CES. We got massive traction since then. 14,000 people signed up already. We are currently closing a Series A funding. The smart remote will be available in September for pre-order and will be shipping before the end of the year. So thank you very much. Join us in our mission to reinvent smart home. Visit our website if you're interested and come and see me. We have a demo. We can show you a demo at our booth today and tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Let's support. So, question from round tables. Okay, question from the stage.
Just want to understand, do you have to install anything on the device you pointed to, and how they communicate each other?
So we sell the remote with 3 accessories that integrate our own technology. Once you have deployed these, you don't need our technology to control other items because we locate the remote thanks to these accessories. And you can add a Nest, a Sonos, Philips Hue lights, and the user just need to put the remote next to the device you want to control and push the learning button. That way the remote teach the remote where the device is in space. And every time you point to that location, the interface and the screen of the smart remote adapts.
Simon, have you thought of any business models other than just selling the hardware? It's such a creative idea. I mean, a really nice presentation.
Yes, we do. Actually, it was on one of our slides. We are talking with key partners. We are talking with 2 major smartphone makers. And we are talking with real estate builders. We are talking with electrical outlets. So we want to license our product. We want to integrate our product in the buildings, in the smartphones, in all the devices, so that it becomes a truly an ecosystem and a platform. Yes.
Thank you.
Najib?
Simon, a couple of questions. One, on the product side, I didn't see any features about authentication. So if your kids start ordering Uber by pointing to the door, how can you stop that?
Yeah, yes.
And the second one is, with gross margins in the 30 to 40%, how can you make money taking the product through a distribution channel or retail channel?
So to answer your first question, I haven't shown on the slide, but for example, for some of the cases where you have a payment associated, there is a keypad with numbers, so you have to enter your passcode to proceed. So that's a security. To answer your second question, 35 to 40% gross margin is the beginning. We are, of course, a small company, but we can reduce the cost of our BOM and to increase our margin. And with this kind of gross margin, it's already we have excluded the margin from a distributor and excluded the margin from our retailer. So it's the margin that is left for us. Yeah.
Do you have any competitors?
We don't really have competitors. It's like a smart agent for the home. Maybe the closest competitor we have is Amazon Echo. And Amazon Echo has demonstrated that any product that is easy to use is very successful. And most importantly, it has to be used by everyone in the home. If you ask someone why he loves Amazon Echo, he will, first or second sentence, he will tell you that it's because his kids love it. And so it's very important that everyone in the home can use the device. And this is why we are actually doing a dedicated device that anyone can share in the home and not just a smartphone that only one person can use.
Are any aspects of your technical implementation protectable with IP protection?
Yes, we have actually patented the point and control ID, and we have patented the way we do it.
When you say you patented it, do you mean you actually have an issued patent or that you've applied for one?
It's pending right now. We have deposited in mid-2014.
Have you ever gotten a legal opinion that any of your technology is free and clear to operate? In other words, it does not violate patents that exist? Have you done that research?
There are a few other patents that are closed. but we have a special way to recognize automatically the accessories and avoid a certain amount of setup for the user, and we are the only one to do that. And that's what will make the difference, because if you ask the user to do fingerprinting or to do complicated setup, then you cannot use that for mass production and mass adoption. Okay.
So the current smart devices have all sorts of radios, Zigbee, Z-Wave, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth. Are you compatible with all of them, or?
So we don't want to be compatible with everything in the world. We want to change the user interaction and the user interface. So we are already compatible with everything which is Wi-Fi and Bluetooth, which is almost, I would say, more than 60 or 70% of the market. And we connect to hubs that can drive Zigbee, Z-Wave, Insteon, and Ocean, or any other protocol.
Thank you, Seven Hacks.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay. Mikhail Korkin, please be ready. And now, short introduction for our judges at tables. Yes, but many new people can do it.
Okay. At European, I'm running a corp dev for BlackBerry. I'm looking at partnership and acquisitions, and also an angel investor.
Hi, Yusuke Otsubo from UMJ Russia Fund, based in Tokyo and Moscow, looking for the early stage or seed investment.
Robin Batchelor, I'm an angel investor based in London.
I'm Richard Guheim with Connecticut Innovations, which is one of the most active early stage investors in the country, pre-seed, seed, and Series A. We're focused in Connecticut, but what I also do as an entrepreneur in residence is to help companies both commercialize and get funded wherever that may be.
Vitaly Golub, HP Tech Ventures, corporate venture arm of HP Inc. We're investing in 3D printing, IoT, immersive technologies, and robotics, Series A and beyond.
Thank you. And now it's time to invite Mike Korkin, Entropics. Please welcome Entropics.
I'm Michael Korkin, founder and CEO of Entropics. Extreme ultra-high definition videos at 8K resolution and beyond, they're immersive, they're lifelike, with an insane amount of detail. And resolution is all about capturing a lot of detail, as much detail as you can in a scene, the face of your child. And only recently, it seems, full HD was all the rage. And that's just a 2 megapixel format. Then it was quadrupled to 4K, now it goes 16-fold to 8K resolution. But there's a problem. You cannot keep cramming pixels onto small image sensors indefinitely. There's a fundamental physics barrier. It's called light diffraction limit. And in fact, the image sensor industry has just reached this barrier in the last 2 or 3 years. So from this point, you cannot expect that your smartphone camera will go beyond that level that it is today. Your option, if you want your 100 megapixel video, is to increase physically the image sensor size. But that's exponentially more expensive. And so you have a choice. You can use a camera like this. It will give you brilliant 8K videos. It will cost tens of thousands of dollars. You don't want to crash your drone with this kind of camera on board. And the other option is conventional imaging products, which are much more affordable, but they are maxed out. They are not expected to advance much from where they are right now. At Entropics, we're able to reduce the cost of ultra-high definition videos by as much as 99% by purely computational imaging software means. Let me show you an example. Here I am on a sunny afternoon reading a newspaper and try to see what kind of text am I reading there. And if you zoom in all the way, you quickly realize that there's simply not enough resolution in this image. It's just not there. And now, take a look. This is a result of Entropics computational software processing. All of a sudden, every little letter and every word is quite clear. And this is an effective resolution of 162 megapixel. Imagine your smartphone could do something like that. Let me tell you how we do it. It's a purely software solution, but we require that cameras capture the image slightly differently. It's a dual aperture capture with one color and one black and white panchromatic image sensor. It's the same low-cost commodity off-the-shelf components which your smartphone is using today. We bring these two video streams into the cloud where powerful GPU servers run our proprietary data mining software to extract that hidden resolution detail using deep learning and other AI techniques, convolutional neural networks, to reconstruct the image to 9x pixel density relative to how it was captured. Let me show you a couple of more examples. These two images were captured with 18 megapixel cameras with dual apertures. On the bottom, a small cropped region of interest before and after post-processing to 9x. As you can see, there's quite dramatic difference. Let me introduce our company. We're in Pasadena, California, 5 people. We have raised $1 million in seed round last year. Our product will be rolled out sometime in Q2 of next year, the first computational imaging engine. And we got our first patent granted in December, even though we filed in August. Have you heard something like that before? Let me show how, let me tell you about our go-to-market plan. We don't make cameras. We make cameras that other people build awesome. So we go to OEM manufacturers of all kinds of camera-based products, manufacturers of surveillance cameras, of drones, of smartphones, of sport action cameras. And we offer our open, free reference design to build these dual aperture cameras from conventional components. And then we'll license our computational imaging engine to them, and they sell the post-processing services to their own end users. And they love it because they get a recurring revenue stream as opposed to a one-shot hardware sale as they typically do. The markets are vast. There's multiple market verticals where our technology fits very well, from smartphones to surveillance to dash cams to drones to sports cameras, measured in hundreds of millions of units shipped every year. Our team, let me talk about our team. Our team is very experienced. We have 5 decades of combined experience in high-resolution imaging. In our prior company in the last 10 years, we have created and sold $1 billion worth of high-resolution imaging products. Our products are used by SpaceX on Dragon space capsule, by some of the most advanced technology organizations on the planet. And we even have a Guinness World Record in science and technology related to high-performance computing and artificial intelligence. Let me tell you quickly about the investment opportunity offer. We're opening a $1.5 million convertible note towards the Series A round, which we'll be completing later this year. And I would like to talk to investors after we're done. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anthropic. Anyone pulling checkbook? No? Let's continue with the questions.
Could you please tell us a little bit more about practical applications of high-resolution imagery beyond satellite imagery?
I'll give you 2 use cases. A clear use case is in video surveillance. That's the field we're coming from, the founders are coming from. In video surveillance, you only care about what happened after the event. When the event occurred, that's where you need to resolve these facial details to identify the suspect or the license plate number. If you cannot do it, if there's not enough resolution, your video surveillance system is as good as if it's not there. The other use case, you use your smartphone to videotape your child on the stage. The stage is large, the child is small, and you don't care about other children. You want your child there. So as you zoom in, all of a sudden it's a blurry face. And that's what our technology will allow to fix by a very inexpensive means.
Yes, please.
Do you have a direct competitor?
Pardon?
Do you have a direct competitor now?
Competition. Oh, competition. Yes, there's a wave of computational imaging coming up because for the same reason, there's a fundamental physical barrier to where conventional imaging technologies can push it anymore. It's physics, it's not Moore's law anymore. And so there are several startups here and there. And they're probably at the same stage as we are. We just only know remotely about them. I'm not aware of any prominent company I can name right now. I'm sure.
What's your business model?
Pardon?
What's your business model?
The business model is licensing our computational cloud engine to original equipment manufacturers of cameras, manufacturers of smartphones, of surveillance cameras, of drones. We license computational cloud image engine. They deploy it either on their own cloud structure or on third party like Amazon Cloud or IBM Software. And they charge their customers for this post-processing cloud services to bring their videos to this amazing high resolution level. And they get recurring revenue from this.
Question from here. Do you need the camera has to be in some resolution you need 2 cameras, right? And each camera has to be in some high resolution. Is there any special requirements? That's number 1. Number 2, do you have any customer tractions so far?
Right. Okay. The beauty of our technology is that it's kind of scalable. You can start with conventional low-resolution sensors, like in cheap cameras today, let's say 720p, and you up-resolve at 9x. If you start at 4K cameras, dual sensors 4K, they're all conventional off-the-shelf cheap components. You can go to 72 megapixel videos with that, which is quite unheard of. As far as your question about the traction, we're talking with a company out of Hong Kong who is producing body-worn cameras for police in China, and they're very interested. And a company in some other location, which I don't want to mention, which is doing all kinds of sports cameras and dash cameras as well. And our own turf is video surveillance. We know everybody in that field, and everybody knows us. For us, it's the easiest thing to penetrate.
Back to your business model, are you then anticipating that your licensor of the OEM, in your OEM license, is going to make products that allow the end customer to do the post-processing themselves? Or did you say a moment ago that you expect your customers to, in fact, just offer that as a service to their end customers?
The OEM manufacturers who make, for example, drones, they are our customers. They license the cloud from us, the software in the cloud from us, and they sell services to the drone users. So when you fly your drone, you want to get some extreme resolution from what the drone sees, and the drone user pays, for example, a subscription fee to the OEM manufacturer.
So you imagine a consumer taking a video of their daughter at a recital is going to pay for the service?
Right, either a small subscription fee on a monthly basis or per use.
The end product that's been refined in this way that won't necessarily be larger because you're cutting out the rest of the video that you don't care about, right?
Yes, the beauty of our thing is resolution on demand. It says right here on every slide, which means you don't have to resolve the entire video clip, just the portion you want and need and when you need it. So you don't need to stream, to record, to waste bandwidth.
And just what's the market size that you estimate?
Pardon?
What's the market size that you estimate?
Well, in 2020, the overall market size we're estimating is $780 billion, which includes multiple market verticals.
You mean for this post-processing? You have one more question over there.
For the post-processing, it's a percentage of that, certainly. What percent? Let me calculate real fast. Let's say 5% of that.
Do you have bandwidth issues? Because, I mean, already to do a 4K on Netflix, you've got to demand bandwidth speeds, which 2 or 3 years ago we'd have regarded as fantasy. And the network, I think people are starting to play games already to try and get up. So how much higher do you have to go with yours?
Well, first you capture videos conventionally on our low-cost cameras. It's a conventional bandwidth there. So you upload them to the cloud with using whatever conventional time it takes. But again, it's resolution on demand. You don't need to get back your entire 20-minute video clip. You just the portion you want or need, or maybe a single shot. So the bandwidth coming back from the cloud, if you don't want to waste too much time or money, it could be quite insignificant. It's a resolution on demand. It's professional users will use it in one way with huge bandwidth available to them. Prosumers differently, consumers differently. It's like internet bandwidth. People will use it the way they need.
Michael, do you have customers today, or have you done a proof of concept with potential customer for the technology and also the pricing?
Right. Our customers are, we're engaging customers as we speak. Like I mentioned, body-worn cameras out of Hong Kong for Chinese market, and a few other manufacturers. And surveillance industry, where people know us, there's a lot of interest, and people are asking us, when and how they can jump on board. I think there's a lot of interest.
And validating the pricing scheme, is it depending on the sector, on the customer?
Yes. For different markets, different depending on the volume and the type of customer. In surveillance, professional surveillance markets with one licensing model, and consumer applications completely different. And we're working on it. We have profitable models based on cloud services and all that stuff.
Thank you for a very interesting discussion. We have to get going. Let's thank you, Entropics, everyone. Entropics. And David,
all right.
Our investors have additional question. It's my pleasure to invite Mayor Gnivich with SelfPoint. Please welcome SelfPoint.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Mayor Gnivich, chairman of SelfPoint. And we have built a SaaS platform that enables grocers, small, medium grocers, to have an e-commerce website. I don't know if all of you are familiar with the size of the grocery market. In the US alone is $600 billion. Worldwide, it's over $3 trillion. And it's quite strange that if you look at the penetration of e-commerce within grocery, it's actually very, very minimal. It's about 2%. So if you ask the question, why is it that people aren't buying groceries online? And the answer is because the only people that can afford to build a website and to build an entire team are the big guys. And that's why you have the Instacarts of the world that are going crazy today. Amazon Fresh is doing very well. And the reason being is because people want to buy groceries online, but the only place that they can find it is the big players. So the question is, what happened to the small guys? Why aren't the small grocers, your local Piggly Wiggly, or your local, whatever, wherever you live? And the answer is that there isn't any available platform, and that's where SelfPoint comes in. We've built a platform grocery is quite complicated. You have a huge catalog that changes daily. You have weighables, perishables, and it's very complicated. We've built the perfect platform that integrates into the retailer's POS system all the way through to fulfillment, picking and packing, and so on and so forth. We have a great UI that we provide the customer with, the retailer. We've got a great team that takes pictures. We have over 400,000 photos in our catalog, that are proprietary catalog, which is worth a lot of money in itself. If a store wants to launch a website and they need a catalog, they need to spend about $125 a year per picture if they don't have it themselves. And that's a big barrier of entry for people. So having our own catalog where we provide the customers is a great thing. We've also, being an Israeli startup, we're big on innovation and creating new products. We've created a great picking app where with a scanner that's on the hand, so the person in the store has a hands-free experience. The app maps out the store for him. It tells him where to go pick the product. We've also in the process of patenting a scale that hangs on the carriage that has a little hook, so you can just hang the produce on it or whatever you're selling. Now, the company has been around for 4 years. We've recently launched in the US, and the question is, how do you make money? So currently we have 3 verticals that we make money in. First one is the setup fee, which is about $15,000 per store. Then we have our monthly fee and a rev share of 1.5%. Now you would think that grocers would say 1.5%, our margins are so small, we can't afford 1.5%, but the only thing they actually negotiate on is the setup fee, strangely enough. Being that we launched in the US and Israel, we have about 50 customers. We pretty much own the market. We're launching some tier 1 stores now in the US. We just started in October. We've already signed 5 major grocers that have upwards of 200 stores each, and we're running pilots with them as we speak. So as you can see on this slide, this is as of March, where we had 32 stores signed and 21 stores live. The numbers are double now, at least double. This is one of our stores, our first store that we launched in the US, just to give you an idea of how fast the growth of the industry is. They launched in October, and as of today, I think it's interesting because it's a kosher store, so over Passover they were closed, so their sales went like this and went down. And May 1st, when they opened their store again, I think they're going to do about $350,000 this month in sales. Their overall sales offline are about $5 million a month, so they're really moving up. They're above the curve of what the standard is. Our gross merchandise sales, which is sales on our platform, are going to reach about $1 million this month. And our team is amazing. They all come from the retail world and the POS world. I myself have, I've been in e-commerce since 1999, and that's it. We're closing our Series A round, and we'll probably do 10 million in gross merchandise sales this year and be profitable next year. So I made it.
Thank you. Now time to ask questions.
So what is the compelling value proposition to the grocery store owner of being able to deliver, given that their store is already open to Instacart and everyone else to come get?
So the problem with Instacart is that they take your customer away. You lose your customer when you sign up with Instacart. So now Instacart owns the customer. He can send them to Whole Foods. He can send them wherever he wants. The small, medium grocers feel the heat now. They need to go online. They want to be online. And there's simply very few solutions out there for them to get online. And they're all, over the last 6 months, our business has gone like this.
Yeah, the proof is in the pudding. But on that question of margin, you're right, I'm surprised. So you said you're surprised too. Do you have an explanation of how they can literally afford to stay in business if they're giving you?
Some of them are passing on the 1.5% to the customer, sort of as a picking fee, or and customers are paying. They're paying the delivery fees. They're paying the picking fees. Customers want the convenience of shopping online. You know, in '99, when I started my first company, people said, "Who's going to buy jewelry online?" Right? And it's several $1 billion. That was my previous company. But grocery is easy. Who wants to schlep, cases of soda?
And who does the delivering? Is it an employee
So
of the store?
the good thing about the small, medium guys is most of them do delivery already, and that's what they have on the big guys, because Amazon, Walmart or Kroger's or Albertsons, the tier ones, they're struggling with the delivery. The small guys already do the delivery, and for the guys that don't do delivery, we're integrating to Postmates and Uber Rush and all of the other delivery. There's many delivery companies that we are talking to integrate, so they'll take care of the delivery. We're actually talking to a national company that's going to potentially do the picking and delivery for us. So we'll provide a full end-to-end solution.
Question on site. Have you thought about turning this into a data business?
It is for sure a data business.
Meaning what consumers buy, what they're doing over time.
Once we have the data, no
else you can
question.
do with them? Okay.
No question. It's a data business. It's a photo library business, like I said earlier. There's many. It's a point of sale business, because eventually we're actually about to launch a new app in Israel, sort of our test site, where it's a mobile POS. So you walk into the store, you shop by scanning the product, put them in your bag, and you check out and walk out the store. So you don't have to wait in line anymore. And that's the future of grocery shopping in store, just so I'm making a prediction now. 10 years from now, nobody's going to wait in line anymore.
So how many? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry?
How are you going to reach the hundreds of thousands of retail grocery, the small ones? What is the sales and marketing expenditures, investments you'll have to make?
It's very, very small. We're using guerrilla tactics. So most grocers, small grocers, are affiliated to some grocery affiliation. So whether it's Piggly Wiggly's or affiliated grocers. So we're going straight to the top. We're getting the top 1 or 2 guys in the affiliation, the CEO and the chairman, who own 5 to 10 stores each. We're locking them in, and then it just trickles down to the rest of the store owners. We're not going after the tier 1 guys yet.
Yeah, 2 questions for you, and probably number 1 is the big boys like the Krogers and Safeways. These guys, what's the market share they have, and are you targeting smaller stores? How much business they have in the future? Maybe they just got swamped by big boys, right? So that's number 1. Number 2, how many delivery companies that are working for you, and how many staffing they can do the deliveries on time?
So to answer your first question, the small, medium grocery business in the U.S. is about $260 billion a year. So it's a big enough market for us to go after. Those are just the small guys, not the tier 1 guys taking out the Krogers and everybody else. So if I can capture, a few % of that market, I'm already, happy. And as far as delivery, if we use Uber Rush, for instance, which is one of the companies that we're going to integrate with, they can handle all deliveries we can send to them, because it's like ordering an Uber car. So doesn't matter. It's the real bottleneck would be in the store in picking the orders, and that's where the bottleneck would happen, not on the delivery side.
Have you explored doing same-day delivery of higher margin items at all?
For sure. In the grocery business, there's a lot of high margin items like deli and catering. That's where they make all their money.
Talking about different stores, though, your local camera shop, for lack of a better example.
We have built-in features that we can add the shoe store and the camera store and everything into our system eventually. And while he's delivering the groceries, he can actually go pick up the camera and the shoes and deliver them. So yes, it's part of our plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So thank you, Self-Point. And Nicholas, please be ready. We continue with the introduction. You're already on stage. Okay. It's my pleasure to invite Nicholas Berbiger Famoko. Please welcome Famoko.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nicholas. I'm the president and co-founder of Famoko. And together with my business partner, Lionel Barabon, we are serial entrepreneurs. We have successfully created startups in France, in China, and in Israel. So let me tell you about a technical revolution which is happening silently. It is the contactless revolution. You probably don't know it, but in your purses, in your bag, you already have a lot of contactless cards. That will be ranging from the Clipper card that everybody has in the Bay, probably your Pay card, your Visa card, but also your iPhone is now a contactless device. Your passport probably is a contactless card. Your keyring now, your canteen card. So there are today 10 billion contactless cards in the world, and there's another billion every year. And those contactless tags are generating transactions which would amount to $8 trillion, and that would be payment, but also non-payment transactions in 2020. Now, those tags are used basically for three functions. Mobile workforce management, whether you're an agent, a maid. They're of course used for mobile payments, and they're used for urban mobility, so ticketing. But to interact with those tags, you need to have dedicated devices. And up to today, merchants were faced with a difficult trade-off. They had to choose between security and flexibility. So if they wanted security, they could take a payment terminal that the one you would see at 7-Eleven, the Verifone terminal. They're very nice, they're very secure, but they're quite expensive, and it's difficult to deploy new applications on them. If they wanted flexibility, they could choose to work with a mobile phone. And that's very flexible. Anybody can make an application on Android. But it's quite expensive as well, nearly impossible to secure, and difficult to deploy massively. So this is why, at Famoko, we have combined the best of the two worlds. We have created one terminal and one solution, which is combining a payment terminal, combining a secure terminal, and the Android flexibility. What we are providing is this hardware, which is bank-grade security, a secure operating system, which manages it, and more importantly, a management platform which enables to deploy massively a large number of devices. Because this is our secret recipe. We believe that you need security and versatility at an affordable price to make massive deployments. Our business model is quite simple. We sell the device, $100 per device, and we have a margin of around 40%. And we have a management fee of $1 per device and per month. We sell to integrators who deploy contactless solutions. So we sell to big banks, to big transportation companies, to countries who equip police forces. And they, in return, deploy their solutions. So let's talk about three of our customers. We are working with the United Nations, who is currently in the process of moving from paper vouchers to digital food vouchers when they distribute food all around the world. And they're distributing every year $10 billion. What they're doing is they're giving to refugees and migrants a contactless card that we do. And they're giving to merchants the devices that I have shown you, so that people can have their food vouchers, their meal, using our device and our cards. We are working with PayPal to manage cashless events. so that when people go in a big event, they don't have to pay with cash, they don't have to worry about change. They can just have a small bracelet like that, and then you can just tap and pay for your beer, and that's as simple as that. And when you do that, that increases substantially the consumption. We are working with big transportation companies like the Dutch Railways, which equip all their ticket force, all their controllers with our devices. In 2 years, Famoco is becoming the leader of Android transactional devices. We are present in 25 countries. We have 170 business customers. We have deployed more than 40,000 devices. We have raised 6 million in 2 rounds. We'll be making a sales volume of around $10 million this year. And because we are facing a dramatic acceleration of our customer traction, we are making new funding tour, even though we'll be profitable but this year. Thank you very much. You're welcome to come and see our demonstration in the booth.
Thank you. Thank you, Famoco.
Hi, just one quick question. You have 40,000 devices. What's your transaction volume right now?
Well, we provide solutions for people to make their own payment schemes, so we don't control the volume they transact with it. So I cannot tell you how much money is transacted through that because we don't control that.
I think I'm just trying to get a sense of activity. So how often are the devices being used?
Oh, 100 times per day, each device. I mean, our devices are, transactions. So either people punch and then they punch maybe 10 to 20 times per day, or if it's a payment device, then a lot more.
I have a question. Conceptually, the flexibility that you describe is very useful. Can you give some example of where it really adds to the value of why people want that flexibility?
Yes. Okay, so one of our deployments is a payment scheme in Sri Lanka. So very simple case. People have a similar to the Clipper card, so you would use it to take the buses, and that's fine. And then they say, well, I want to enable the shop at the stop of the bus to actually act as a merchant. So I need to make a special application for them. And then I say, well, I want to add another functionality. I want to make a loyalty program. So people have the device, and we upgrade the application, and we make a new functionality. And then I say, I want also the shopkeeper to use so he can recharge the card of the customer, so I don't have to have a special booth to recharge the card. So people, in fact, keep adding new functionalities. And that's something they've been accustomed to, because everybody has an Android phone, and you keep updating your application every day.
Thank you.
Question? More questions? Yes.
What is the cost of one device per?
We sell the device 100 US, and our margin is roughly 40 to 45%. Though, in fact, we are competing with, the competing solution would be a phone, and the cheapest phone which would have similar functionality would be $140, maybe sometimes $200. So price is never an issue today.
You didn't really talk too much about.
Sorry?
You didn't talk too much about literal competition, head-to-head, but also about incidental competition, other ways of accomplishing the same value to the end customer without your device. So could you speak on both issues?
Okay, competition. So today the world is torn between very secure devices, and there are roughly 500 devices, that's payment terminals, and mobile phones. And everybody's been lobotomized into thinking that they can do everything with a mobile phone. But as I said, a mobile phone is not very secure because it doesn't have hardware security inside. Now, we are selling to many customers. We have not found yet anyone who has the same type of offering, which is a business-dedicated device which has the security levels we have, which is payment-grade security. Of course, there's a lot of Chinese suppliers who are making handheld devices. That would be phones, and that's true. But then those devices either do not have the security or do not have the management layer that we have. So when we're facing competition, we have people who try to make a similar offer to us, but they have to build blocks together and put them together. We haven't found yet, but that's going to happen, and that's why we need to grow, but we haven't found yet somebody who's competing with us.
After the customer bought your device, what else you charge them? Any additional recurring revenue?
We have a recurring revenue of $1 per month per device. That's because we manage the device and the security in his device. And by security, I mean the hardware security, so the smart card inside. And in fact, that gives us a stickiness which is huge, because when somebody has given you access to his keys, he never leaves you.
You mentioned system integrators as your sales channel. Can you tell more about the economics of this channel? What's your deal with the integrators? What are the sales cycles?
Okay, we are working on different segments, and each of them have different model. So when we are working in payment industry, we are working with people who deploy payment schemes. So our price is never changed. It's 100 devices plus $1 per device. But then they, in return, will sell their solution. And the metrics of that can be huge. So when somebody deploys a payment scheme, especially in emerging countries, he charges 0 for the terminal because he's too happy to manage the cash on his cards. So he's taking cash away out of the market and put it in digital money. And because he has usually an inflation of 15%, he's extremely happy to do that. So he gives the device for free. Now, when we are working in transportation, then people are usually providing a whole set of services, managing ticketing. They have their own business model. When we are working on cashless events, like we're doing with PayPal, the order of magnitude, the people who are giving the solution is they are selling our devices $10 to $20 per day. Well, they're renting it, sorry. They're renting it $10 to $20. They provide a solution for $10 to $20 per day.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, and applause to Famoka. Before next company, just few seconds, reverse speech by our judges at the tables, please.
Hi again, I'm Pavel Tubin. I represent 3F Capital. We invest in robotics, electronics, and military technology. I would like to thank everyone for these great pitches.
Alex Soroka, Startup.network, investment platform for Russian-speaking investors, professionals, and entrepreneurs.
Targel Yashevich, Ostia Strategic Ventures, investing in startups in the insurance space as well, any adjacent verticals to the insurance that are going to disrupt insurance in the future.
Mushi Dalju, an angel investor.
Okay, and now my pleasure to invite Cinemod. Cinemod, please welcome Cinemod. Oh, more, please. Let.
I'm Mike, CEO and founder of Cinemod. All of you are tired, I think, because it's too late, but I will tell you some funny story about family entertainment. First of all, let me ask you one question. Who of you has kids? Do you have kids? Not that much, let's do it. So, Cinemod is a new way of visual storytelling to bring family back together. Why it's the last slide. Can you make the first slide? Okay. When I was a child, one of my happiest memories were when my parents were reading books to me. It was a nice experience. We had family projectors in each family with film strips. Do you remember film strips? It's a static picture with a text, and kids were reading that book on the wall in a dark room before going to sleep in a bedtime. And it was a nice practice for kids to learn how to read, and it was a good way to spend time together with your child. But what is happening now? Actually, most of us, we have a lot of iPads, iPhones, we give it to our child just to give us some more time, yeah? And they are busy for something, and it's okay. But, you know, kids have developmental delays because of it. Kids watch some unwanted contents in a very early age. You know, my daughter, she saw some, she watched some sex movies in age of 6, unfortunately. And families are disconnected. For example, how many of you reading books at least one time in a week to your child? One. Okay, you are good parents. So 2 years ago, I tried to show film strips to my daughter. She was 7 years old, and I failed. I didn't find any gadget to make it well, and that's why we spent more than 2 years of product development, and finally we released Cinema. Let's see how it works. It's a small projector. It's a best gift for your child. It's wireless. You can update content wirelessly. And you can even send the video messages when you are far away from home. It's very simple to use. It has hand shadow puppets, lessons inside. It's a great for kids' room. You can take it in the travel. It has a crazy smart covers, I will show. It has a mobile app. And you can read digital books on the ceiling. And sure, it has a sleep timer. And finally, you can use it for yourself. When your kid goes to sleep, you can watch your Netflix, YouTube, and even Facebook and Instagram photos. That's how it looks like. It's a pre-production prototype. So it's small, lightweight. It has very simple management buttons, motorized focus. So no fan. It's very silent, and you can use it 24 hours. It has a battery inside, which is running for 2 hours. So you can take it anywhere with you. And it can give you like a 100-inch image size on the ceiling. And it has a nice covers. I will show how it works. You just take the cover, buy it in the shop, put on the projector, and it will download new stories just from the cloud. No need any cables, anything. So actually, what we have here? We are building an ecosystem for kids development. We are making the hardware and software, we're licensing the content, and we are selling a series of smart accessories which are connected, and they are unlocking new features. And we sell the content on the subscription base. And we create the community of smart parenting. The content is already preloaded just in the box. It has a preloaded cartoons, audio stories like lullabies. I finished? Wow. So you don't need any other content. We already sold out 3,000 pieces. We have 3,000 users. In this year, we are running Indiegogo campaign right now. You can support us. And we already have a 15K sales demand in this year. The market is 2 billion. Total market is 50 billion. And the competitors, that old school projector, you can have a look at just outside. I am from Huawei. I worked for 12 years for business development and sales and marketing. And I have a distribution channel building experience. Key product team came from Yandex. Our marketing head came from BBDO. And Alice, my daughter, she is a key product reviewer. And we have a bunch of partners who help us for sales and for product. Here we are looking for seed investment. We know how to generate 50 million revenue in 3 years. And you can support us on Indiegogo. Here is a special price for SVOD customers. Let's bring family back together.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
What's the price point for the product?
It's not that cheap now because we made a premium product. The price point is 350 in retail. Indiegogo price is 220. Actually, for the projector, it is a reasonable price because the optical engine is much more expensive than iPad screen, for example. And the common price level is $300 at least. For this quality and user experience, 350 it's okay. But we have a plan and we know how to make the lower cost model. It will be, the lower cost model will be like 250.
One more question.
So who is your real customer? Kids or parents?
Parents. But users are kids and parents. By the way, in Japan we have success. You know, people from Japan, they like the design. You can check.
Thank you.
Later. It's just a prototype, you know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Just curious about this market trend. We've seen the projectors getting less and less on the desktop of offices. And do you see this is going to revive that kind of trend? Because we got so many TVs out there and so many iPad and iPhones. Many people are using those. It's pretty good already. I'm not sure this is a trend. Just want to ask your opinion.
I think it's a trend, yeah, because actually what we done here, we made a set-top box for kids' room. It's really hard to be there, but we are there already, and the user experience is different. You know, tablets, it's very individual device. Only one person can look at, and when you enable Cine Mode, a lot of people come and they can share the same screen. The small projectors market is growing. Compound average growth rate is 35%. Who knows, maybe it will be next tablet market just in 5 years later. And here we have a very direct niche of our consumers. And you know, we're making not some useless things like VR, AR. You don't know how to use it. Here we can solve real problem and to make high quality family entertainment.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. And our next company is QV.
It's just a holes for air and also speaker. Speaker is here. Yeah.
Okay, you have expo.
Sorry,
yes?
sorry.
They have expo, so if anyone wants, check on the expo. And you could buy pre-production. QVisio. Next company is QVisio. Please welcome QVisio.
Помогай находить.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Guillaume Mousset. I'm co-founder of QVisio and CEO of QVisio North America. QVisio is the next generation IoT operator. We are talking about B2B IoT, the Internet of Things. We are talking also about billions of devices. You've heard of these devices in the IoT. It's connected devices, but think about the connectivity. That is the issue that most of the companies with physical assets face. So you have two types of issues. First is connectivity technologies. We are talking about Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, cellular. The second point is IoT project. They are complicated. So if you think of the technologies, first, they are expensive. I mean, when you think of the SIM card, it's you know how much it costs, then it's expensive. Energy intensive because of the battery. The Wi-Fi will have an autonomy about 2 or 3 weeks. That's not enough. And then if you think of putting big batteries in the devices, then you have bulky devices. That's not good for connectivity. The second point is IoT project is linked to the IoT value chain, the devices, the radio part, the connectivity, and the software, and that is complicated to put in place. And usually the time to market is over 9 months for this company. What we do to solve the first issue of connectivity, this is to use a new technology that is called low power wide area, LPWA. And if you look at the screen, you will provide a wider range and low power. That is a $27 billion market. That's a new technology to answer the issue of connected, though 80% of connected device that cannot be implemented at this time. The second point about the project and the complexity is that we built our own devices. We have plenty of devices from pressure sensor, temperature, etc., etc. This is built in-house by Covisio or co-developed. We integrate chipset radio to communicate and to have the connectivity. We are agnostic in terms of radio chipset, and we built our own infrastructure based on this new technology. We built either public or private network. And then we offer to our clients APIs to collect this data. So Covisio, we sell an IoT comprehensive solution. That is the most differentiation that we have towards our competitors like Sigfox or Ingenu. We are on the whole value chain. That's the big thing. Covisio is a global market maker. We are present in 30 countries, working with 50 blue chip. We have offices in France, Africa, and of course in the US, based in Austin. And we raised $11 million as a round A last year. We target revenue this year of $11 million, and we have 15 employees. There are plenty of benefits, but if we sum up, then we can say that our clients are able to generate more revenues because of the new services they sell to their clients. They lower the cost because of the project cost itself and also the process cost. And if we take an example of the telco operator, we put in place our solution, and then they save 30% of the fuel consumption. The time to market also goes back drastically, less than 3 months. That's very important. We have a non-subscription model that is fully integrated because we work on the whole value chain. The price is lower and the market is better. Last year, we did a gross margin of about 70%. And for us, we are convinced that connectivity is a commodity and the value is on the devices and on the data. So we are the only one to be able to provide low-cost devices on high volumes. We make a CapEx model and have revenue now, maximize the revenue, and we are focused on the SMBs. We have a tremendous management team. I made an exit of 20x in 2007 with a CEO, great sales director, and amazing CTO. Well, I'm not looking for any fundraising, looking for feedback and also board advisor for the company in the US. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Look like he's the only guy who don't need money. Any comments?
Could you please tell us more about business model, how you make money?
Okay, at this time we make money mostly on projects. Okay, the average project size is about $300,000 or euro, about the same. Okay, and the purpose now is to have license all over the connected devices because we've developed many technological bricks, and we want to put that technological bricks into the devices and get a few dollars per device. If you add the two of that, then we can do $100 million in 2020.
one question for you. Actually, two. Number one, who is your competitor right now? And the second one was, you don't provide the chips, right? So whose chip you're using?
Last question, the chip, you can think of analog device. For example, you can think of NXP or whatever. So that's a radio chipset. For the competition, people, they compare us to any operator because that's why we are, okay? We deploy infrastructure. Sigfox is one of them. Ingenu, probably you've heard of this. Telco operator, but their business model is only based on connectivity. And this is why we say next generation, because our model is not based on the connectivity, but more on selling the devices, including the connectivity.
Are you selling a service or a technology?
We are creating products. That's a good point. We are creating products, and we sell products and technology.
But you charge as a service. So your contracts heretofore have been what we call here NRE contracts. So it's time, materials, and goal.
Sorry, can you say it again?
You're selling services to develop products.
We sell projects, okay, that is based on products, okay. We don't do any consulting or whatever, okay. We sell hardware. Let's take an example of a truck pulling company. They have pallets, and in that case, we sell the device to put on the pallets, the connectivity to the network, and the gateways. In that case, that's a private network.
Maybe asking it just the other way, last question. Your revenue in your business plan, I presume, will scale with the number of employees you have? Is that roughly how it scales?
We scale the number of employees, but we'll go through partners that will sell for us when we have a whole bunch of SMBs in front of us when talking about certain type of verticals.
How would you be able to compete with the telecoms a couple of years from now as 5G is being deployed and becomes really a volume and cost game?
Okay. Well, in fact, people want to compare those technologies, but they are not the same. The LPWA is really focused on small messages to be sent by the devices at a low price and low power. And LTE is not the same technology. This is another one.
Even for 5G, as it looks for shorter
Yes,
messages?
yes. And 5G will come, people say that it will come soon. Look at 3G, how long it took. 5G will come up like in 4 and 5 years, and many things will happen in the next 4 or 5 years. So it will be, we think it will be too late, and many people think the same of us.
Okay, so last question.
Is this LPWA a modified international standard, or is it your own protocol?
At this time, this is just the name of technologies that are linked to long range and low cost.
So what's your underlying?
Okay, the underline is, at this time, 2 technologies. One is called ultra narrowband, and the other one is called LoRa, okay? And that's the underline of the LPWA, yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Covisio. And now SkyCryptor. Let's welcome SkyCryptor. Can we have SkyCryptor presentation, please? And a reset timer. Thank you.
Hi, I am Aram Chivanyan, the founder of SkyCryptor. I am a doctorate in cryptography and worked for several patents for Samsung. Now I'm passionate about securing public cloud storages. I'm sure every single one of you is using cloud storages with another 1 billion users. Dropbox, Google Drive are used all around for both individual and business purposes now because they provide a great service of data storage, access, and collaboration. But these services are provided at the cost of our data privacy. All cloud storage providers take and can access all information we store there. This is ridiculous. This is a very serious security and privacy issue, discouraging many individuals and especially businesses of using these services. And it is estimated that about 80% of proprietary cloud data will be encrypted by 2019, creating about $5 billion market for cloud data encryption software. And SkyCryptor is an innovative security solution allowing the users to encrypt their data before it is uploaded to clouds and providing fundamental advantages to preserve the core data access and collaboration features of cloud. SkyCryptor makes the decryption process totally transparent for the user. After installing the agent program on his device, the user can select any folder and make secure with just one click. So any file copied or created in that folder will be already encrypted. Next, our unique key management solution allows to easily collaborate over encrypted files and folders. The user only needs to add his collaborator to his SkyCryptor contact list, after which both will enjoy the native cloud sharing and collaboration experience. The next innovation of SkyCryptor is we allow to search over encrypted data. This is based on our proprietary searchable encryption algorithm, which should be patented. And the most important thing, while implementing all this functionality, we learn zero sensitive information of users, meaning SkyCryptor never can access any sensitive information of user, his files, encryption keys, or even search queries. All these features greatly differentiate us from our existing competitors. And we started to work on this idea about 1 year ago by raising 100K in Yerevan, Armenia. Now we are in private beta, having 4 companies on board, and we will publicly launch in June. Our business model is simple. We will have a freemium and premium packages for individuals and the business packages for teams and organizations who will pay a monthly fee for each employee or team member connected to our server. I've started this company with my 10 years friend Azad, who is a rockstar engineer. Now we are a team of 5 full-time developers in Armenia, and we have a business dev partner in the US. Now we want to raise 250K just for filing patents, incorporating in US, and finalizing the product and market validation plan. So I think we all deserve an internet which protects our privacy, and we're starting to build it, starting from online storages. Thank you.
Thank you, SkyCryptor. Question from jury. Questions?
Very few people are making money in the cloud storage business. How do you intend to do that? Very few people are making money in the cloud storage business. How do you intend to do that?
Maybe because they provide storage. We provide service on top of storage. So we provide security on top of storage. So we will charge for that service.
Well, how are you making money then? It wasn't clear. Are you licensing the software to the end? Are you licensing the software to the end customer?
No, it's a SaaS model, just like Dropbox. The consumer should pay a monthly fee as well as businesses.
So I sign up for the service.
Yeah.
I sign up for Dropbox. Before I drag something in the Dropbox, I first drag it into your folder. It gets encrypted, and then I drag it into Dropbox. Is that the way it works?
No. It's tightly integrated with Dropbox. So when you install SkyCryptor, you continue to work with your Dropbox. You just select any Dropbox folder and click or right-click and make it secure with SkyCryptor. That's it. That folder will be encrypted. You put your files in Dropbox folder, and they will be encrypted before being synced with the cloud.
And does my file go to your server?
It's
do the
encrypted.
encryption, and then it comes back, and then you delete the copy?
On your device, the SkyCryptor agent works to encrypt and decrypt the files. But when Dropbox syncs the files, it gets only encrypted files.
A couple questions on the technology. If you're doing encryption and you're enabling collaboration, are you going to become sort of a key authority for public and private keys for the parties? And then what's the performance hit as you encrypt and decrypt files?
The performance is quite practical. The user doesn't see any difference because the files are encrypted with standard block encryption algorithms, which are quite fast. The key management is done in a unique way, as I said. We never learn any encryption keys while allowing collaboration and sharing. When you encrypt your files, the encryption keys never leave your devices. And when you share some encrypted folders, only the recipient will be able to access your encryption keys, not we.
Sorry, one quick follow-up is, what if someone loses the key? Is the file lost forever then if you're not going to be a sort of a trusted party in that?
Yes.
Okay. That's a problem.
A different question.
But it's the only way to provide security.
Why is this not a feature of the cloud sharing service itself, namely Dropbox or Box?
So can you repeat the question?
Why is this not a feature which will be provided by the cloud sharing services themselves, namely Dropbox or Box?
I think Dropbox, the business model of Dropbox was to provide storage and then sell different services on top of the data they collect. So they don't care about encryption. They want to sell another services on top of data they have. So that's why they bought Carousel, Mailbox, and other stuff. The security Box provide a more high security, unlike Dropbox, because it is enterprise level. But I think still the companies need a third-party encryption solution. If the company doesn't trust to the cloud provider, it would like to enjoy other third-party solution.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. No more questions?
Yeah.
Yes.
So in order to work with the Dropbox, do you need to work with them, or is totally independent that you can?
You mean with cloud providers?
Yeah.
No, Skycryptor can be downloaded and installed separately. You just integrate, you just give access to your Dropbox or your Google Drive.
And you work with all the cloud services. And does it have a mobile version too?
Mobile, yes. Mobile application as well.
Do you have an estimation of the market size and potential revenues for your service?
So, as I mentioned in my slide, the market is estimated to be about $5 billion. It is the market of cloud data encryption software. And our share is I will not say any numbers now. We are validating the niche market we want to penetrate at first. But after having about we target the industrial companies, consulting companies, and legal companies. So without number, but the market is big.
Okay, thank you, Skycryptor. And let's thank you, our judges, for great work judging companies. Please fill up this evaluation sheet, put your name and name of the company, and leave this on the table. We'll collect it. And we use it to find the best company of our conference. Thank you very much, and please join us tomorrow. We have 3 more panels and 12 more companies.
So today is the day is finished.
17 more.
And we're all waiting for you tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. And I'll just say a few words about tomorrow's day. It's even more exciting than today. We'll have Sami Inkinen, the co-founder of Trulia, the company that was sold to Zillow for $3.6 billion. We have Retail Next founder that raised $140 million, and he's going to share his thoughts on retail market. We'll have an early stage panel investors and the legal panel, which is very important because today we all were talking about how to make money, but these guys are actually helping you not to lose money, which is probably even more important. Also, we'll be crunching numbers for fun and profit with the CEO of Crunchbase. And we'll have Leon Ron, the former chief guy at Google responsible for IoT, and now just recently announced his self-driving commercial vehicle startup. And it was all over internet. This will be his first public speech. We'll also have Ilya Strebelov, professor at Stanford Business School, first talking about the myths.
Start with you, and let me introduce one more awesome startup company.
Hi guys.
Yeah, it's a company named Rate Insurance, and Dima, please tell a couple of words about your business, your company.
Yeah, so Rated Insurance is an insurance ratings and reviews website, and we're building insurance marketplace. So basically you will be able to check insurance ratings and reviews, select insurance companies of your choice, and you will be able to request quotes from these companies and select and compare those quotes side by side, including pricing and detail, policy information and stuff like that.
Awesome, sounds
So
great.
basically, one stop for all your insurance needs.
What do you already have?
So we have a insurance ratings and reviews website. Currently, we're growing our user base. Once we reach 50,000 monthly visitors, we're planning to add insurance quotes functionality.
Sounds good. Who is your main customers, by the way?
Average insurance consumer, so everyone has some sort of insurance, health insurance, auto insurance, home insurance. So pretty much it will be one stop for all insurance needs. And yeah, anybody who has insurance.
Awesome. How many people currently working in your startup?
Just a small team, 3 people. Front-end, back-end developers. There is a designer joining us soon, and me, who's doing pretty much everything else.
Do you perform some business development work? Or?
Yep, I do.
Sounds great. What is your plan for this year, for example?
Well, yeah, we're planning to reach this 50,000 visitors per month point, and we're planning to add this quoting functionality and to grow big.
Awesome. What is your take on about this party? How it was?
It was a great event, and I'm coming here tomorrow as well. Made lots of friends, lots of connections. The funny thing, I actually met in person a lot of people I was connected online with, including you. So it's the first time we met in person today, but like we were like Facebook friends like for a year, maybe even a couple of years. So yeah, it was great.
Sounds great. Yep. Maybe you are going to raise some money or not for now?
You know, not at this point. We're bootstrapping. I also have another company. I have another business that pretty much pays my bills.
Can fit this?
Exactly. At some point, yes, but not right now.
Sounds great. I can just wish you good luck and thank you for being here.
Yeah. Great meeting you in person.
Yeah, me too. Who's next? Yep. Yeah. Please come. Yeah. Yep.
Roll again?
Sure.
Demand.
Yeah, good to see you again.
All right.
You were being interrupted, and let's continue. You just described a business model, and you gave us an awesome sample how your application can work on a ticket business. Yep.
Sure.
Please continue.
Yeah. So you know, I think Major League Baseball is a great way to talk about it because they want to get rid of their extra tickets. So they have lots of customers, lots of fans. So if we go ahead and have a promotion that's sent out to them, it's exclusive to just them. Then what's nice is we can help them get rid of their tickets. They can have more people come to the baseball game. And then once they're there, guess what? We can actually promote more offers to them. Concessions, things like that. So it's a great thing that a lot of brands are interested in right now.
Sounds awesome.
Yeah.
Guys, why are you here? What is your expectation about this
Right now,
party?
we've got some pilot projects that were built because we're a small team. We want to be able to have more resources so we can hit multiple projects. We've got Major League Baseball lined up, we've got record labels lined up, and we want to hit them all at once rather than doing one at a time. So we need more resources and more people to do that.
Sounds really great. Yeah. By the way, how many people currently working in your company?
Big 6.
Wow!
That's right.
A few people make so awesome product. By the way, it's really interesting. Maybe you can advise some startuppers, guys who just watching our live stream video. Maybe.
Sure. Yeah, I think there's a lot of people that have ideas that are great. But if you're going to make your idea work, you have to decide that you're going to persist. And there's a time that you're going to go through where you believe that it's just not going to work, no one's really interested, it's never going to take off, but you've got to push through those times. And those are the times where actually it's right before you're about to quit that you're about to actually make it. So you've got to hang in there past that time. And that's something that I've learned, and it's a hard lesson because it's scary. But when you come here and you see all the people that have gone through the same thing that you have, you realize you're not alone. And that's why being here is so important, because you have other peers like yourself here.
this conference is a big show about people who not give up, don't give up.
That's right. Don't give up.
Yeah. Thank you so much. It was Boss Band, John. Thank you for being here.
Thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
All right. Who's the next guy?
Next guy.
Should be Luda, but Eric, just come here and be with us. Oops. Let me plug something. Okay, by the way, let me introduce the youngest entrepreneur who presented here. He is just 12 years old, Eric. He's absolutely fantastic boy, but businessman, who just present his startup. What is your startup about?
Well, 1000 Plus is teaching families and kids how to save up their first $1,378. So we use the 52-week money challenge, and basically it works like this. Week 1, you save $1. Week 2, you save $2. Week 3, you save $3. And by the end of this 52-week money challenge, you will have saved up $1,378. Now you can do this with piggy banks, but guess what? The piggy won't come up to you and say, oink, oink, feed me, right? So what this app will do, it will remind you, it will mentor you, and it will guide you through this process.
Sounds great. But by the way, what is your goal for
the event?
For the event, sure.
For the event, we are willing to get either some funding or to get sponsored into an accelerator program so that we can make 1000 Plus real, and then we can offer it and we can sell it to the banks, and that every single child can have a financial education.
Sounds.
Rules, play, and win. Enjoy the game.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Eric. Thank you for being with us. Yep. Thank you. Let me help you. Who's next? Maybe some of those. Yes, please plug in somewhere in microphone. Awesome. Let me introduce one more startup, one more interesting organization. This organization is Women in Tech. Julia is chairman of this organization. Please describe your startup.
Hello, I'm Julia Minkovsky, and I am a co-founder of Russian-speaking Women in Technology, Silicon Valley. This is a brand new organization that brought together Russian-speaking women in technology. We started about a year and a half ago, and from 0 members, we actually today we're 1,500 talented and amazing women. My co-founder, Lilia Schwartz, she is famous, basically social media guru. And once we were going to have lunches or drink coffee with women who basically needed help. And we decided that there is so big need to help each other. We started organizing lunches or dinners where we come together, we network, meet new people, socialize, and we invite amazing speakers. We had so far David Bloomberg, who is head of Bloomberg Capital, Scott Adams, who is creator of Dilbert cartoons, Irina Block. She created an Android logo, very famous. We had many others. We had Anna Dvornikova, who is an amazing SVOD chairwoman.
Sounds fantastic, by the way. For 1 year, 1,100 people. How it possible? What I done for this amount of women who are ready to collaborate with each other, ready to give a hand to each other? How we work?
This is thanks to the co-founder, and basically they're both of our connections. We started with our friends of our community. That's how we got there. And what's happened that we heard from a lot of women that we asked, what are you doing? And they said, I am a QA engineer, or I am just a developer. And we saw that very few people are executives, that they are directors, vice presidents, presidents, or founders. Out of 1,500 people, we could just count it a hand. Just we could use 10 fingers to see who are the founder. So we said we have to fix it. And we started organizing workshops about resume writing, time management, about salary and promotion negotiation. And the best part of it, it really works.
Wow.
We started seeing promotions, better salaries, new partnerships, and in 5 years, we hope to see maybe some new startups, but the most important that our ladies believe in themselves and will introduce themselves much better.
Just encourage your teammates, your organization mates to be much self-insure. Yep. How it works? Please describe.
It works basically it works in this very simple way. When they come, they're ready to our meetings. They dress up professionally. They network. They learn how to pitch what they do. We also enable women to stand up and to pitch, to say, I'm a project manager. I'm looking for a job. And sometimes other ladies come to somebody who has very low kind of self-esteem, and they provide them feedback. So everybody learns. Also, there could be a workshop about how to improve your LinkedIn profile. So this is a self-helping platform.
Awesome.
It's not only
it's really awesome. Thank you for your work. Thank you for being here. By the way, one more question.
Sure.
What is your expectation about this conference for your startup?
SVOD conference, the expectation is to meet investors. The expectation is also to meet investors for my very personal future project, because this organization, it's kind of the pet side project besides my day job in identity fraud detection. And also, it's a pet project away from my 3 little kids. And SVOD, it's a huge connector. I met very interesting people. I came to cheer for Anna and Tanya and Stas. From the past years, I made good connections from the past SVOD years. And what I'm looking for to create effective partnership, and I also met very good supporters of our organizations. So it will be win-win.
This sounds real big. I wish you good luck in your organization, and your pet project, as well as your main project.
Thank you.
Yep. Please come. Hi, Svetlana. Please plug in this device. Yep. Guys, let me introduce one more person here. It's Svetlana.
Nice to meet you.
Svetlana has a startup Full Bread, and please, a couple of words about your startup.
Well, my name is Svetlana Khuchka. I'm Fulbright scholar at Stanford University and visiting associate professor there. I'm from Ukraine, working and studying here Mikhil Academy earlier. So here I'm doing a research about the social impact investments in developing economies, in emerging economies. And to a large extent, it's a result of my enrollment into the Stanford Business School courses, especially a course about the social ventures and successful ventures in developing economies with Steve Tushinsky, who is president of SRI. He inspired a lot my new project about the investment pro and cons when we're talking about the post-conflict societies, or when we're talking about, for example, societies with low level of economical development, but which are very prospective for the investments at the very huge potentially markets and so on. So this is what I'm doing, yeah.
How many people in your team, in case you have a team?
Well, we don't have a team yet because it's we have been talking about my scientific project, and if we will shift to my let's say so a project of social venture, We have 15 people in team right now. Part of people are based in Ukraine, and part of team is based here at Silicon Valley. Because on the basis of my studies and my previous experience in education, in volunteering projects, what I'm focused on is a special education platform for the girls in STEM in developing countries and in Ukraine, first of all, because, well, I would like to be focused, of course, on my home country.
Sure.
And actually, we expect to create the mentoring network for those girls, for them to be able to develop their skills in the very specific knowledges, which will help them to introduce themselves to the global economies, to the global opportunities, and to be very successful.
Sounds great. Is it easy to collaborate with people who are located with big time shift, more than 10 hours? Yep.
Well, I would say it's a challenge, and this is why also my focus at Business School courses have been project of the global teams, which are partially virtual. Because when you have to cooperate with people in different points throughout the world, well, yes, you have somehow to deal, you know,
Sure.
those time differences. So yes, it's not that easy, but it is pretty possible. So
Good. What is your take on about this conference?
I was very impressed by the invitation of this guy, Eric. It's 12 years boy who had been pitching really perfectly.
Sure.
He was pitching me as well, so he took all my SVOD dollars.
I guess the pitches for whole editor
Yeah,
of this conference.
because again, it's very inspiring for me to see that such a kid actually might be so assertive in promoting his idea, and I'm pretty sure he will be very successful, because I believe he is one of those who might be the role model for other kids throughout the world. So I was really impressed by him.
Sounds good. Thank you so much. I think this conference could be handy for you. Good to see you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Let me plug. Yep. Thank you. Hi. Please plug in microphone. Are you sure? Okay. Lida, please introduce your startup. It's an interesting fashion startup, by the way.
Our startup name's Clues. It's a wardrobe organizer and a smart personal stylist in your smartphone. Our product based on machine learning. It learns, analyzes your preferences, self-improves, and creates for you perfect outfits based on your style, weather, and the event you are going to, and help to decide the usual women problem. My closet is full, but I have nothing to wear.
Sounds impressive, but how it works?
It analyzes your wardrobe, brands you like, trends you follow.
How it analyzes? What should I do to be...
You should to add your clothing to Clues wardrobe. It's really simple because we have recognition system. You just tap, make a photo, and Clues recognize its type, style, pattern within seconds. So you add your clothes to Clues wardrobe, and Clues start to analyze what you have, what your wardrobe lacks, and even advise you to buy clothes that you really need.
How it advises?
It advises it in outfits and combinations that Clues creates for you. And we have shop in our app, and you can look at advices, or you can search for some products.
How much should I pay for getting this handy application?
Our app is free.
How it works? What is the monetization model of your business?
We get a fee from transaction from sellers. We start to collaborate with fashion brands. They add their collections to Clues, and buyers could already find something.
Sounds good, sounds good. How many people currently working in your startup?
In our team are 17 people. Most of them are developers. That's really talented young team, keen on technologies that improves daily people's life.
Where is your startup located?
We are from Kyiv, Ukraine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
And our startup is in Ukraine.
Sounds good. What is your plan for this year?
For this year, we hope to find investments, and we hope to add some cool features to our product and grow.
Cool features like what?
Like outfits planner, for example.
Can you please explain?
Yeah, of course. For example, you don't want to come to some meeting with the same person in the same clothes. It's important for many people, yeah. And you could create like calendar of your outfits to see if you didn't wear the same clothes on previous meeting.
Awesome. How you find the whole conference? How you find SVOD?
Oh, it's amazing for us. It's our first such conference, and just for this day, we get more helpful contacts and meet more interesting persons than for the whole previous year. So I'm really glad to be here.
Are you planning to raise money here?
Yeah.
How much?
We hope to reach 1 million, and we are looking for investor on seed study.
Sounds great. Maybe you have some advice for guys who are watching us now. Technologies
really could make people's life easier, and we show that our product could digitize fashion industry in a completely new way, and we dream to make our service the most useful platform for mobile shopping. Thank you.
You're so inspired. Thank you so much, guys. See you tomorrow.
Bye.
Bye.